This guy is completely dumbfounded when he wakes up in a totally unfamiliar place. Minato has absolutely no clue what the hell is going on around him. Staring into the mirror, he sees a stranger's face with jet black hair and wonders where on earth his signature silver hair went. Before Minato can even process his confusion, a whole squad of doctors and nurses suddenly file into his hospital room. After running some tests, the doctor is shocked to find that the injuries from his recent car accident have completely healed. The wounds look like they were healed by holy magic. Well, they actually were healed by holy magic, but what is this car accident they are talking about? Confused, Minato turns and asks the doctor if his mana is completely depleted, but the doctor has absolutely no clue what the patient in front of him is talking about. He then claims he was busy fighting off monsters during that whole cataclysmic disaster, which just leaves the doctors and nurses even more bewildered. Did this kid lose his mind from staying in the hospital too long? The doctor asks if he can state his name and what year it is. He replies that he is Ichikami Minato, and right now, it should be around the year 1970, right? The doctor feels his head spinning, thinking this kid has some serious brain damage. He gently explains that his name is Kusanagi Minato, and the year is 2022. Now it is Minato's turn to panic. Is he really Kusanagi Minato? And is this actually the year 2022? These two don't look like they are lying. That TV over there is incredibly thin and super sharp, and the calendar on the desk also says 2022. And he has never even seen that tiny device the nurse is scrolling through. It looks like this really is the future, and things are about to get interesting. An old soul in a brand new era, where he does not know a single thing. How is he supposed to survive? The doctor then mentions that the cataclysm he spoke of happened 50 years ago. The disaster is long gone, and while monsters still exist, they are very rare. The world has returned to its original peace. If that is the case, no matter how hard this reality is to swallow, he should probably start by thanking the heavens first. And now he has to accept that Ichikami Minato, from 1970, sacrificed his life to save the world, only to reincarnate into the body of Kusanagi Minato. Even though nobody knows how such a crazy feat was pulled off, a few weeks later, Minato is finally discharged from the hospital. Following the original owner's memories, he heads back to his room. Kusanagi Minato's parents passed away when he was young, so he has been living off their inheritance ever since. Minato lies down on his bed, lost in thought. He does not really believe in reincarnation, so his spectacular revival must be the work of a deity. Minato looks through Kusanagi's documents and finds out that he is currently enrolled at the Kamui Magic Academy. Back in Minato's day, there was no such thing, so this actually sounds pretty exciting. Suddenly, a buzzing noise comes from his bag. He picks up the phone and sees that Tadano is calling, but Minato has no clue what to do with it, so he just tosses it aside, not caring at all. On the screen, a flood of spam messages from Tadano pops up. They ask if he got discharged, telling him to hurry up and get to school because they are flat broke. The next morning, Minato somehow shows up at school. He is already a fully grown man, practically old enough to be these kids' uncle, so going back to school makes Minato feel a bit nervous. It sounds pretty cool, but Minato immediately starts judging the place. A guy screams and fires a pathetic burst of fire magic at a wooden dummy in front of him. Minato uses his sharp eyes to scan the area. Every single one of them has a laughably weak amount of mana. He clutches his head in disappointment, unable to believe that the descendants of mages have become so pathetic. Compared to back when Minato was just starting out, these kids are not even worth 1/10 of his level. Minato walks into the classroom with a gloomy look, completely ignoring all the eyes staring at him. Once inside, he manages to regain his composure. Sitting at a school desk makes him feel like he is right back in the good old days, and it feels absolutely thrilling. Before Minato can even wonder if the original owner had any friends, a gang of bullies shows up. A loud stomp echoes right behind him, followed by a booming voice. The bully asks why he is ghosting his messages and how a nobody named Kusanagi dares to act like that. Minato calmly replies, asking who they are. The red-haired guy glares, rushes forward, and kicks Minato, screaming as he does. He yells at him for forgetting the legendary Tadano and calls him a powerless piece of trash. Minato then remembers the name Tadano from his phone. He asks if Tadano is his friend. Jun smirks, reaches out his hand, and asks if the loser finally remembers, questioning if he even knows what friends are for. Minato immediately grabs Jun's hand in a tight grip and says that, of course, friends are supposed to help each other out. Jun shivers and aggressively shakes off Minato's hand. He grabs Minato by the collar as if he wants to tear him to pieces and barks loudly. He demands his money, telling him to cough it up and pointing out that his dead parents left him a fortune. Minato sighs, finally realizing that Kusanagi Minato did not have friends, but was just getting bullied. This guy Jun is like a pufferfish. Every single word out of Minato's mouth just triggers him and makes him want to punch his lights out. Right at that moment, the classroom door swings open, and a sweet, cheerful voice rings out, wishing everyone a good morning. It is a girl with vibrant blue hair, practically radiating charm. She has a bright, gorgeous face and a stunning figure with beautiful, slender legs. Just seeing her is enough to leave Jun completely drooling, almost dripping saliva right onto Minato's face. In front of his goddess, he does not dare to cause a scene. He just tosses a few threats at Minato before stomping away in a huff. Today's first class happens to be history. History class. The professor was lecturing about the moment the Supreme Mage, Ichikami Minato, sacrificed his life to end that horrific disaster. Half the class was dozing off, lulled to sleep by the boring history lecture and the professor's droning voice. Back when monsters overran the entire world, pushing humanity to the very brink of destruction. But the pioneer of magic at the time, the Supreme Mage Ichikami Minato, refused to accept that fate, sparking a legendary chain of events that everyone now knows by heart. The professor asked the class if anyone knew exactly who Ichikami Minato was, and a blue-haired girl named Mizuha immediately stood up to answer. He was the sole survivor of the first great disaster, the very first mage, and the entire reason the Kamui Magic Academy was founded, sir. As she spoke, Mizuha's eyes sparkled with sheer admiration for her ultimate idol, Minato. The professor confirmed she was absolutely correct. Minato was indeed the first human in history to ever wield magic. This academy was established with the sole purpose of training mages, hoping to raise someone as great as Ichikami Minato. Minato is the greatest mage in human history. The professor even emphasized that this would definitely be on the test. Meanwhile, Minato buried his face in his desk, desperately praying for the professor to stop. Every single cell in his body was dying of embarrassment. Minato's weird trembling left his classmates totally confused. In reality, he was just deeply regretting coming to class only to listen to someone praise him for an entire hour. However, because the world is now at peace, it seems the newer generation of mages has only grown weaker and weaker. Minato just stared blankly out the window, admiring the clear blue sky. How long had it been since he last felt this kind of peace? Before he knew it, the class ended, and the professor reminded everyone that they would have a comprehensive magic assessment tomorrow. Jun took the chance to walk over and mock Minato, saying, "Did you hear that? It is a magic assessment. It is going to be so funny watching you make a complete fool of yourself tomorrow." Minato just gave him a bored, exhausted look. Was this idiot's mouth itching or what? Why couldn't he just shut up? Minato really did not want to be here anymore. Seeing Minato get up to leave, Jun targeted his parents next. "Your folks did not have any power either, did they? Oh wait, so you are just a pathetic orphan? My bad, I forgot. Ha ha ha." The whole group burst out laughing, and that was the final straw for Minato. Even though the parents Jun was talking about belonged to Kusanagi Minato and not his past self, it was still a matter of pride for him as a man. "Do your parents know you are this uneducated?" Minato replied calmly, but that simple question made Jun puff up with rage like an angry pufferfish. "What did you just say, you little punk? Don't you dare compare yourself to me." Jun immediately summoned a magic circle, its power dyeing the entire classroom in a fiery red. The other students looked at each other in panic. Was he really going to use magic inside the classroom? Jun launched a fireball straight at Minato, clearly trying to kill him. Minato just stood there, completely unbothered, while the other students ran away in terror. "Watch out!" Mizuha screamed, running toward Minato in a panic. A massive explosion accompanied by intense heat instantly engulfed the classroom. Mizuha was too late, only able to curse Jun for showing off just because he has a tiny bit of magical power. Without caring that his classmates could have been hurt, Jun got incredibly annoyed at being scolded by his goddess. "That guy was the one who started it, so it is not my fault." A few seconds later, the fire died down, leaving nothing but thick, gray smoke that blocked their view. As the smoke cleared, a figure was still standing. Minato had one hand in his pocket and his bag in the other, completely unharmed, as he stared back at them casually. He scratched his head, leaving it unclear whether he was praising or mocking Jun. Not bad. Jun panicked as if he had just seen a ghost. He did not even get a scratch after taking my attack head-on. To Minato, a simple Tier 1 magic barrier was more than enough to block that kind of basic magic. He did not need anything else. He only held back because he thought June was just an immature brat. But it seemed this guy needed to learn a lesson the hard way. Seeing the look on Minato's face, the three boys instinctively huddled together in terror. A powerful blue flame erupted from Minato, and the brilliant light quickly engulfed the entire room. Everyone present found themselves unable to move. They had no idea what kind of terrifying entity they were facing. Minato slowly stepped toward June, who was shaking violently, as if standing in the dead of winter. He reached his hand out toward him, his eyes completely devoid of light. June's face twisted in horror, his mouth wide open but unable to let out a scream. What was that noise? Did one of you just use magic? A professor suddenly barked, slamming the door open after hearing the explosion June had caused. Minato pulled his hand back as the professor asked what was going on. Letting out a soft sigh, Minato put on an innocent face to reply. Nothing happened in here, sir. Perhaps someone outside accidentally misfired their spell. But the professor noted that there were no magic clubs practicing on the school grounds right now. Minato quickly distracted him by suggesting that maybe someone was just testing out their power, since mages do love to show off their magic. Then where is this smoke coming from? The professor asked, smelling something burnt in the room. Minato immediately claimed it had drifted in from the outside. Surprisingly, the professor believed him, knowing that Minato was not the type to tell lies. But before leaving, the professor still warned his students. I will find the culprit, mark my words. Everyone, get back to your seats. Minato cheerfully waved goodbye to the professor, thinking to himself that he'd probably have to fake a crime scene to cover this whole thing up. Once the professor left, a suffocating silence filled the room. June turned and stormed off, gritting his teeth as he cursed Minato in his head. As for Minato, his mind was racing with worry. Sure, they're only students, but with a pathetic level like this, how on earth are they going to fight off monsters? Even though the natural disasters have stopped, monsters are still lurking around. So, Minato decided to go survey the area to see what he was dealing with. That night, in the desolate ruins of old Shibuya, Minato used a magic circle to glide through the sky, landing on a rundown building to look around. He picked up the pace, but he couldn't sense any monsters nearby. Although the place was completely trashed, it looked like the police had already swept the area. Suddenly, Minato picked up a monster's presence nearby, along with human signs. He immediately bolted toward the source. Down below, a girl was trembling on the ground, staring up at a terrifying two-headed beast. Its mouths were drooling, starving, after years of hunger. But right at the critical moment of life and death, Minato showed up just in time. The monster was closing in when it suddenly shrieked in agony. Minato had summoned countless stone spikes shooting up from the ground, impaling its entire body. With just one move, he easily obliterated a beast several times his size. Minato then turned to look at the girl on the ground. Judging by her badge, she was with the magic police. Minato didn't want to get too involved, so he simply told her to be more careful next time. Before she could even say thank you, Minato soared back into the air and vanished. Once she finally snapped out of it, the female officer realized she had no idea who her savior was. He looked like a Supreme Mage, but what baffled her was that he didn't even chant a single spell. Gliding through the sky as smoothly as water, Minato thought covering his face was definitely the right call. Since he was just a soul possessing Kusanagi Minato, he couldn't afford to draw too much attention to himself. But tonight left Minato disappointed yet again. A magic police officer almost got killed by such a low-tier, trashy monster. The standards for these officers have hit rock bottom. Honestly, Minato was convinced that humanity nowadays couldn't even defeat a weak, low-level mob. It wasn't just the students and the police. It seemed that all mages in this era had become incredibly weak compared to the past. But Minato wasn't actually too upset. In fact, he was kind of glad because it meant his power was still incredibly useful. He would use his magic to clear out the surrounding monsters. There was no way he'd let them hurt the innocent citizens living here. The next day, just as scheduled, the students gathered to have their mana levels measured. Standing in front of them was a massive, bulky machine. It was designed to measure both mana capacity and its specific attribute. These are the two most crucial metrics for anyone hoping to become a professional mage in the future. Minato was absolutely stunned. How has magic regressed this much? He could overlook the students, but the fact that even teachers couldn't sense their students' mana without a machine was completely ridiculous. Sensing mana is literally the foundation of magic itself. Don't they even know that? Suddenly, Mizuha walked up and struck up a conversation with Minato, asking, "Do you have a minute?" The whole class immediately started whispering at the sight of them talking. Mizuha noted that this was the first time they were having a proper chat. She formally introduced herself again as the second daughter of the prestigious Mizuha magic noble family. Mizuha Yuika. Minato stood there, completely dumbfounded for what felt like the 100th time. What in the world was a magic noble? Yuika was shocked that Minato had no clue. The Mizuha family was actually one of the 4 great noble houses leading all mages. Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back in his day, none of this social class nonsense existed, and he had never even heard of the name Mizuha before. To make matters worse, Yuika's mana pool was incredibly small. For someone from a renowned magic family, having this little mana was downright embarrassing. Meanwhile, Yuika couldn't understand why Minato was acting so weird. She had gone out of her way to talk to him, and he didn't even seem grateful. Nearby, June was practically seething with rage, green with envy that Yuika had approached Minato first. Minato scratched his head and decided to play along, saying, "So, what does a powerful noble lady like yourself want with a guy like me?" Yuika seriously wanted to punch Minato right in the face, but as a noble, she had to maintain her elegance. Her hesitation was making Minato lose his patience. The real reason Yuika approached him was because he walked away completely unscathed after taking a direct hit from June yesterday. There had to be a secret behind that, but just as Yuika got a few words out, the professor announced it was time for the test to begin. Minato was secretly thrilled, happy to have a perfect excuse to get away from this annoying girl. Yuika sighed in frustration, but she didn't let it get to her. After all, this test would finally reveal Minato's true power anyway. Up next was June, looking smug and completely full of himself. He unleashed his mana, causing the machine to glow brightly, and the counter on the screen rapidly climbed before stopping at exactly 1,000. June started hooting like a wild chimpanzee, yelling, "I'm freaking awesome. I'm even stronger than before." Minato stood there, deep in thought. If that meager output registered as 1,000, then it seemed the grading standards hadn't changed a bit in the last 50 years. Next in line was Yuika, looking every bit as confident as June. The girl stepped forward. With just a light touch on the machine, the numbers shot up to 2,000 points for the water attribute. The professor gasped in shock and showered them with praise. "The magic power of you two is truly at the top of this year's class. I'm absolutely certain you both will become outstanding mages." The whole class went wild for these 2 rising stars. Only Minato couldn't even manage a smile. Is Yuika really at the top with only 2,000 magic power? That's barely any better than a complete amateur. Yuika glanced over at Minato, wondering if he felt humiliated seeing her results. Minato tried his best to ignore Yuika's challenging glare. That girl was seriously a pain in the neck. Next up was Minato's turn. The entire class knew he was an academic genius, but when it came to magic, he always ranked dead last. June still thought Minato was completely talentless, even though just yesterday he was so terrified he almost wet his pants. Yuika watched Minato's every step with intense curiosity. She was absolutely sure he couldn't hold a candle to her. Minato didn't know what to do. In his past life, he had stood out way too much, which actually made him pretty lonely. Maybe this time he should hold back a little. But thinking about that arrogant punk and the annoying girl looking down on him behind his back, Minato didn't feel like being humble anymore. Minato placed his hand on the machine and unleashed his massive magic power, going completely all out, as long as this cheap piece of junk could handle his full strength. Minato's magic power surged so intensely, it actually leaked outside the classroom, alerting students in the other buildings. Yuika's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, having no clue what was happening. The numbers on the screen kept rising without limit, and the stone filled to the brim with magic power, eventually shooting a beam straight into the air. A blinding flash of light was followed by a deafening explosion. Sharp fragments of stone shattered and flew everywhere at a speed that could easily kill someone. Minato quickly deployed his magic to block the shards, making sure no one got hurt. He had only gotten serious for a few seconds, and this pathetic machine already couldn't take it. Besides, no one in this room was even capable of sensing his true power. Could these kids really become mages? The professor frantically checked the room to ensure everyone was safe. He even thought Minato was incredibly lucky to be standing at the center of the blast completely unscathed. "This is the first time I've ever seen an evaluation device explode. Could it have been broken beforehand? But because of this, we won't be able to determine your magic power and attribute, Kusanagi." Minato wondered why that even mattered. It turned out the academy was dividing the class into groups for practical training, but now they didn't know which group to assign Minato to. So the professor ended up placing Minato in Jun's group. Jun glanced at his two lackeys, a sly smirk spreading across his face as he replied, "Of course, Professor, that works for us." On the contrary, the professor felt completely reassured, leaving Minato in Jun's hands. Jun walked past Minato, trying his best to put on a mean, villainous face to intimidate him. "I'm really looking forward to it too, sir." The location for the training turned out to be Old Shibuya. Because monsters still inhabited the ruined areas, present-day Shibuya lay completely abandoned. Mages and police officers frequently patrolled the area to make sure monsters didn't wander off. This was also why Academy students were required to participate. More than half of the monsters there had already been cleared out by professional mages, so they could stay relatively safe. Minato hadn't expected to have a practical class. Well, even if reluctantly, students could still take down a few creatures, especially working in groups. Minato had actually visited the area last night, but he felt something was off. He was positive he had wiped out all the monsters here, yet he could still sense a few, lingering around. There were no signs of a disaster nearby, so how on earth were they still appearing? His classmates were even placing bets on who would defeat the most monsters today. Minato couldn't help but feel worried for these incredibly carefree girls. The professor announced the start of the practical session. Immediately, Jun shoved Minato against a wall, wearing a highly arrogant, superior expression. "Hey, stay right here and don't get in our way. I'm being nice right now, so don't you dare start whining, got it?" Minato brushed some dust off his sleeve. "If you don't like me, you could always just ignore me." Hearing Minato speak so much truth, Jun completely snapped like a light switch. "Don't you dare talk to me as an equal, you bottom feeder. Even if you are trash. Why on earth is Mizuha so interested in a loser like you anyway?" Minato's face went blank. Was this psycho seriously picking a fight with him over a girl? Suddenly, everything clicked. Minato asked, "Oh, don't tell me you have a crush on Mizuha?" Jun's eyes burned with pure rage, but Minato completely ignored him. He sensed something approaching, but Jun was preparing to use magic again. His two lackeys behind him also stepped up to help. Minato warned them not to do that, but Jun assumed he was begging for mercy. Minato simply told him to look behind his back. Jun screamed, "You think I'd fall for a cheap trick like that?" A sudden dark shadow loomed over them, making Jun instinctively turn around. A massive two-horned monster had already materialized right behind him. The three punks huddled together, trembling. What? Why is it here? Why is there a demon soldier here?" Standing before a real monster, these three were nothing but helpless amateurs. The two lackeys begged Jun to take action. Even though he was terrified, he still had some confidence left. "Take this, you bastard." Jun unleashed a stream of fire, engulfing the demon soldier's entire body. Seeing it stand completely still, he thought he had succeeded. Ha! That was a piece of cake. But no, once the fire cleared, the demon soldier did not have a single scratch on its body. Minato was not surprised. How could a demon soldier be defeated by mere Tier 1 magic? But Minato just stood there, enjoying the show. As the demon soldier took slow, heavy steps toward them, Jun got so terrified that he collapsed onto his butt. With teary eyes and chattering teeth, he could not even utter a single word. His pants completely soaked because he forgot to wear his diaper today. The demon soldier charged at Jun, but stopped dead in its tracks halfway when it spotted Minato. A flood of bloody memories of its slaughtered allies flashed through its mind, and the demon soldier immediately backed away. Minato casually stepped forward. It was obvious that even a demon soldier knew who was the stronger one here. That is right. It could sense the immense pool of mana radiating from Minato. With trembling arms, the demon soldier roared and summoned several magic circles. Minato simply raised his hand, summoning his own magic circle without even chanting. "How the hell are you going to beat it with Tier 1 magic? We are all going to die." The punks in the back whimpered in sheer terror. By then, the demon soldier had already cast its Tier 2 stone wall magic. Huge chunks of rock hurtled toward them, forcing Jun to shut his eyes in terror. Minato smirked and unleashed a Tier 1 fire arrow. A massive fire tornado erupted from his hand, and just looking at it, you could tell it would easily swallow the demon soldier's tiny pebble. Sure enough, the stone was instantly incinerated, and the demon soldier was next. A massive explosion sent a powerful gust of wind whipping through, fluttering Minato's coat. Jun finally opened his eyes, wondering what on earth had just happened. Did Minato just defeat that demon soldier and save his life? Minato slowly walked toward the demon soldier's mana stone. Why was it even here in Shibuya? He had hunted down and killed every single one of them yesterday, yet another one still spawned. Unless this is a sign of an impending catastrophe, the current situation is looking way worse than Minato expected. Recalling those tragic memories of death and destruction, Minato could not help but shudder. But even if the calamity strikes again, he will definitely save everyone this time. Meanwhile, Jun's two lackeys stared at each other. Did he just defeat a demon soldier? Is that really the same Kusanagi from before? Jun suddenly punched the wall in frustration. How could he ever face Yuika again if she found out about this? Too bad for him, Yuika was actually hiding behind a rock the entire time, witnessing every single second of Jun wetting himself. Rewinding to a few minutes ago, in another corner, the students were fighting magic beasts, but since they were just low-tier beasts, Yuika easily wiped them out using Tier 1 magic. The other students watching nearby cheered in excitement. That was incredible. As expected of Mizuha, hearing their praise, Yuika let out a helpless sigh. They were already this amazed by a simple trick like that? These commoners are really only good at kissing up. Well, she was a genius after all, so what could she do? But right then, Yuika noticed Jun's group dragging Minato away into an alley. Remembering how Minato always got bullied, Yuika could not help but frown in silence. She finally turned to the others and said, "I will leave the rest to you guys." She quickly ran after them. After all, she could not just look the other way, right? Hiding in the shadows, Yuika quietly watched the group. But the moment she saw the demon soldier appear, her face instantly turned pale with horror. There was no way that group could defeat such a creature. Panicking more by the second, Yuika clenched her fists. She had to do something. As a member of the prestigious Mizuha family, she could not just stand by. Yuika finally dashed out and screamed at the top of her lungs. "Everyone, run right now." But before she could even finish her sentence, a flash of magic zoomed right past her, leaving her completely stunned. With a loud boom, the ground ahead exploded, sending smoke and dust billowing into the air. Once the smoke cleared, the scene finally became visible. Yuika saw Minato standing there, calm and proud. She furrowed her brows in disbelief. Was that Minato's magic? Yuika remembered him being extremely shy, with absolutely no talent for magic whatsoever. But right now, he felt like a completely different person. And she did not even hear him chant anything. Did he just cast magic without chanting? On top of that, he easily took down that demon soldier with just Tier 1 magic. A demon's strength is determined by the number of mana stones it possesses. This was also how their hierarchy was structured. Regular magic beasts are rank 6, while demon soldiers are rank 5, which is one level higher. Demon commanders are rank 4, demon generals are rank 3, even higher is the demon king at rank 2, and the demon lord sits at the absolute top. The damage rank required to harm each of these demons is strictly fixed. Every modern mage knows this. You need at least Tier 3 magic to take down a demon soldier. So how on earth did Minato pull it off with just Tier 1 magic? Yuika genuinely could not wrap her head around it. While she was lost in her confusion, Minato slowly started walking toward her hiding spot. Startled, Yuika quickly pressed herself deeper into the shadows. But she quickly snapped out of it, wondering why on earth she was even hiding in the first place. Once Minato had walked a short distance away, Yuika peeked her head out to watch him go. Unfortunately, Minato had already noticed her. He smirked and said, "Sneaking around and spying on people seems to be a hobby of yours, huh?" Stunned, Yuika furrowed her brows and asked, "How did you even know?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato calmly replied, "If you call yourself a mage, it would be weirder if you did not know." Seeing her reaction, Minato immediately knew the truth. Letting out a helpless sigh, he asked, "You guys can't even sense magic, can you?" With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Yuga standing there in utter confusion. Once she finally snapped out of it, she quickly ran after him. She hurriedly cried out, "Wait up, what is going on? Explain this to me." But unfortunately, he had already vanished into thin air, leaving absolutely no one in front of her. The very person she was looking for was actually standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Minato watched her frantically searching for him and couldn't help but let out another sigh. Scanning the area, he muttered to himself, "Well, I guess I should check things out just to be safe." With that, Minato unleashed his magic to scan the surroundings. There were no demon soldiers left, but there were still quite a few magical beasts around. This situation was really starting to annoy him. If even Jun, who's supposed to be an elite student, was literally wetting his pants, the other students are definitely going to struggle. Minato frowned in deep thought. Should I lend them a hand? If he wanted to, his barrier could easily cover the entire area around the Gasibia house. Without wasting a moment, Minato quickly channeled magic into both of his hands. In the blink of an eye, two bursts of magical energy materialized in the air. They shot forward instantly, and before long, they had completely enveloped the Gesibia house. Staring at the streaks of magic in the sky, Jun and his group were completely stunned, having no idea what was happening. And Yuga was no exception. She frowned, whispering, "Is that magic? Multi-purpose magic?" Meanwhile, in another corner, a pack of magical beasts had completely surrounded two academy students. There were so many of them that the two were absolutely terrified. Right at that moment, one of the beasts lunged straight at a pink-haired girl. She froze in absolute terror, unable to move a muscle. But right on the brink of death, a beam of magical energy suddenly sliced through the air. With a flash, it completely tore the attacking beast to shreds. Having just escaped the jaws of death, the pink-haired girl's legs went completely weak, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground. The boy rushed over to her side, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? Are you all right?" Meanwhile, up on the rooftop of a nearby building, Minato looked down at the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Slaughtering them like this is actually pretty entertaining, he thought. But a second later, he noticed a slight issue with his magic. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he realized his magic hadn't just killed the beasts. It had literally shredded them into a million pieces. In an instant, bloody remains of the beasts were scattered all over the place. Seeing this gruesome sight, Minato couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Did I go a bit too far? He wondered. He had ended up wiping out almost the entire pack. How on earth was the practical exam supposed to continue now? Next time, I really need to hold back. After a brief pause, Minato cast a spell and leaped down from the rooftop. He surveyed the area for a long moment, finally nodding in satisfaction. All right. Things around here should be secure now. After double-checking that everything was clear, Minato landed quietly in a hidden corner. While he didn't need to completely hide his abilities, standing out too much would definitely be a huge headache. With those thoughts, he walked back toward the other students. Meanwhile, the instructor was busy inspecting the carcasses of the beasts. After a thorough examination, the instructor muttered in utter confusion, "How on earth did this many beasts slip through? The entire pack was supposed to have been cleared out. To take down this many with just a single blow, the person who did this has to be a top-tier professional mage. On top of that, this is non-elemental magic. Unleashing countless magic bullets like this is only possible with non-elemental magic. He had never seen anyone with this kind of power before. Frankly, if it weren't for this mystery person, the situation would have completely spun out of his control. Firing multiple magic bullets at once is one thing, but what's truly mind-blowing is that there are more than 6 impacts here. There's absolutely no way a student could have pulled this off." While he was lost in thought, one of the students couldn't bottle up their frustration any longer and demanded answers. "Why on earth are there still so many beasts left here? We almost died, instructor." The instructor didn't dodge the blame and bowed his head in apology. Pursing his lips, he explained, "I was told the police had already cleared out the entire pack. I should have double-checked with the academy. I'm truly sorry for putting you all in such a dangerous situation." Hearing his heartfelt apology, the students fell silent, their faces showing a mix of helplessness and resignation. The girl who had just been saved spoke up hesitantly. "Instructor, someone came and saved us, right?" The instructor shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know either." The girl let out a soft sigh. "I see. I just wanted to thank them properly." The instructor genuinely had no clue. It certainly couldn't have been the police or any of the registered professional mages. Could they be an unlicensed mage? But regardless of who they were, there was no denying the fact that they had just saved his students. From the bottom of his heart, he was deeply grateful to this anonymous hero. And Minato, the anonymous mage the instructor was so grateful to, was currently standing in the distance, simply smiling without saying a word. Now that the danger had passed, the students finally regained their composure and began whispering excitedly about the incredible magic they had just witnessed. Minato scanned the crowd one last time. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the exact same time, a hostile glare was fixed right on him. It was Jun and his little gang. Honestly, these immature punks had just survived a literal, near-death experience. Yet they still had not learned a single thing. Minato could only sigh in sheer helplessness. On the other side, Yuika was also secretly keeping a close eye on Minato. Did he seriously just take down a demon soldier using nothing but level 1 magic, and that chantless magic from earlier, was that his doing too? But fire magic and non-attributed magic? In her mind, There was absolutely no way any student had the skill to wield two different magic attributes at the exact same time. And there was definitely no way it was Minato. Thinking this, Yuika breathed a small sigh of relief. She was probably just overthinking things. There was just no way a loser like him could use two attributes at once. The person who cast that attribute magic had to be someone else entirely. Still, even that could not change the undeniable fact that Minato had destroyed a demon soldier. She could not help but wonder what on earth he really was. Minato felt Yuika staring at him, but he did not give her any reaction. Right then, the two guys walking next to Jun finally snapped out of their shock. One of them muttered in disbelief, "That laser-looking thing." Kusanagi did that too, did he not? But the other guy quickly shook his head, denying it. There is no way. There is just no way. But the first guy stood his ground, quickly adding, "But he is the one who took down the demon soldier." Hearing this made Jun boil with rage, his face instantly turning dark with anger. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Hey, shut your damn mouths before I kill you both." Realizing they messed up, the two quickly shut up, not daring to utter another word. With a murderous glare, Jun snapped, "There is absolutely no way that useless piece of trash could be that strong. Something shady is definitely going on here." The other two did not dare to argue and immediately chimed in to agree. "Yeah, it really is weird. Is he not just a total coward?" Hearing this, Jun smirked with satisfaction and scoffed, "That bastard is definitely pulling some cheap tricks. How dare he make a fool out of me? I will make sure to expose his true colors." A little while later, the school bell finally rang. As Minato was heading home like any other day, he was suddenly blocked by a group of students, leaving him slightly confused. Leading the pack was none other than the arrogant punk, Jun. Glaring at him, Jun said in a cold voice, "I have been waiting for you." Minato felt incredibly exhausted dealing with these childish brats. Sighing, he said, "Are you guys completely deaf? Instead of running around causing trouble and crying to your parents, why do you not use that time to study magic? It will actually be useful." These words triggered Jun's inner crazy. He roared furiously, "You have no right to speak, you lying bastard." Lying? Minato was a bit baffled. What is that supposed to mean? Letting out a cold snort, Jun yelled in rage, "Stop playing dumb. How the hell could someone like you use magic like that? You are definitely pulling some shady stuff behind my back." Minato stared at him, utterly bewildered. He honestly had no idea what kind of nonsense this guy was rambling about. Seeing his lack of response, Jun coldly ordered, "Come with us. There is no way I am letting a little rat like you run away." With that, the other guys stepped up to stand right behind him. Truly, losers always love to travel in packs. Minato looked at the group of punks in front of him, casually shrugged his shoulders, and said with disdain, "Why on earth would I need to run?" Infuriated by his attitude, Jun screamed, "Cut the crap, you bastard. You cannot even use magic here, can you?" The moment those words left his mouth, he clenched his fist and charged forward. In an instant, Jun's fist was inches away from Minato's face, but the boy did not even flinch. The others following him quickly joined in, throwing a barrage of punches. Jun laughed arrogantly, boasting, "Without your magic, you are absolutely nothing. Are you not? Even if you lick my boots right now, I will not let you off. Die, Kusanagi." As he spoke, his smile grew increasingly sadistic. Too bad for him, he could not even touch a single hair on Minato's body. Minato just stood there calmly, his eyes filled with pure contempt. Their amateur punches could not even graze him. Minato's mana was automatically shielding his body, so they could beat him until sunrise and he still would not have a single scratch. But dealing with these annoying flies was getting tedious, so Minato figured it would just be easier to fake getting hit. So, he plopped onto the ground, pretending they had actually landed a blow. But just then, a loud voice suddenly boomed out, "What on earth do you think you are doing?" The gang instantly froze and turned around, only to see Yuika standing right behind them. Jun's face paled instantly, his lips trembled as he muttered her name, terrified that Yuika would think poorly of him. He quickly tried to explain. "No, it is not like that. We are just messing around." Scoffing, Yuika said coldly, "I know exactly what you are doing. You are ganging up to bully Kusanagi." She demanded, "You wear the uniform of a magic academy, yet you turn into a bunch of cheap bullies? Do you not have even a shred of shame?" Hearing this, the faces of Jun's gang instantly turned sour. Jun's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. He glared at Minato, gritting his teeth in fury. It was all because of this kid that Yuika now looked down on him so openly. While Jun was still fuming, Yuika walked right over, grabbed Minato's hand, and said, Let us go, Kusanagi. Seeing the two of them holding hands was the final straw. Jun's rage instantly boiled over, reaching its absolute limit. In his head, he was cursing Minato's ancestors to the high heavens. Seeing the look on Jun's face, his two lackeys were frozen in fear. They didn't dare step in to calm him down. Finally, Jun couldn't hold it in anymore and lost his mind right then and there. Screw you, Kusanagi. Minato let out a helpless sigh. Is this guy like superglue or something? He just won't let it go, huh? Right now, Jun was absolutely furious. Magic sparked in his hand. He roared aggressively, "You absolute bastard, I'm going to freaking kill you." Seeing this, Yuika panicked and screamed, "Tadano, what on earth are you doing?" But he had already gone completely wild. He and his lackeys unleashed their magic at Minato all at once. Growing more frantic by the second, Yuika screamed a warning, "Watch out, it's dangerous." Instantly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of them, sending smoke and flames flying everywhere, forcing Yuika to react. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Believing Minato was buried in the sea of fire, Jun burst into a smug laugh. "Even if you cheat 10 more times, nothing is going to save you, kid." His two lackeys, on the other hand, were terrified. They panicked and muttered, "Oh my god, this is really bad. Did he actually die?" Snorting coldly, Jun acted like it was no big deal. "You idiots, what the hell are you afraid of? We just accidentally used magic off campus and lost control for a second, that's all. Kusanagi just happened to stand right in the line of fire, simple as that." But just as he was gloating, a low voice suddenly echoed from the smoke. "You guys crossed the line." This startled Jun, causing him to whip his head around. A figure slowly emerged from the hazy smoke. Minato stood there completely unharmed, glaring at the brat in front of him. He spoke in a cold tone, "I thought you guys were just kids, so I was going to let it slide. I guess stupidity really does carry a death sentence. It's time I taught you guys a lesson." Seeing this, Jun's face instantly twisted in shock. He panicked and cried out, "You're still alive? How are you still alive after taking all that magic?" Even Yuika, standing behind him, was just as shocked, completely frozen. Minato didn't bother explaining anything to them, coldly saying, "It's one thing to come after me, but did you really have to drag Yuika into this too? You're rotten to the core, kid." Biting his lip in frustration, Jun screamed defiantly, "You two are the ones at fault here. How dare you make a fool out of me? We'll keep attacking until both of you are nothing but dust and bones." As soon as he finished speaking, magic flared in his hand again. Minato didn't panic, calmly snapping his fingers. He only summoned a tiny amount of magic. Seeing the miniature magic circle in front of him, Jun laughed mockingly. "Haha, what kind of weak magic is that? You're dead meat this time." Instantly, they launched another barrage at Minato. Minato, however, remained completely calm, muttering, "Mana drain." As soon as the words left his mouth, vines appeared out of nowhere. They were magical vines. Slithering through the air like pythons, they shot straight toward Jun and his bratty friends. Without hesitation, the vines wrapped tightly around them, making them scream in panic. "What the hell is this? Let me go!" But before long, they deflated like popped balloons, sinking to the ground without a single drop of energy left. Seeing this, Minato retracted his vines. Without the vines holding them up, Jun and his crew collapsed face first onto the ground. Minato was a bit surprised. He had only drained a tiny bit of their mana, and they were already completely wiped out? Well, this should be enough to teach them a lesson. Witnessing this, Yuika was even more shocked. What kind of magic was that? What just happened? Why did Jun and those other guys pass out? While she was trying to process it, Minato grabbed his bag and got ready to leave. Seeing this, Yuika quickly called out to stop him. "Hey, wait a minute." She immediately bombarded Minato with questions. "What was that magic? What just happened? There's no way you should be able to use magic that well." Yuika kept badgering Minato with questions, making it feel like an interrogation, which Minato found incredibly annoying. He snorted coldly. "Instead of interrogating me, shouldn't you be saying something else?" Yuika knew exactly what Minato meant. She stubbornly turned her head away. "I'll give you credit since you just saved me. Thank you. Okay, now answer me." But before she could even finish her sentence, the guy had already vanished without a trace. Yuika yelled in frustration, "Where did he disappear to this time? Seriously." By nightfall, Shibuya was looking pretty gloomy. A figure used magic to glide through the dark sky like the wind. He then quickly landed on top of a skyscraper in the city. This was none other than Minato. He had disguised himself, still wearing his signature hoodie. Minato used magic to scan the area, feeling a sense of unease. Just as he suspected, even though he had wiped out all the monsters earlier that afternoon, the place was crawling with monsters again. Is this a bad sign? If it were just Shibuya, Minato could handle it on his own. But he could also sense them in other areas. This is probably way too much for the police to handle. Even though the magic police aren't very competent, he couldn't possibly eliminate every single monster in Japan by himself. Minato realized he needed to come up with a solid plan. After thinking it over for a bit, Minato decided his first move should be clearing out the nearby monsters. He had to be extremely careful not to stand out. With his mind made up, Minato unleashed his magic, leaping down to start wiping out the beasts. Fierce beams of magic rained from the sky, dropping the beasts like flies. Right at that moment, a drunk guy was stumbling down the street below. Completely oblivious to the danger, a beast crept up right behind him. In a flash, it lunged to attack the helpless man. At the absolute last second, Minato appeared out of nowhere and sliced it down, moving as fast as the wind. Feeling a sudden breeze brush past him, the drunk guy spun around, but there was absolutely no one there. He figured he was just seeing things, but in reality, Minato had already darted out of sight. The drunk guy just went on his way home. Once Minato made sure he was safe, he finally left. But what Minato didn't realize was that someone far away had filmed the entire thing. The guy posted the video on social media, wearing a smug grin. If this doesn't go viral, I don't know what will. The next morning, inside the principal's office at the Magic Academy, another teacher was also present. He looked at the students gathered before him and spoke in a serious tone. We received reports that some students were seen using magic outside of school grounds. If this is true, the academy will have no choice but to suspend those students. The students they were referring to were Minato and Yuika. Jun and his crew had also been called in, so the second Jun heard this, he immediately tried to shift the blame. What do you mean, sir? We didn't use any magic. Kusanagi was the one who came looking for a fight. Minato was completely speechless at how shameless this guy was. The guy didn't even blink while lying. Unbelievable. Minato knew he couldn't stay silent anymore. Even though he was dragged into this mess, he still had to set the record straight. But before Minato could even say a word, a loud shout rang out. That's a lie. It startled both him and Jun's crew. The one who spoke up was none other than Yuika. She pointed her finger directly at Jun, calling him out. Kusanagi was being bullied by Tadano and his friends. Tadano's side was the one that used magic first. Hearing this, the teacher frowned and asked, "Does that mean Kusanagi used magic as well?" Yuika fired back defensively. That was purely self-defense. He didn't do anything wrong. Minato was a bit surprised. This girl actually had a strong sense of justice, and she wasn't lying about a single thing. But Jun's face was thicker than a concrete road. Even after being called out, he still stubbornly denied it. We didn't do anything wrong either. This only made Yuika more furious, and she snapped, "Just shut your mouth. What kind of person bullies someone and then blames them for everything? Do you have no shame at all?" Jun got chewed out, but he still tried to argue back. "It's all Kusanagi's fault. He doesn't belong here. I was just cleaning up the trash." Yuika glared at him, her face filled with disgust. "You're the one who doesn't belong here." Refusing to back down, Jun shot back. "I'm at the top of the class. I'm the only one who can stand on equal footing with you, not some pathetic loser like Kusanagi." Yuika couldn't stand his nonsense and barked, "You're talking absolute garbage." Still refusing to give in, Jun took a step closer to Yuika and said with absolute confidence, "Open your eyes. Stop defending that loser. Look at me instead, and become my girl." He said this with eyes full of sincerity, but unfortunately for him, Yuika didn't care about his feelings at all. She let out a cold scoff and said dismissively, "Keep dreaming, kid." In an instant, Jun froze up as if he had been tossed into an ice bath, and she wasn't done yet. Yuika went on to list all the reasons she was rejecting him, calling him a violent bully, which pissed him off so much he practically fainted on the spot. Watching this play out, Minato couldn't help but feel a bit bad. Even though he knew Jun had it coming, that was still pretty brutal. Just then, the principal spoke up. It seems this was the fault of Tadano and his friends, and Kusanagi was merely defending himself. "We do not tolerate those who use magic to settle personal grudges. You're all expelled." Hearing this, Jun's two lackeys panicked and pleaded, "No, please. We were just following Jun's orders." The principal didn't want to hear it, and dismissed Minato and Yuika back to class. The two immediately agreed and left the office. Even after stepping out of the room, Yuika's anger hadn't faded as she grumbled, "Ugh, that guy. It's been a long time since anyone made me this mad. Walking beside her, Minato asked curiously, "So, what happens to them now that they've been expelled?" Yuika pouted slightly and said in a careless tone, "Well, they won't be able to become mages anymore. That's pretty obvious." With that, Yuika suddenly turned to glare at Minato and snapped, "And you need to start standing up for yourself." Minato felt a bit helpless. He was actually planning to speak up, but she had already done it for him. Seeing him remain silent, Yuika suddenly looked a bit flustered. Minato furrowed his brows and thought for a long moment before quietly asking, "Come to think of it, how many times have you tried to save me now?" Back in class, when Minato got dragged into a fight, Yuika had stepped up to help, and now, she even stood up to testify for him. Thinking about this, Minato gave her a warm smile. "You're really kind, you know?" Minato's words make Yuika's face turn completely red with embarrassment. Flustered, she quickly runs off, yelling, "Shut up! I'm leaving!" Minato watches her walk away, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "How cute." Right then, he remembers something important. Kusanagi Minato is already dead. And he, Ichikami Minato, is the one who has reincarnated into this body. Was that poor kid really bullied to death? Well, officially, it was just a typical car accident. Minato doesn't know the full truth, but those bullies are definitely guilty, and he hopes they'll get what they deserve. At that very moment, two students walk into the principal's office, accompanied by the clear, sweet voice of a young girl. So, a student used magic outside of school grounds, and several others got caught in the crossfire? The principal nods gently and replies, "Yes, but fortunately, no civilians were harmed." Hearing this, the girl asks in confusion, "Then why did you call me here, sir?" The principal calmly answers, "The student caught in the crossfire was Mizuha Yuika." This makes the girl freeze in shock. After a brief pause, she speaks up, "I see. Thank you for telling me." With that, she turns to leave. The principal doesn't stop her, casually adding, "Give your father my regards, will you?" Without even turning back, she calmly replies, "Don't worry, principal. My father will keep funding the school." The two of them quickly walk out into the hallway. The boy walking beside her finally speaks up. If what the principal said is true, then this Kusanagi guy must be insanely strong. The girl mumbles in a low voice. Taking on multiple mages at the same time is almost impossible. You can't win a fight like that unless there's an overwhelming difference in power. Do you think he's stronger than us? The two continue their conversation as they walk, while other students look back at them with admiration as they pass by the classrooms. But they couldn't care less. Right now, the girl's tone has turned dead serious. "First, we need to confirm something, and that's the true ability of this student, Kusanagi Minato. Only then will I decide whether to pull my little sister out of this school." This girl is actually Yuika Mizuha's older sister, a third-year S-class student. The boy beside her is Katsuragi Ryuji, who is also an S-class third year. Hearing her words, he smiles and nods. Sounds like a plan. Back in the classroom, Minato is slumped over his desk, sighing endlessly. Now that everything has finally settled down, he has completely lost his motivation. Just then, the excited chatter of some nearby students catches his attention. "Look at that. That is so cool. Is he a dark mage?" "I know him." Minato frowns slightly, wondering, is a dark mage really that prestigious? But then again, it has absolutely nothing to do with him anyway. He lets out another depressed sigh. But while Minato is busy moping, the teacher walks in from outside and calls out, "Hey, Kusanagi!" And just like that, Minato and a few other students are led by the instructor to the testing room. The students who missed the previous assessment are about to be tested now. Yuika is there as well, narrowing her eyes as she stares at Minato. This time, she is determined to find out his true strength. But suddenly, her eyes widen in absolute shock. Right there in the room, she sees Ruka and Ryuji standing together. A look of worry flashes across Yuika's face as she thinks, "Why is my sister here?" Regardless, the test begins. After a while, it is finally Minato's turn. Standing hesitantly in front of the magic measurement device, Minato frowns, deep in thought. "Last time, I literally blew up the entire machine. So I'd better hold back a bit this time." With that in mind, Minato summons only a tiny speck of mana into his palm before placing his hand on the device. Trying to suppress his magic to the absolute lowest level makes him break out in a cold sweat. The numbers on the magic scale rapidly climb. Soon after, Minato lets go of the device, leaning forward with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. The instructor asks with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Minato simply shakes his head, signaling that he is fine. The instructor glances up at the final reading on the screen and hesitates before announcing, "Well, looks like we have the final result. Kusanagi Minato's attribute is none." Hearing this, Yuika's eyes fill with absolute disbelief. Ruka and Ryuji, on the other hand, don't look surprised at all. They seem convinced that Minato really isn't anything special. But the real shocker comes next, when Minato's mana capacity registers at a mere 100. Instantly, the students in the room break into loud whispers. That has got to be the lowest score in our entire class. But hey, having no attribute is pretty rare, right? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Ryuji can't help but let out a disappointed sigh. Ruka, losing her patience, immediately turns to leave, saying, "Let's go, we're done here." As the two of them quickly walk away, the room erupts into mocking laughter. A simple reevaluation got him completely exhausted like that? Well, what do you expect from someone with trash-tier mana? Fearing that Minato might be discouraged, the instructor walks over and pats his shoulder comfortingly. "Don't let it get to you, Kusanagi. Your raw mana pool doesn't define who you are, but the only person in the room who doesn't buy this result for a second is Yuika. Something's not right. Minato easily took down a demon soldier on his own. He should at least be able to use both fire and null magic. She has never even heard of anyone being able to manually suppress and adjust their own output of mana. Just what on earth did Minato pull off back there?" Unlike the rest of the shocked crowd, Minato is actually thrilled. A perfect result. Everything went exactly according to plan. All he had to do was perfectly control a precise amount of mana, and he nailed it. "Man, I am so exhausted I can barely breathe. Luckily, I managed to fool everyone without a hitch." A little while later, out in the hallway, Minato was walking side by side with Yuika. Walking beside her, he asked, "So, you were at the evaluation too?" Yuika Mizuha nodded slightly and replied, "I was just a little curious." But before long, someone blocked their path. It was Ruka and Ryuji. Not recognizing them, a confused Minato muttered, "Who are you two?" Ruka immediately introduced herself. "I am the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family, and this is Ryuji Katsuragi. We are both third years." Minato frowned in confusion and hesitantly asked, "Okay, so what do you guys want?" Ruka scoffed coldly. "I have absolutely no interest in you anymore." With that, she stepped forward. Seeing her, Yuika instantly grew anxious, her body shivering instinctively. In no time, Ruka stood right in front of Yuika and said coldly, "Looks like you are nothing compared to those rule breakers, are you?" Yuika looked down, not daring to face her sister, but Ruka was not about to let her off that easily. She pushed further. "I also heard you were saved by some guy whose magic power barely reached 100. Is that actually true?" Yuika hesitated, and after a long silence, she whispered, "Yes, that is true." Hearing her confirm it, Ruka immediately snapped, "Drop out of school, Yuika." Refusing to back down, Yuika asked defiantly, "Why on earth should I do that?" With a cold scoff, Ruka replied, "Have you ever beaten me? Even once?" Yuika froze upon hearing those words. Ruka was right. Whether it was academics, sports, martial arts, or even using magic, Yuika had never once surpassed her sister. Ruka stepped closer, cornering Yuika as she said sternly, "You are not cut out to be a mage. One of us is enough, and that is me." Hearing this, Yuika's face grew increasingly pale. She wanted to fight back, but she could not find her voice. Ruka refused to let up, demanding, "All you need to do is listen to me. Drop out of here and just find some random school to go to." Yuika trembled, her eyes welling with tears. She desperately wanted to refuse, but she just did not have the courage. When Yuika did not answer, Ruka pressed on. "Do you understand me?" Yuika clenched her fists tightly, completely torn inside. Eventually, she was about to give up and agree. But before she could speak, Minato cut in. "Don't you think you are being a bit too rude?" Ruka glared at him, her voice dropping to a cold whisper. "What did you just say?" Undeterred, Minato calmly replied, "You just keep talking without caring about what she has to say." "If that is not rude, I don't know what is." Ruka scoffed coldly. "This is a private family matter. An outsider like you has no business sticking your nose into it." Minato smirked and retorted, "And you call that a conversation? Sounds more like you are just barking orders at your sister." That pushed Ruka over the edge. She snapped furiously. "What did you just say? You little brat?" Minato calmly met her gaze and said casually, "Forcing someone to do something against their will is the ultimate taboo. It is basically the same as telling them to give up on their dreams. Ruka still did not see anything wrong with her behavior. She scoffed, "My sister does not have what it takes to be a mage. She has never beaten me, not even once." Standing off to the side, Yuika looked completely devastated. Just like Ruka said, she really was nothing. She had spent so long deluding herself into thinking she was a genius who had what it took, when in reality, she had never bested her sister even once. But just as Yuika was sinking into despair, Minato spoke up with absolute confidence. "Actually, she can beat you." His words caught Ruka completely off guard. She stared at him in sheer disbelief. Unable to believe her ears, Ruka frowned and muttered, "Beat me?" Chuckling softly, Minato casually added, "Of course, she can't right now." Ruka rolled her eyes and sneered. "At least, you are realistic. Then how about a 2-on-2 mock battle in 2 weeks? Hearing this, Minato could not help but ask in confusion. "A 2-on-2? Thinking he was chicken, Ruka sneered. "You were talking so big a minute ago, and now you are running away with your tail between your legs?" Minato scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't be ridiculous. I am in, senior. Now, what about you?" He glanced at Yuika, who was standing beside him. Stunned by the sudden proposal, Yuika hesitated, unable to find the words to answer. Her mind was a chaotic mess, torn between giving up on her dream entirely or standing up to fight just this once. After a tense silence, she finally made up her mind. She declared fiercely, "I am in too." Minato smiled with satisfaction. Then it settled. He glanced at Ruka and smirked. "If we win, you never bring this up again." Ruka casually agreed, raising the stakes. "But if we win, Yuika packs her bags and leaves. I won't be holding back. You two better get ready for a harsh reality check." With that, she turned and walked away. Ryuji quickly followed her, but not before giving them a friendly wave goodbye. A short while later, Minato and Yuika found themselves up on the academy rooftop. Yuika suddenly spoke up. "Kusanagi, I want to ask you a favor. Please teach me magic." Hearing this, Minato let out a sigh of relief. He had been wondering why he was suddenly called up to the rooftop. Lost in thought, Minato slowly began to speak. "I am just a weak mage with a mana level of barely 100. Are you sure you want someone like me tutoring you?" Dua nodded with absolute determination. "I know you are hiding your true power. You are definitely way stronger than me." Minato was a bit surprised to hear this, but she kept going. "You must know some way to get stronger, which is why you said I could beat my sister, right?" Minato sighed helplessly. Why did everyone in this world love to jump to conclusions? That was exactly why he had offered to have a practice match in the first place, but there was no way he could just say that out loud. Seeing him stay silent, Dua immediately bowed her head and pleaded, "Please." With no other choice, Minato could only give in. All right. In an instant, Dua cheered happily. "Are you serious?" Minato nodded gently and gave her some ground rules. "But you have to do exactly what I say, and absolutely no quitting halfway through." Dua agreed without a second thought. "Yes, of course, I promise." Looking at her reaction, Minato could not help but smile. Who could say no to a face like that anyway? Besides, he needed to prepare himself from now on. Teaching a modern mage should not be too hard, right? With that thought, Minato spoke up. "All right, then we start today." As for where we will train, before he could even finish his sentence, Dua shyly suggested, "How about we go to my place?" And so, that afternoon, Dua brought Minato to her home, which turned out to be a massive villa. As soon as they arrived, Minato could not help but gasp. "This place is huge." Dua did not think much of it, casually replying, "Well, my dad is a noble mage, so this is pretty normal for us." But thinking about it, this was actually the very first time she had ever invited a boy over. Would Minato find it weird that she brought him here? It was not like she had any weird intentions or anything, but the more she thought about it, the more flustered she got, until she could not even look Minato in the eye. Right then, Minato spoke up. "Let's get started, Dua." Hearing him use her first name, Dua immediately panicked and stammered, Why are you calling me by my first name?" Minato saw no issue with it and casually replied, "Well, your older sister is Mizuha, too. If I don't call you Dua, how am I supposed to tell you two apart?" Hearing that, Dua realized she had been overthinking things. Seeing her reaction, Minato asked, "If you don't like it, what do you want me to call you?" Dua shook her head slightly and replied, "No, it's fine. Just call me Dua." Seeing that they were good to go, Minato said, "All right, let's begin. First, Let me ask you, what exactly is mana? Hearing the question, Dua confidently replied, That's easy. It's the energy inside our bodies, which serves as the foundation to create magic. Without saying whether she was right or wrong, Minato pressed on. And what about incantations? Dua calmly answered. They are like a program that helps convert mana into magic. Minato asked yet another question. Then can we increase our total mana? Dua shook her head confidently. No way. A mage's maximum mana is predetermined at birth. Once we reach a certain age, our mana capacity stops growing entirely. Having finished her answers, she grinned proudly and said, Hee hee, what do you think? My answers were perfect, right? Every single one of them was dead wrong. Minato huffed coldly. Dua was instantly stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Minato let out a helpless sigh. How can a modern mage be this clueless? What on earth happened over the last 50 years? Left with no choice, he patiently began to explain. First of all, mana doesn't just exist inside our bodies. It is all around us. Incantations are simply tools to assist your magic, and it is absolutely possible to actively increase your mana capacity. Hearing this, Dua cried out in shock. That's impossible. If that were true, wouldn't it mean magic academies are completely useless? Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied coldly, I don't need you to believe me right now. I am just going to teach you about those 3 things I just mentioned. Now, sit down. Dua obediently sat cross-legged on the ground. Minato casually instructed, I am going to channel some mana into you. Let me know the moment you feel it. Dua asked doubtfully, Can you actually sense mana? Minato replied flatly, If you can't do that, you'll never get strong. Now close your eyes. Here we go. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato placed his hand on Dua's back and began channeling mana into her body. However, she still didn't react. So Minato increased the flow of mana. Just as he thought she still couldn't feel anything, Dua suddenly cried out, Whoa, my back is getting really warm. I feel something. Hearing her, Minato pulled his hand back and sighed. That was just a basic test of your mana detection. Dua stared at him, murmuring in confusion. So, this is what you meant by sensing mana? Nodding casually, Minato said. Yeah. You have to remember this feeling. Once you can sense it, you'll be able to recognize and locate sources of mana in nature. Make that your goal. Dua winked and grinned. Hee hee, I'm a daughter of the Mizuha family too, you know? Just watch, I'll get the hang of this in no time. Minato rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, sure, but it literally took me pouring a mountain of mana into you just to get a reaction. It really seemed like Yua had absolutely no talent for magic. 1 week later, back at her mansion, just as Minato expected, Yua was screaming in pure frustration, I can't do her. Minato was at his wit's end too. It had been a whole week, and he had taught her so much, but she was just so slow to catch on. Still, the tournament was right around the corner. Left with no other choice, he suggested. All right, let me transfer some of my mana to you one more time. With that, Minato placed his hand on Yua's back and channeled his mana into her body. A moment later, Minato said, All right, open your eyes. Yua did as she was told, slowly opening them, and her face immediately lit up with sheer shock. She gasped in excitement. I see it. So this is what mana feels like? Staring at the mana swirling around her hands, Yua was even more amazed. This is incredible. I can actually see it. But wait, if she could see mana now, she should be able to see Minato's too. She glanced over at him, but to her surprise, she couldn't see a single thing, leaving her completely baffled. Oblivious to her thoughts, Minato praised her. Good job. Yua smugly smiled and said, Piece of cake. Minato ignored her boasting and calmly replied, Now that you can feel mana, it's time to learn how to control it. He instructed her to cast magic using only the exact amount of mana needed, cutting out the fluff to focus entirely on efficiency, pushing her mana to its absolute limit. He explained that once her mana depleted and recovered, her overall capacity would increase. Minato also let her know that now that she could feel her mana, she could maximize her reserve. The more Yua listened, the more stunned she became. Seeing her reaction, Minato sighed and asked, Is this different from the basics they teach you at school? You don't have to believe me if you don't want to. I believe you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Yua firmly cut in. I have absolutely no reason to doubt you anymore. A small smile tugged at his lips as Minato excitedly suggested, Then let's move on to the next phase. Take a few steps back. Yua, we're doing combat training. The moment he said it, He shrugged off his jacket and tossed it to the ground. Yua eagerly agreed, "Bring it on. I've been wanting to see what you can actually do anyway." Immediately, she summoned her magic, casting a Tier 1 water wave spell. A raging torrent of water surged violently toward Minato, but with a casual flick of his hand, a defensive barrier appeared, completely blocking the oncoming wave. Seeing this, Yua gasped in shock. He blocked it so easily. Minato spoke up in a calm, steady voice. "This is just a basic, Tier 1, non-elemental shield. If you can't even break this, you can forget about landing a scratch on me." Biting her lip in frustration, Yua cast another spell, launching rapid ice bullets straight at Minato, but he just stood there, letting his barrier effortlessly absorb the entire impact. Minato calmly advised her, "You need to keep moving while casting. Standing still in a fight against another mage is a death wish." Annoyed by his words, Yua fired off another spell, but before long, she completely ran out of mana and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Minato walked over and sat down beside her, sighing. "You're wasting way too much mana for no reason. If you can control your mana properly, you won't even need incantations. You can just cast spells instantly, as long as you have mana left. Watch this." Right after he spoke, Minato instantly cast a spell. A fireball shot out, hitting a nearby straw dummy, but it left the target completely unharmed. He explained, "This is how you cast your magic." Then, Minato channeled more mana into his palm. It was the same fireball spell, but this time, it was immensely more powerful, instantly incinerating the straw dummy. He turned to her and said, "And this is mine." Yua watched intently for a moment before asking in confusion, "Wait, is my mana being scattered?" Minato nodded slightly. "Exactly. You can cast spells completely chantless, as long as you can fine-tune your mana control." Yua furrowed her brows and muttered, "So basically, no more incantations?" "You could say that," Minato replied calmly. "But for now, you need to learn how to shorten your chants first. Once you master your mana, you won't need chants at all. Shortening your incantations gives you a massive advantage in actual combat. Plus, you won't waste energy chanting anymore." Yua frowned as she pieced it together. "So, it basically makes my magic much stronger." "Spot on." Minato nodded in agreement, then immediately challenged her. "All right, let's go again." Yua panicked. "Wait, already?" Minato winked and laughed. "Of course. Otherwise, what's the point of this? Train like your life depends on it." Hearing those words, Yua suddenly felt a deep sense of dread. A few hours later, Yua was completely exhausted, sprawled across the dirt. Standing beside her, Minato asked playfully, "Still breathing? From now on, this is all we're going to practice." That night, Minato took his usual walk around the city, heading to Harajuku this time. He released a pulse of mana to scan the area. Just as he suspected, this place was crawling with monsters too. Even though he had been wiping them out constantly, their numbers weren't going down at all. What on earth was going on? Just then, Minato sensed something. In the distance, a child was cornered against a wall by a magic beast. He rushed over immediately and killed the beast without a second thought. Minato glanced down at the kid and asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" But he didn't get any response. Suddenly, the kid raised a camera to snap a photo of him. Too bad Minato was one step ahead. With a quick flash of magic, he vanished into thin air. Once he was safe, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seriously, taking a photo of someone right in their face without even saying thank you? What is wrong with people these days? Note to self, get a mask next time. After that, he turned around and headed home. The next afternoon, right after school, Minato and Yuika headed back to the villa. The two of them got right back to training. As usual, Yuika was the first one to hit the dirt, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Standing beside her, Minato couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. There were only a few days left until the mock battle. She was definitely making progress, but she still couldn't compare to Ruka in any area. If things kept going like this, there was no way Yuika would stand a chance. Realizing this, he suddenly spoke up. "You know, sometimes giving up is also an option." Hearing this, Yuika lowered her head, but she quickly stood back up and muttered, "I've always been compared to my sister. I can't beat her at anything. I've already been forced to give up so much, but magic is the one thing I refuse to let go of." Minato narrowed his eyes at her and said without hesitation, "But at this rate, you're never going to win." Refusing to back down, Yuika demanded, "Then train me harder." Minato cracked a smile, raising an eyebrow. I won't go easy on you. Now you're talking, Yuika said excitedly. She wasn't about to give up. From that point on, Minato started teaching her a lot more. They sparred non-stop, only stopping when Yuika was completely out of breath. A few days later, Yuika could finally hold her ground for a long time. Minato smiled in satisfaction and said, "You passed." Yuika cheered happily, thrilled that she had finally done it. Minato praised her too. "Great job, Yuika." Getting praised made Yuika feel on top of the world. All her hard work had finally paid off. A few days later, the day of the exhibition match finally arrived. Minato and Yuika stood in front of the arena. But as soon as they walked in, they were stunned by the scene inside. The arena was absolutely packed with people. The moment the reporters spotted Yuika, they rushed over, shoving microphones in her face and firing questions at her. She froze in sheer panic, having absolutely no idea what was going on. Minato frowned slightly, thinking to himself that all this fuss was just for a match between students. It really showed how much weight a noble magic bloodline carried. Besides the reporters, there was a massive crowd of students watching. Taking in the scene, Minato couldn't help but say, "Don't you think this is a bit overkill? I get that magic battles are rare, but this feels like some major world event." But after he spoke, he didn't get any reply. He turned around only to find Yuika curled up, trembling in fear. Just then, an announcement boomed from across the arena. "Will both competitors please step up to the stage?" Yuika jumped up in startle and was about to bolt, but Minato could tell she was in a bad place and quickly called out to her. Heart pounding with anxiety, Yuika looked back, confused. "What is it?" Minato smiled at her, giving her a reassuring look. "You've got this." Yuika froze for a moment. Then, a smile broke across her face. Her usual confidence rushed back, and she said with determination, "You bet." With that, she turned and marched toward the arena, thinking to herself, Minato really is a mystery. His words echoed warmly in her heart. Before long, she was standing face to face with Ruka. Ruka narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "So, you didn't run away?" "Of course not," Yuika replied with confidence. Ruka let out a quiet scoff, her face full of disdain. "How pathetic. Did you honestly think you stood a chance against someone like me?" She raised an eyebrow, looking down on Yuika, as if the match was already won. But Yuika didn't back down for a second, shouting defiantly, "I'm going to win, no matter what." Hearing this, Ruka clicked her tongue in amusement. "Well, it seems you've made some progress over the last 2 weeks." Yuika didn't deny it. She knew exactly how powerful her sister was. The gap between them was massive, but she wasn't about to lose. Right at that moment, the announcer shouted, "Let the match begin." Instantly, both Mizuha sisters leaped into action. Yuika was the first to cast, shortening her incantation to conserve her mana. Meanwhile, Ruka wasn't just standing around. She quickly summoned her own magic. Watching from the sidelines, Minato couldn't help but analyze the situation. Ruka clearly knew the basics of a duel between two mages. On the other hand, Yuika was so nervous she forgot to move. She completely wasted the advantage of her quick casting. Just as Minato expected, Ruka closed the distance in a split second, appearing right in front of Yuika. Both of them unleashed Tier 1 water magic, and 2 massive waves clashed with a violent splash. However, because Yuika's mana was weaker, her wave was quickly overpowered and shattered. Ruka's wave rushed straight toward her, but somehow, Yuika managed to block it. Ruka gasped in shock. "Wait, you actually blocked that?" She was definitely getting stronger. Even Ruka couldn't help but admit, "You've actually gotten stronger in just 2 weeks." Hearing this, Yuika beamed with joy. It was the first time she had ever received a compliment from her sister. Seeing her reaction, Ruka frowned in annoyance. "What are you smiling for? Huh? It was just a simple comparison. Don't think I'm complimenting you." Saying this, Ruka's gaze became much sharper and more determined. She spoke in a cold tone. "Now, I'm taking my magic up a notch." Right after saying this, she summoned her water waves once again. Yuika didn't dare lower her guard, quickly casting her defensive magic. In the blink of an eye, level 2 water magic materialized. It danced wildly in the air, splitting into tiny water bubbles before fiercely rushing right at Yuika. Yuika couldn't hold her ground, and was sent flying by the bubbles, her body crashing down right at Minato's feet like a kite with its string cut. Glancing down at Yuika, Minato couldn't help but feel frustrated. When it came to chanting speed, her opponent was simply on a whole different level. While he was lost in thought, Ruka approached him from a distance and asked coldly, "A bit harsh, don't you think? Aren't you going to help her? You saved her back then, didn't you?" "No need," Minato replied without a second thought. His reply left Ruka utterly stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Just then, Yuika pushed herself up from the ground, though her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Ruka's jaw dropped even lower as she cried out in pure disbelief. "How is this possible? I hit you with level 2 magic. How are you still standing?" Biting her lip until it almost bled, Yuika said with fierce determination, "I will not lose. Magic is all I have left. Even if I lose everything else, I'm not giving up." Right as the words left her mouth, Yuika summoned her magic again. Ruka let out a cold snort and quickly cast her own magic to block. In an instant, 2 water attribute spells clashed fiercely. But before long, Yuika's strength began to fade. She kept desperately repeating, "I'm going to win. I won't give up," before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The outcome of the match was decided. Yuika had completely drained her mana. The victory went to Ruka. Yuika lay trembling on the cold ground, her hands clenched tightly into fists as she muttered in bitter frustration, "I couldn't do anything. Absolutely nothing." Minato let out a heavy sigh and walked over to help Yuika up. This was supposed to be a duel, testing their magic control, but ultimately, she lost because of her raw mana capacity. Just then, Ruka spoke up in a detached tone. "Do you see now? That girl has absolutely no talent. Kusanagi, I'm sure you think so too." Minato responded flatly, "You're right, she has no talent. Yuika is clumsy, a slow learner, utterly incompetent, and even worse in actual combat. But there's one thing I actually like about her. She's incredibly hardworking, practicing like an absolute idiot." Hearing his words, Yuika looked up at him in surprise. Ruka, however, just shrugged it off and scoffed, and look where that got her. But before she could finish, Minato cut her off coldly. "Yeah, she lost. But I happen to respect hardworking people like Yuika." His words touched Yuika so deeply that tears welled up in her eyes. This was the first time anyone had ever acknowledged her hard work. Minato ignored her reaction and kept going. "Yuika is my student. I don't appreciate you talking trash about her." Hearing this, Yuika got even more emotional, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Ruka let out another cold scoff, saying mockingly, "For someone with a measly mana level of 100, you're talking pretty big." Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato replied with pure confidence, "And that guy with 100 mana is going to kick your butt." Minato's words struck a nerve, and a look of pure annoyance flashed across Ruka's face. She spat back coldly, "You sure talk a big game. Whatever, I don't feel like wasting my energy on someone like you anyway." Ryuji immediately piped up with excitement, thrilled that it was finally his turn. As Ruka brushed past him, she ordered coldly, "Make it quick." Ryuji chuckled and nodded. "You don't have to tell me twice." Meanwhile, Minato carried the injured Yuika back to the benches. Placing her gently on a bench, he said calmly, "Keep your eyes on my match." Yuika nodded softly, signaling she understood. But right at that moment, she realized something strange. She wasn't in any pain, and all of her injuries had completely healed. Clueless about what was running through her head, Minato slowly made his way onto the arena. Even though he'd bragged earlier that 100 mana would be enough to take down Ryuji, the truth was, if he didn't give it his all, he stood absolutely zero chance of winning. He planned to cap his mana at exactly 100, using non-attributed, chantless magic. Since he wasn't going to set up any magic barriers, taking a single direct hit would probably take him out for good. The more he thought about it, the more thrilling it became. Seeing Minato step onto the arena, Ryuji called out with pure excitement, "Sorry, kid, but I'm not planning on holding back." Smirking slightly, Minato retorted, "Fair enough. In that case, I'll go easy on you." In an instant, the entire crowd erupted into a frenzy. Shouts echoed all around. "Hey Ryuji, don't go too crazy out there. Go easy on the kid." Up on the stage, Ryuji unleashed his mana. Minato estimated it to be somewhere around 8,000. For his past self, that would have been like a flea against an elephant, but right now, he was capping himself at a measly 100 mana. And with that, the second match between Minato and Ryuji officially kicked off. Ryuji grinned as he conjured his magic, calling out, "Don't take this personally, kid." He figured this single attack would be more than enough to test if Minato was really the one who took down those expelled students. Ryuji wanted to see if the guy could survive his full power strike. But before he could even unleash his move, a thin beam of mana shot forward, striking Ryuji right between the eyes. Minato scoffed in disdain, "Too slow. This display left the students in the stands completely dumbfounded. It hasn't even been 3 seconds, and it's already over? Because Ryuji was knocked unconscious, the victory went to Minato, just like that. Ruka rushed over to check on Ryuji, her heart pounding with shock. Did Minato really knock Ryuji out cold with just a single blow? She didn't even hear him chant a single spell. What on earth did he do? While Ruka was still lost in her thoughts, Minato's mocking voice reached her ears. I did exactly what you wanted, and kept it short and sweet. Seeing this from the sidelines, Yuika cheered excitedly. Awesome! He really took him down. Ruka glared at Minato, her voice cold as she said, It seems you actually have some talent. Minato brushed it off with a playful grin. As long as I'm better than you, can't you keep your mouth shut? Ruka snapped, gritting her teeth in anger. She then unleashed her full magical power. Minato estimated it was only about 10,000, but it was still much stronger than Ryuji's. As the tension grew between the two, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. A shocking turn of events after the second match. Contestant Kusanagi's fighting style has truly captured the audience's attention. The final match will be between Minato and Ruka. Everyone is eager to see who will emerge victorious. The moment the match was declared to start, Minato wasted no time and lunged straight toward Ruka. Ruka, standing opposite him, didn't panic. She calmly conjured her magic to counter. Meanwhile, Minato knew full well his current magical power was only around 100. So naturally, his spells wouldn't be very powerful. Because of this, unless he aimed directly at Ruka's forehead, he wouldn't be able to scratch her. Ruka also realized she shouldn't move around too much and decided to focus entirely on defense. Just as Minato expected, Ruka defended herself effortlessly. Standing completely still, she launched waves of water to attack him. A barrage of powerful, blade-like water jets surged toward him furiously. But what happened next left Ruka utterly shocked. Minato easily neutralized all of her magic, without a single hair on his head being harmed. Ruka's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He hadn't even used any magic just now. What on earth did this kid do? She wasn't the only one. The students in the stands were just as bewildered, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Shouldn't he have been blasted away by now? He didn't even get wet. What is going on? Yuika, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. She was simply trying to figure out what kind of technique Minato had used to pull this off. Furious that Minato had shut down her attack, Ruka was convinced he was hiding some sort of trick. Determined, she launched another assault. This time, Minato moved. It was like he was dancing through the air, effortlessly dodging the water waves Ruka fired at him. Seeing this, Ruka's pupils shrank in shock. She cried out in disbelief. You dodged all of my attacks without even using magic? Watching from the sidelines, Yuika couldn't help but furrow her brow. Usually, a mage would counter with another spell to neutralize the incoming attack. Everyone knows that if you can't do that, getting hurt is only a matter of time. A Tier 2 technique has a completely different scale and speed compared to Tier 1. There's no way someone like him could dodge all of that without getting a single scratch. Ruka was convinced Minato was just a fool playing with fire. Minato seemed to know exactly what she was thinking and couldn't help but chuckle. But it didn't matter. As long as he could sense magical power, dodging such weak attacks was child's play. Though, it did require a bit of nerve. Right then, Ruka began casting a Tier 3 water spell. In the blink of an eye, a massive wave shaped like an arrow materialized and lunged violently toward Minato. Seeing this, the crowd in the stands gasped in horror. A Tier 3 spell? If he gets hit by that, he'll be sent straight to the afterlife. With a loud boom, the water arrow exploded, sending water droplets bursting in all directions. Exhausted, Ruka slumped to the ground with a satisfied smile. How could anyone possibly block that? But right at that moment, a beam of magic shot from a distance, stopping right in the middle of her forehead. Looking up at the person who fired it, Ruka gasped in shock. No way. How is this possible? You're completely fine? How did you dodge it? Minato replied casually. I used a spell to absorb your magic and simply walked right through the center of the attack. The arena instantly fell dead silent. Ruka sat there frozen, unable to react for a long time. Just when Minato thought she wouldn't say a word, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed. Simply walked through it. So, that's how I lost? Of course, the outcome was crystal clear. The victory belonged to Minato. Yuika rushed over and asked, Are you okay? Minato nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. I won, by the way. Yuika smiled softly and nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. Seeing the two of them so happy, Ruka got up from the ground. She spoke coldly. As promised, I won't bring this up again. You can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh helplessly, still as proud as ever. I see. Thinking about it, he suddenly chuckled and teased. Yuika's injuries are actually pretty shallow. You went way too easy on her, sis. Man, if only our match was like that too. Hearing this, Ruka shouted back in protest. Yeah, dream on. Minato declined to comment, simply adding, Yuika has gotten way stronger in just 2 weeks, you know. You must have noticed it too, right? Stop coddling her so much. Yuika also promised with determination. I will definitely get stronger, so you don't have to worry about me anymore, sis. I promise. Ruka narrowed her eyes at the two of them, hesitating for a long moment before nodding. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks to this fight, the Mizuha sisters had grown much closer. Watching them, Minato couldn't help but feel a warm sense of relief. But right at that moment, dark clouds suddenly rolled in across the sky, bringing a terrifying aura that caught Minato completely off guard. He quickly looked up at the sky, his expression instantly turning serious. Could this abnormal magical energy be a calamity? Ruka and Yuika also sensed it, their faces instantly losing all color. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Jun's gang was rummaging through Minato's desk, throwing his belongings all over the floor. After searching for a while and finding nothing, one of Jun's lackeys grumbled in frustration. He's only got notebooks and textbooks here. This guy is a total goody-two-shoes, man. Gritting his teeth aggressively, Jun bit his lip and snarled. There has to be something. Otherwise, how could he use that kind of magic? But right then, one of his lackeys spotted something and gasped in shock. What the hell is that? Thinking they had finally found something, Jun quickly looked over. However, what lay before him left him completely paralyzed with fear. The sky outside was dyed a terrifying blood-red color, instantly throwing the three of them into a panic. As if realizing something, one of the lackeys shrieked in horror. It's a calamity! How on earth is there a calamity here? Outside the arena, the reporters and students were in utter chaos. No one could have predicted that a calamity would strike the Magic Academy. Minato's face darkened. Why would a calamity happen right now of all times? Don't tell me this is connected to the Shinjuku incident. The first calamity also happened in Shinjuku. Is this a mere coincidence, or is someone pulling the strings? As he was lost in thought, magical beasts began emerging from a rift in space. Terrified at the sight, the students scattered in panic. The instructor, who was also there, desperately tried to calm them down. But in a situation like this, who could possibly stay calm? Right then, a powerful blast of magic shot out, obliterating the beasts that were lunging at the students. The one who fired it was none other than Minato. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Calm down." His voice instantly silenced the crowd. Though still terrified, they stopped running and stood frozen in place. Satisfied with this, Minato swept his gaze over the crowd and instructed them, in the early stages of a calamity, only low-level monsters will appear. It's best if you all evacuate to the gymnasium. Turning to Ruka and the others, he suggested, you guys should head there too. Hearing this, they cried out in surprise, what the hell do you think you're doing, Kusanagi? Minato replied calmly, I need to rescue the people trapped inside the buildings first. The instructor looked at him in disbelief and said anxiously, are you going alone? You're being way too reckless. Ryuji quickly stepped up. I'm going too. With the two of us, we should be fine, right, sir? Seeing the instructor hesitate, Ryuji raised an eyebrow and continued. You've seen what this kid can do, haven't you? The instructor wavered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. All right, but don't overdo it, okay? Ryuji chuckled, like I'd die that easily. He then glanced over at Minato. Minato didn't say a word, only offering a casual shrug. Minato then looked over at Yuika and said, well, I'm off. Concern filled Yuika's eyes as she whispered, please be careful. Meanwhile, Ryuji called out, I'm heading out first, kid. Ryuji was currently running at 10 meters per second, eager to see if Minato could keep up. But Ryuji had overthought it. Minato instantly cast a spell and dashed forward. He zipped past Ryuji like lightning, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. I'll go ahead, senior. Ryuji's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he grumbled, what kind of crazy speed is that? Hey, wait up. He quickly sprinted after him, but speed alone wouldn't cut it. He was going to closely observe every single detail of the kid's real abilities while saving people along the way. Minato couldn't care less about Ryuji. As he moved, he used his magical energy to scan the entire academy grounds. There were 58 magic users detected inside the building, but since some might have lost their ability to cast spells, he would have to thoroughly check every single floor. By now, magical beasts had flooded the academy building, trapping several students inside their classrooms. Leaping in through a window, Minato took in the scene and immediately unleashed his magic to wipe out the beasts without a moment's hesitation. His magic was incredibly powerful, and everywhere his magic swept, the beasts fell dead. While Minato was focused on clearing the beasts inside the classroom, one of them suddenly lunged from the side, aiming for a blindside attack. It is like Minato has eyes in the back of his head. With just a casual release of his magic power, he completely shreds the beast to pieces. A moment later, Ryuji rushes over, asking in a panic, "Hey, is everyone okay?" But by then, Minato has already wiped out every single beast. The room is piled high with beast carcasses. Walking right past him, Minato says coldly, "I am leaving the evacuation of the trapped students to you." Ryuji panics and hurriedly shouts, "Hey, wait up! Going alone is way too dangerous." But by then, there is no one left. He grumbles in frustration. Where did he go? How is he so fast? Ryuji can only assume Minato sees him as dead weight. And honestly, he cannot even argue with that. And maybe he actually is. After all, the kid took down those beasts in less than a second. Who on earth is this kid anyway? Minato has no idea what is going through Ryuji's head right now. He is just sprinting ahead at full speed. If they were outside, he could just blow them away with a magic bullet in a single shot. But in these tight, enclosed spaces, he might accidentally hurt innocent people. So, he has no choice but to repeatedly use low-level magic to take them down one by one. But that is more than enough. Minato easily takes down the beasts using only basic spells, saving countless lives along the way. While constantly escorting the rescued students to the gymnasium himself would take too much time, he fortunately has someone else to clean up after him. Ryuji has been one step behind this whole time. But right now, he is outside, fighting off beasts and yelling at the top of his lungs. "I will hold off these beasts. Everyone, hurry up and get to the gymnasium." But just as Ryuji says this, a sudden scream catches him completely off guard. What is going on? When he looks around, he sees a group of students enveloped in a protective magic barrier, gently floating down to the ground. Ryuji frowns in stunned silence. What on earth is Minato doing? Just who exactly is this guy? Looking down from above, Minato smiles at Ryuji's reaction. Well, look at him, actually caring about his juniors. Everything should be fine now. But just then, Minato senses something. In a blind spot of the building, a female student is trembling in absolute terror. She is completely surrounded by beasts. Backed up against a wall, she can only cry out of sheer panic. Feeling utterly helpless, all she can do is scream for help, crying, "Somebody, please, save me." At that critical, life or death moment, a sudden flash of light streaks past, making her eyes widen in shock. She realizes that this light is exactly the same as before. She has been saved by this very power once before. While she is still trying to process what is happening, Minato drops down from the sky and asks with concern, "Are you okay?" Recognizing him, she stammers in confusion. "Kusanagi? Were you the one who saved me?" "Well, yeah." Minato nods gently as he reaches out to pull her to her feet. She quickly presses further. "That time during our practical exam. Was that you too?" Minato hesitates for a brief moment, before finally admitting, "Yeah. Some unexpected things happened back then." Hearing his confirmation, she bows deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for saving my life twice now." Minato shrugs it off with a casual smile, saying, "Do not worry about it. It was really no big deal." Standing face to face with the boy who saved her twice, she suddenly feels her heart skip a beat. Her cheeks instantly turn bright red. Right at that moment, Ryuji comes running up from below, shouting, "Who needs saving next?" Minato glances at the girl and instructs her, "Just follow him and you will make it to safety. I am heading out." She tries to call out to him, but he is already gone. Even Ryuji can only sigh helplessly. Not caring what either of them thinks, Minato keeps rushing upward. There is still a decent number of students surrounded. He cannot afford to wait for the police. He has to take action now. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, high-ranking officials have gathered in an emergency meeting due to the disaster at the Magic Academy. Sitting at the head of the table, the Prime Minister speaks with a grave expression. A major disaster has struck the Kamui Magic Academy. The officials in the room immediately begin to murmur in panic. How could such a horror happen to us? There has not been a single disaster recorded since the last one 50 years ago. What are we supposed to do now? The Prime Minister replies solemnly, "We are currently trying to contact the Magic Beast Response Division at the Metropolitan Police Department, as well as the Noble Mages. The Ground Self-Defense Force has also been put on high alert. The high-ranking officials protest in dissatisfaction, but the mages in the Self-Defense Force only specialize in handling natural disasters. None of them have any actual combat experience against magic beasts." The Prime Minister, of course, knows this all too well. This is the price they pay for living in peaceful comfort without ever worrying about a sudden disaster. Now, their only hope is to rely on the police force and the noble mages. The more he thinks about it, the tighter his fists clench. The disaster from 50 years ago is repeating itself once again. But Ichikami Minato is no longer with them. Who is going to save them now? Meanwhile, a police cruiser is speeding toward the Magic Academy. The female officer behind the wheel asks in disbelief, "Has a disaster really occurred?" A low, calm male voice replies, "Yeah, there is no mistake about it." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the female officer panicked and cried out, "But we have been at peace all these years. So this peace was only temporary?" Inspector Shido smiled and spoke, "But that is fine. After all, that is the reason we are here." The female officer driving was Sergeant Sanada Karin. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I will do my best, sir." Right after that, the two of them quickly rushed toward the scene. At the same time, a helicopter appeared in the sky above the Magic Academy. It was not a rescue team, but a news crew. They were reporting on the beast attack to the entire country. The reporters who were already inside the academy were also being evacuated to safety. They were broadcasting live, while the instructors and students capable of using magic were outside, trying their best to eliminate the low-level beasts. News of this disaster was a massive headline, and everyone in the country was glued to their screens. Everyone was filled with anxiety. The current situation was indeed looking extremely grim. The area surrounding the Magic Academy was also under attack by the beasts. Nearby residents were in a total panic, and the entire situation had completely spun out of the government's control. The entire nation of Japan had their eyes fixed on the Magic Academy. Everyone was anxiously waiting for news updates. Some were terrified because they lived nearby, while others feared that a catastrophe like the one 50 years ago was about to repeat itself. In short, the entirety of Japan was descending into absolute chaos. Back at the Magic Academy, Minato was tirelessly slaying the beasts to save people, but they kept flooding into the school in massive numbers. It was almost time for Stage 2 to begin. With each new stage, stronger monsters would emerge. What is worse, they would keep spawning no matter how many he killed. As long as the boss remained alive, the beasts would keep swarming the area. The boss would only show itself in the final stage. Minato had to hold out until then. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. A disaster like this was honestly such a pain. After rescuing some survivors from the monsters, Minato used his magic to teleport them downstairs. There were 20 people in total this time, scattered all over the place, making the rescue operation incredibly difficult. But Minato had no intention of giving up. He rushed back upstairs to keep going. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, Jun was struggling to fight off the beasts pouring in. However, his mana was running low, and he was soon gasping for breath. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "No way. I cannot keep this up." It was because they were being attacked not just by normal beasts, but by a demon soldier as well. Jun and his lackeys were utterly terrified, practically wetting themselves. Still refusing to accept reality, Jun screamed, "That bastard Kusanagi took it down in a single blow, so why can't I do the same?" Just as the words left his mouth, a mocking voice echoed from behind, "Because you are weak as hell." Jun's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even see who it was, a brilliant flame erupted, instantly turning the demon soldier to ash right before the terrified eyes of the three boys. Only then did Jun get a clear look at his savior, and it turned out to be the very last person he wanted to see, Minato. Without saying a word, Minato turned and began to leave. Jun bit his lip in frustration. Not again. He had been saved by him yet again. Unable to swallow his pride, he rushed after Minato and yelled, "Stop right there." Minato stopped in his tracks, and Jun demanded furiously, "Why did you save me? You are supposed to hate me. If so, then why?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied calmly, "No reason at all. I saved you because I could. That is it." Hearing those words, Jun's entire body trembled. He bit his lip and muttered, "You saved me just because you could? Is that all you have to say?" But Jun simply could not accept that answer, and he screamed in rage, Stop messing with me. You are nothing but a weak wimp. He argued that Minato did not even use proper magic, so how on earth did he get this strong so fast? Minato narrowed his eyes at Jun and said coldly, Minato Kusanagi died in that car accident. I am the one who reincarnated into his body. Jun refused to believe it and screamed, What? Can a person really get stronger after surviving a near-death experience? I am supposed to be stronger than you. So why? Why did I lose to a loser like you? Strong? Would a truly strong person ever pick on someone weaker than themselves? Minato let out a cold snort, narrowing his eyes as he said icily, And a weakling would never humiliate someone, even weaker. You have been consumed by your own arrogance, blindly believing that you are strong. Deep down, Jun did not even dare to think about fighting back against him anymore. With that, Minato walked away, leaving Jun standing there all alone. Before long, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He knew he was just running away from the truth that he had not gotten any stronger since middle school. Jun had just been taking out all of his frustration and anger on those weaker than him, and now, being saved by Minato, whom he had always looked down on as the weakest, was a reality he simply could not accept. Jun's two lackeys were also in an extremely awkward position, knowing that Minato had just saved their lives. They wanted to ask Jun what to do next, but he was in complete shambles. Tears streamed down his face non-stop, tears of bitter regret and deep humiliation. Minato, of course, had no idea how they were doing. He was still rushing upstairs, desperately slaying monsters to save lives. The higher he went, the stronger the monsters became. Demon soldiers started showing up, but Minato didn't panic for a second. He calmly launched a magic attack at one, though it managed to dodge his first strike. Minato wasn't about to stop there. He unleashed an even higher tier spell. With a massive boom, flames erupted instantly, burying the demon soldier in a sea of fire. Minato narrowed his eyes at the ashes in front of him, his face completely expressionless. He thought to himself, with the number of demon soldiers rising, it meant the boss would show up soon. With that in mind, Minato approached some students cowering in a corner to reassure them. Hey, calm down. Everything is going to be okay now. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ryuji was yelling in frustration. That little brat, how dare he dump all of this on me? Even though he was complaining, he didn't stop casting spells to blast the monsters away. There were just too many of them, and they wouldn't stop chasing the students. Ryuji did his best to protect the students behind him while keeping the monsters at bay. He glanced back at the students and said, I've got your backs. Just stay close and follow me. Seeing how cool he looked, the students were filled with sheer admiration. But despite his tough words, Ryuji was actually stressing out. With monsters absolutely everywhere, how on earth was he going to handle this? Just as panic was setting in, Minato dropped down from the sky and said calmly, Let me help you out. Ryuji jumped, completely startled by his sudden arrival. Geez, don't just pop out of thin air like that. Minato didn't even bother to respond, simply saying, Get ready to run the moment I clean these guys up. Ryuji hesitated, totally bewildered. Huh? But there are so many of them. How are you supposed to handle this alone? We should probably find another way. But before he could even finish his sentence, a brilliant blaze erupted, burying the horde of monsters in a sea of fire. And of course, the one behind it was Minato. This jaw-dropping sight left Ryuji and all the students completely stunned. Seeing their reaction, Minato snapped them out of it. What are you standing there for? Get moving! Ryuji snapped back to reality and quickly hurried the students away. As they ran, Ryuji couldn't help but look back over his shoulder, only to see Minato casually wave his hand, unleashing a burst of magic that wiped out every single monster chasing them. Ryuji was absolutely speechless. Man, this kid is unreal. Minato kept his focus on holding off the monsters. Once he finished off the crowd, he glanced around the empty area. Looks like everyone is safe. I should probably head back and double-check just to be sure. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, the instructor and a group of students with some magic ability were struggling to hold their ground. Yuika was there too, but she was running dangerously low on mana, swaying on her feet and about to collapse. Luckily, Ruka caught her just in time. Ruka said coldly, If you can't keep up, go back inside. You're only holding everyone back. Yuika immediately shook her head. I can still fight. We don't have time to rest right now. Ruka frowned, remaining silent. She wanted to argue, but she couldn't find the words. All she could do was watch helplessly, as Yuika forced herself to keep casting spells. Just then, Ryuji arrived with the rescued students. I brought back the ones who were trapped. The instructor nodded in relief. Great job, get them inside, immediately. Ryuji handed the students over to someone else, and ran over to the Mizuha sisters to ask how things were going. Ruka let out a weary sigh. We can't hold them off much longer. Yuika looked around anxiously. Where's Kusanagi? Ryuji chuckled and raised his eyebrows. That kid doesn't have a single scratch on him. He's alive and kicking, absolutely tearing things up out there. Really? Hearing this, Yuika finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ryuji didn't waste any time and started casting spells to help, but he couldn't stop hyping him up. Man, that Kusanagi kid is something else. With him on our side, getting through this disaster will be a breeze. Yuika nodded in agreement. I think so too, senior. With Kusanagi here, we can definitely. But before she could even finish her sentence, the ground violently shook, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. The instructor screamed, "Evacuate! Everyone, evacuate now!" Right in front of them was a massive horde of monsters, and they weren't just low-level ones, they were demon soldiers. Ryuji panicked instantly. There are too many of them. We need to get out of here right now. Everyone turned and bolted. Ryuji and the Mizuha sisters were no exception. They stood absolutely no chance against a horde of that size. But they hadn't run far. When Yuika sensed something and glanced back, the monsters behind them were being decimated by magic, their blood raining down in torrents. The three of them stopped dead in their tracks, utterly stunned. Without them even realizing it, the magic police had finally arrived. Leading the charge was Inspector Shogo, who quickly barked out an urgent order to wipe those monsters out and make the students' safety their absolute priority. Instantly, the other officers launched their attack on the beasts right in front of them. Seeing this, the students in the back finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. Shogo shouted to reassure them while slaying the monsters. Don't worry, kids. We're going to get you out of here. Evacuate immediately according to instructions. But Yuika spoke up, offering, We can help you guys fight. Shogo looked at her in surprise and said firmly, You're civilians. You need to get to the gymnasium right now. Before Yuika could even reply, Ruka cut in quickly. We aren't ordinary civilians, we're mages. Shogo hesitated for a moment, before finally nodding. All right, fine. Just cover us by attacking from the perimeter. Honestly, they were so short-handed that he had no choice but to rely on their help. It was painful to see how pathetic the police force had become. Meanwhile, Karin had already started healing the injured students. Elsewhere, up on the roof of the academy building, Minato spotted the police cars arriving. He let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, Finally, the police are here. I'll leave the rest to them. Though, it seems they got here even faster than the self-defense forces. After all, this is a national-level disaster. How could a whole country be this unprepared? Then again, maybe it's not that surprising. This country has been resting on its laurels for way too long. For now, he just had to do what he could and make sure no other students were still trapped inside. Meanwhile, up in a helicopter hovering above, a news reporter had a bird's-eye view of the entire chaotic scene and began broadcasting the live situation. The police have arrived on the scene, but there's still no sign of the monster horde slowing down. The entire nation is desperately waiting for the noble mages to show up. Crises like this require their power, and everyone is counting on them to save the day. Citizens everywhere are holding on to the hope that the noble mages will arrive any second now. Looking straight into the camera, the reporter pleaded on live television, Please, noble mages, we need you. Save us. But back in the mansion of the Fuka family head, upon hearing his butler's report, the old man merely sneered and said coldly, Let them rot. The butler hesitated, asking, Are you absolutely sure, sir? The head of the Fuka clan snorted disdainfully. A minor disaster like this can be handled by the police. There's no need for a noble mage like me to lift a finger. With that, he turned to walk away. The butler watched him leave and asked in confusion, Where are you heading, sir? To sleep, the patriarch replied coldly. Knowing better than to argue, the butler bowed deeply. Sleep well, my lord. Back at the Magic Academy, Shogo was fighting with everything he had, but things were rapidly taking a turn for the worse. He glanced at his subordinate and barked, Can you clear the ones near the entrance? The officer shook his head helplessly. No can do, sir. There are just too many of them. Shogo's face grew incredibly grim. The monsters were multiplying way faster than he had anticipated, and they were running out of time to evacuate everyone. Their perimeter support was supposed to be their saving grace, but they still hadn't arrived. Their only hope now lay with the noble mages, but they couldn't even get through to them. Frustration boiling over, Shogo couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it. Where the hell are those lazy bastards when we actually need them? It was pathetic. Having to rely on mere academy students to fight their battles showed just how absolute garbage Japan's defenses had become. Shogo scowled deeply. He had read about events like this before. There was a damn good reason they called it a catastrophe. Did the people of Japan have to endure this in the past? And to make matters worse, if the boss monster showed up now, they'd be completely screwed. And as if on cue, his worst nightmare became reality. The ground trembled violently, sending a wave of panic through everyone. Shogo bit his lip in terror. No way. Is that demon general the boss? Yuika's expression turned pale. A high-tier monster like that should never be appearing in an area like this. Only a noble mage would ever stand a chance of defeating it. She knew they needed at least tier 5 magic to put it down, but none of them here were capable of casting spells of that caliber. As panic gripped the crowd, a massive blast of raging fire came hurtling toward them. Without a second thought, Ruka threw herself in front of Yuika. When Ruka collapsed right before her eyes, Yuika was struck with absolute horror, her eyes welling up with sheer panic. Ruka lay on the ground, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Looking up with what little strength she had left, she gasped, "Run, Yuika!" But Yuika remained frozen in place, her legs completely paralyzed with fear as the crowd around her fled in pure panic. Yuika clutched Ruka tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with desperate tears. Shogo and the magic police tried desperately to hold the line, but they were hopelessly outmatched. Ryuji was also completely exhausted, unable to take another step. Through the raging wall of fire, a towering shadow slowly emerged. As they laid eyes on it, a cold dread washed over everyone. They had no choice but to accept their grim fate. They were all going to die here. Still desperately clinging to Ruka, Yuika screamed out at the top of her lungs, "Kusanagi, please, save us, Kusanagi!" But the roaring flames only grew wilder, surging directly toward them. Growing even more desperate, Yuika screamed out, "Minato!" as the intense, scorching heat closed in on everyone. The monster was also about to charge, but right at that moment, it suddenly froze in its tracks. It saw something blocking its path. A massive surge of magic power descended from the sky, striking the beast. At the exact same time, a figure appeared right in front of Yuika. The newcomer was none other than Minato. With a serious look on his face, he said, "Sorry I'm late. Kept you waiting, didn't I?" Seeing him, Yuika was instantly overjoyed, but Ruka was in terrible shape, and tears began to stream down her face again. "Kusanagi, she's..." Minato walked over to check on her, and finally said, "She's going to be okay. She just passed out." With that, he placed his hand on her and began to heal her. Still anxious, Yuika silently bowed her head and waited while Minato continued to treat Ruka. After a long while, he grit his teeth and stood up. Startled, Yuika called out to him, but Minato just glanced back at her and spoke calmly, "I'll handle this, boss." Yuika was briefly stunned, but she quickly nodded and replied, "Okay." Immediately after, the entire area was shielded by a protective barrier. Yuika was utterly shocked. What is this? Even Ruka's wounds were healing at a rapid pace. The more Yuika watched, the more astonished she became. As for the other students, feeling this magic for the first time left them completely shocked. Stepping out from inside, Corinne's eyes widened at the sight. Is this a tier 3 holy healing spell? Even she couldn't use it, so who on earth could? She immediately ran over to Sugo and asked anxiously, "Senior, are you okay?" Sugo gently shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. I just pushed myself a little too hard." Corinne rushed to help him up, then scanned the area and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Sugo could only shake his head helplessly. "I'm not sure either, but we have to protect the citizens until our very last breath." Corinne couldn't help but feel shaken as she spoke up hesitantly. "But that's too dangerous. You could lose your life out there, Senior." Biting his lip hard, Sugo spoke with firm determination. "But if we don't do something, every single citizen here is going to die." Corinne knew he was right, but she still cried out anxiously, "This is simply impossible. In the end, everyone is going to. All of our forces have already fallen." Just as she said, a corner of the academy was now engulfed in a sea of flames, and the magic police had all been wiped out. Sugo bit his lip hard, his eyes burning with rage. Neither the defense force nor those noble mages have bothered to show up. There's absolutely nothing we can do anymore. The magic police force had completely given up. The battle against the magical beasts was only getting worse, as thick smoke and raging flames rose into the sky. The reporters at the scene were in a complete panic. This can't be. Is even the police force down? Is this really the end for us? The people watching the live broadcast were also gripped by fear. Everyone was on pins and needles, filled with dread. But at the scene, Minato walked toward the monster all by himself. Seeing this, Karen immediately cried out in shock. Look, there's a student walking straight toward the monsters. Is he trying to get himself killed? Sugo was just as alarmed, quickly shouting out at the top of his lungs. Hey, get out of there, quick! Unfortunately, Minato completely ignored him, and within seconds, he was standing face to face with the monster. Minato snorted coldly. You sure like running wild, don't you? The monster narrowed its eyes at him, its mouth muttering continuously. Kill, kill, that deep, terrifying growl echoed through the entire area, throwing the students into a panic. Even Sugo and Karen were utterly terrified. The pressure radiating from the beast struck absolute dread into everyone's hearts. Right at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion went off. Minato commanded coldly, "Shut your mouth." Hit by the attack, the monster threw its head back and roared in fury. Instantly, the low-tier magical beasts surged toward him. Minato frowned slightly and fell silent. When facing the world's worst calamity, he had gone all out, but this time, he had to hold back a bit to protect the people around him. While Minato was lost in thought, a massive surge of lightning magic rushed wildly toward him, completely engulfing him in a flash of thunderous light in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Sugo panicked. Is he dead? Everyone around stared intently, waiting to see if Minato had somehow survived. While everyone was still reeling in shock, a blinding burst of magic erupted, forcing them to shield their eyes. This magic came directly from Minato's hands. Sparks of power began to dance in the air, ruthlessly wiping out the magical beasts. Witnessing this, Sugo was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is that? Who is that kid anyway? And it wasn't just them. The reporters on site had also noticed Minato's presence, though they couldn't quite see his face. The cameraman tried to zoom in for a better look, but his camera was blocked by a burst of magic, ruining his plans. The one behind it was Yuika. Knowing how hard Minato was trying to hide his true power, she wanted to make sure he could fight without any distractions. Meanwhile, in the middle of the battlefield, dozens of magic beams shot from both of Minato's hands, dancing continuously through the air. Wherever the beams passed, the beasts collapsed. This sight left the inexperienced students completely spellbound. At the same time, in the midst of the battle, dozens of magic beams shooting from both of Minato's hands continued to dance wildly in the air. Wherever they swept through, the magical beasts fell, one by one. This sight left the naive students completely dumbfounded. No one could believe it as they cried out, "He's so freaking cool! Are we really going to be saved? He can actually do it!" But they did not have time to lose focus. Low-level magic beasts were still crawling everywhere, but thankfully, there were still people left who could use magic to take them down. Sugo blasted them away while shouting a frantic reminder, "There has to be something we can do! Cover him!" Minato, who was busy fighting the boss, could not help but smirk when he heard that. It seemed the cops of this era were not half bad. With that thought, he waved his hand, causing those magic beams to explode again. Absolutely furious, the boss quickly began summoning its own magic. Seeing this, Sugo cried out in sheer panic. 6th tier magic? That is almost on par with noble mages. There was no hope left. The spell the boss cast was a 6th tier magic called Fire Dragon's Roar, and thick smoke and flames erupted once again. The students froze in utter shock, while the reporters on the scene were filled with just as much despair. Sugo could only watch helplessly as the fire rushed toward them. It was so intense that it threatened to swallow everything in its path. It glowed with a terrifying blood-red hue. Completely hopeless, the students could only pray, and even Karen was reduced to begging the gods for a miracle. Sugo figured that no matter how strong Minato was, there was no way he could defeat that thing. Survival seemed utterly impossible. The only person who still believed in Minato was Yuka. She was absolutely sure he could do it. If it was Minato, he could definitely pull it off. He would survive and save every single one of them. Meanwhile, Minato was quietly sizing up the giant demon boss. It was massive, sure, but the bigger they are, the slower they move. And since this demon general was trying so hard to use 6th tier magic, holding back his own power would probably be useless, would it not? He really did not want to do this, but he had no choice. With that in mind, Minato stretched out his hands, summoning 2 different types of magic at the exact same time. In an instant, his mana erupted. Yuka stared blankly at the massive amount of magical energy dancing right before her eyes. Her eyes widened in shock, but more than that, she was overjoyed. Before everyone's astonished eyes, a giant serpent made of water magic materialized. Sugo grew even more bewildered. Was that combined magic? At that moment, the demon general's fire dragon charged forward aggressively. Minato's water serpent did not back down either, clashing head-on with the beast. With a deafening boom, the two powerful forces collided. They wrapped around each other, fire against water, locked in a fierce struggle. Below them, the demon general frantically cast more spells, mumbling unintelligible words under its breath. Slaughter. Humans. Die. Just then, the fire dragon grew even larger, charging forward with overwhelming power. Seeing this, Minato simply sneered. His giant water serpent lunged at the fire dragon and ripped it to shreds in the blink of an eye. But it was not done yet. The water serpent surged forward relentlessly, quickly reaching the demon general. The demon was completely swallowed by the raging waters, only able to mutter a desperate "why" before its demise. Minato watched it turn to dust without a hint of emotion on his face, letting out a cold snort. Because you are out of practice, that is why. Even so, Minato thought it might have put up a better fight, but it turned out to be much weaker than he expected. With the boss dead, the dark clouds cleared, and the sky above the Magic Academy turned bright again. Minato looked up at the sky and smiled. It seemed that with the boss gone, the calamity had vanished too. At the very least, he could finally enjoy some rare peace and quiet. Only then did the students finally snap out of it. They were saved. Instantly, the crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating their narrow escape from the jaws of death. Even the reporters on the scene were no exception, crying tears of sheer joy. Karin also let out a sigh of relief. They were safe, and the calamity was finally over. Meanwhile, Sugo was completely stunned. He could not believe a student like Minato could take down the demon general, something that even noble mages might struggle to defeat so cleanly and quickly. Who on earth was this kid? But before he could process his thoughts, his legs gave out, and he collapsed. Clicking his tongue, he realized even his knees had decided to go on strike. Over on his side, Minato walked up to Yuka and said with a smile, "I did it." Yuka looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. "You did. I knew you could do it. Thank you." "Minato, don't worry about it," Minato replied, shaking his head with a shrug and a smile. While the two were talking, the other students rushed over, giving Minato a sudden fright. Before he could even figure out what was happening, he was surrounded by a mob of students showering him with endless praise. Minato sighed helplessly. In the end, he could not escape the spotlight, and he could already see his future looking as gloomy as the sky from earlier. Seeing his reaction, Yuka could not help but laugh. "You look like you are really suffering." The next day, the media was flooded with news about the calamity at the Magic Academy, including how the disaster was resolved by a mysterious student. But everyone at the academy knew that the mysterious student was none other than Minato. After the disaster, the crowd around Minato grew bigger and bigger. Every time he showed up to class, people would swarm him, asking a million questions, which annoyed him to no end. Naturally, there were still those who refused to accept it and spoke up in protest. Looks like all that flattering has gone straight to his head. How could a mere student like him be that strong anyway? Just like that, the classroom erupted into a loud argument, splitting the students into two sides. One side supported Minato, while the other refused to believe a word. Taking advantage of the chaos, Minato quickly snuck out. He was honestly overwhelmed by all of them. Just then, Yuika popped up right next to him, teasingly saying, "Man, you've got it rough, don't you?" Minato let out a cold huff and replied, "Ugh, don't remind me." Giggling, Yuika casually kept teasing him, "Well, you are the hero who saved everyone, so I guess you just have to deal with it." Minato brushed her comment aside. Changing the subject, "You got transferred to Class S too, right?" She gave a quiet nod. Yuika nonchalantly replied, "Probably because of that mock battle back then and everything that just happened." Minato frowned slightly, asking curiously, "You don't seem very happy about it," he noted. Hearing this, Yuika quickly whipped her head away, pouting as she muttered, "I am. After all, someone is going to be there." Minato didn't overthink her words and moved on to his next question. "Now that I think about it, how is Ruka doing?" Yuika smiled and replied, "She is doing great. Plus, we've actually gotten a lot closer now." She was genuinely happy about how things turned out, and it's all thanks to you, Minato. With sparkling eyes, she looked at him and gave a sincere smile, saying, "Thank you so much. Meeting you here was the best thing that ever happened to me." Hearing this, Minato got embarrassed and gave her forehead a playful flick, leaving Yuika completely bewildered as she asked, "What was that for?" Minato pouted and grumbled, "Just say thank you once and be done with it. You talk too much." With that, he turned around and walked away. Yuika stared at his retreating back and smiled. It seemed the young girl's heart had officially skipped a beat. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office, all the high-ranking officials had gathered as the Prime Minister frantically made call after call. A moment later, he finally put the phone down and spoke. "With that, our emergency conference with other nations is officially concluded." One of the officials asked in concern, "Finding the cause behind the second disaster isn't going to be easy, is it, sir?" The Prime Minister nodded slightly and replied, "Everyone is doing their absolute best to find a solution. But more importantly, what about the rumors regarding the student who defeated that boss?" Just like that, they continued their intense discussion about the disaster and how Minato had managed to take down the demon general. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, Minato found himself summoned to the rooftop once again. This time, it was by Ruka, Ryuji, and even Yuika. The four of them stood there in silence, the tension hanging heavy in the air. After a long pause, Ruka finally spoke up. "Kusanagi, I have a favor to ask. Please, take me in as your student." As she made her plea, her eyes burned with absolute determination. A few days earlier, at the Mizuha family estate, Yuika and her sister were sitting outside. After a long, heavy silence, Ruka slowly began to speak. This recent disaster. Her sudden voice gave Yuika a slight start. Paying no mind to her sister's reaction, Ruka calmly continued, "It seems Kusanagi was the one who stopped the disaster this time, wasn't he?" Hearing his name, Yuika nodded in agreement. Yes, he actually defeated the demon general, using level 4 compound magic. Ruka stared at her in utter disbelief. She questioned her sister. "Did you say level 4 compound magic? That's a level of magic that even high-ranking mages can't pull off. Are you sure about this?" "It's true, sister," Yuika replied with a firm, unyielding nod. Seeing how serious her sister was, Ruka hesitated for a moment, before saying, "Well, if you say so, it must be true. My little Yuika would never lie to me, after all." Surprised, Yuika asked, "Why are you so sure I wouldn't lie?" Letting out a soft chuckle, Ruka casually replied, "Because you've always been an obedient girl, ever since you were little. And I always knew that a good girl like you could never end up as a useless mage. But I suppose I've been far too harsh on you." Hearing this, a wave of sadness washed over Yuika, but she immediately stood up. She confidently declared, "I promise I'll get stronger, so you never have to worry about me again. So please, just believe in me." Yuika's resolve was stronger than ever. Her sudden outburst left Ruka momentarily stunned, but she quickly broke into a warm smile. "You really have grown up, haven't you?" Hearing those words, Yuika's eyes lit up with joy, while Ruka fell silent. She was deep in thought about Minato. His strength was downright terrifying. It was far beyond anything a student should be capable of. Honestly, he might even be stronger than her own father. With that realization, Ruka looked up at Yuika and said, "Could you do me a favor?" Back in the present, Ruka waited anxiously for Minato's answer. She knew all too well that if things continued like this, she would peak as just another high-ranking mage. To truly break her limits, she needed Minato's guidance. Taking a deep breath, Ruka spoke with absolute sincerity. "I am truly sorry for how I insulted and looked down on you before. I sincerely apologize." She admitted she was fully aware of how selfish her request was. But even so, she was willing to swallow her pride and cast aside her dignity just to ask for his help. Her voice carried a desperate, pleading tone. She bowed her head, whispering, "Please, give me a chance." But before she could even finish her sentence, Minato bluntly cut her off. "Sure, why not?" The sudden agreement caught Ruka completely off guard. Minato repeated himself. "I said I'll take you on as my student." Still in disbelief, Ruka asked, "But why?" Now, it was Minato's turn to speak. He asked, completely baffled, "Wait, what? That is weird. You were the one who wanted this in the first place, weren't you?" Ruka quickly stammered, "Well, yes, that is true. But I have done so many horrible things to you." Shrugging indifferently, Minato casually replied, "Well, you already apologized, so I forgive you. Besides, you wanted me to accept your apology, right? That is all there is to it." Ruka was completely stunned. How could he give such a carefree answer? Right then, Ryuji chimed in eagerly. Hey, in that case, count me in too. Minato rolled his eyes and sighed. Fine, I guess tutoring 1 or 2 more people won't hurt. Seeing that Ruka was still dazed, Yuika explained, Don't worry, he's just always been like that. Ruka narrowed her eyes at Minato, thinking to herself, what a truly bizarre kid. A little while later, inside a classroom at the Magic Academy, Minato and Yuika found themselves summoned there without knowing why. Standing right in front of them were Inspector Sugo and Sergeant Karin. They bowed deeply to Minato and spoke with absolute sincerity. First, please allow us to express our deepest gratitude. If it weren't for you, both the civilians and our entire force would have been completely wiped out. Minato sighed, feeling a bit awkward. You guys have been thanking me non-stop since the interrogation. I think that is more than enough. Is there something else you need? Sugo nodded slightly and replied, The official investigation into the disaster has been closed. However, there are still a few things that have caught our attention. Surprised, Minato asked. Something caught your attention? Sugo did not beat around the bush and straight up revealed his agenda. Kusanagi, you awakened your magic abilities right after you got into that traffic accident, didn't you? Everyone around you testified to the same thing, so there is no mistake about it. But during our investigation, we found someone who claimed that after the accident, you were like a completely different person. Minato froze instantly, a sharp look of caution flashing in his eyes. Unfazed, Sugo kept pressing on. Your personality changed entirely, and your power skyrocketed to an abnormal degree. It was even strong enough to completely annihilate a demon general. As he went on, everyone became increasingly confused. Yuika could not hold back her annoyance and demanded, Wait a minute, what exactly are you trying to imply here? Realizing he might have pushed a bit too far, Sugo frowned and muttered, Let me rephrase the question then. Do you happen to know the identity of the Dark Mage? Both Minato and Yuika froze. Why was he bringing up the Dark Mage all of a sudden? Sugo slowly explained, He is a mage who defeated all the stray magical beasts in the area and rescued civilians under the cover of night. The video of his actions has been going completely viral online. Have you not seen it? With that, he showed the footage directly to the two of them. Karin seemed to put the pieces together, but Yuika was still completely in the dark. She knitted her brows and asked, But what does any of this have to do with Kusanagi? Sugo casually answered, Because the two of them share a striking resemblance in both build and age. He added that while the rumored Dark Mage is supposedly quite famous, their magic styles do not quite match up. Not to mention, the timeline of when this Dark Mage started active operations perfectly aligns with the exact period Minato was discharged from the hospital. Hearing Sugo's words, the instructor sitting nearby turned completely pale, looking extremely anxious. Karin remained dead silent, while Sugo kept rambling on. Using magic within city limits without a proper license is strictly illegal. Since this case has drawn too much public attention, the police have no choice but to step in. Hearing that there would be severe consequences, Yuika quickly glanced at Minato, her face filled with anxiety. Sugo locked his eyes on the boy and said coldly, If you confess now, we promise to do everything in our power to lighten your sentence. So give me an honest answer. Are you the Dark Mage? No, I am not, Minato replied, shaking his head with complete confidence. Hearing this, Sugo broke into a smile and said cheerfully, I see. So you really are not him. Well, that is a relief then. Right after, Sugo and Karin stood up to take their leave. Thank you all for your time. We will be on our way now. The two quickly exited the room. Sugo replayed Minato's reaction in his head. The kid did not show even a shred of nervousness. If he truly was the Dark Mage, the kid must have serious nerves of steel. On the other hand, Karin was already positive that Minato was indeed the Dark Mage. His presence and voice matched perfectly. Could his covert actions in the dead of night really have been solely to save innocent civilians? She could not expose Minato's true identity to Sugo, even if keeping this secret meant failing her duties as a police officer. At the end of the day, he was a good person who had saved her life. Just like that, the two officers found themselves completely at odds. Sugo was determined to dig up the secrets hidden behind Minato's identity, while Karin was doing everything she could to protect it. Meanwhile, after their meeting in the conference room concluded, Minato and Yuika headed straight to their new classroom to report in. Standing at the podium, the teacher proudly announced to the room, Everyone, please welcome Kusanagi and Mizuha. They will be joining our class starting today. Please do your best to help them adjust. Thanks to his feat of defeating the demon general, Minato received an incredibly warm welcome. The second he sat down, a crowd of eager students surrounded him, bombarding him with endless questions. Naturally, given her prestigious family background, Yuika was dealing with the exact same situation, making it quite a struggle for her to handle. Seeing the students crowding around the two of them, the teacher couldn't help but sigh in frustration and speak up. "Everyone, please settle down and take your seats. Class is already starting." Minato was seriously getting annoyed. He had been interrogated from the moment class started all the way through recess. This was exactly why he never wanted to stand out in the first place. Minato took advantage of the break to slip away, but someone suddenly called out to him. He turned around in confusion, only to see the pink-haired girl he had rescued from a magical beast the other day. She looked at him hesitantly, nervously asking, "Kusanagi, could you come with me for a moment?" A moment later, up on the academy rooftop, Minato felt completely helpless. Of all places, it had to be here again. Is calling people to the school rooftop whenever you want to talk some kind of new trend or what? Surprisingly, Yuika was there too. She had only wanted to find a quiet spot to practice by herself without anyone noticing. She never expected Minato to show up. And on top of that, he was with some random girl. What on earth were they doing here? Standing in front of Minato, the pink-haired girl hesitated before asking, "Do you happen to remember me?" Minato shook his head with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I don't really remember." The pink-haired girl wasn't surprised. She lowered her voice and said, "I'm the one you saved during that recent disaster." Only then did it finally click for Minato. He nodded and said, "Oh, right, I remember that." In an instant, the girl's cheeks flushed bright red. Bowing her head, she said timidly, "During our practical training, I was also attacked by monsters and saved by someone's magic." "That was you, wasn't it, Kusanagi?" Minato recalled that training session, remembering how he had only lent a hand on a whim. But the girl was incredibly grateful, saying, "Thank you for saving my life 2 times. Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "Please, don't mention it. I only did what I could." Despite what he said, the girl nervously added, "You're really cool, Kusanagi." Meanwhile, Yuika was desperately trying to eavesdrop on them, but she couldn't hear a single thing. Right at that moment, the pink-haired girl suddenly blurted out, "Kusanagi, I like you. Please go out with me." Yuika froze instantly. Wait, a confession? Even the guy being confessed to, Minato, was just as caught off guard. Seeing him stay silent, the pink-haired girl bravely continued, "I know I'm not really amazing at anything, but I'll work hard to improve myself. So please, let me be your girlfriend, Kusanagi." Minato stood there in a daze, completely speechless. Just when the girl thought he wouldn't answer, he finally spoke up, saying, "Thank you for having feelings for me." The pink-haired girl's face lit up with hope. But her joy didn't last long before Minato added apologetically, "But I'm sorry, I really don't have the time to think about dating right now. There is something I absolutely must accomplish." Hearing this, the pink-haired girl lowered her head and quietly mumbled, "I understand," but she quickly lifted her head, returning to her bright expression from earlier. "Thank you for being honest with me. I think I can move on from my feelings now." Saying that, she turned around and left the rooftop. Yuika tried her best to hide behind the wall, but Minato still spotted her. He scoffed, asking, "And how long do you plan on hiding over there?" Yuika flinched, taking a deep breath before peeking her head out. She sheepishly said, "I really thought I hid my mana pretty well." Minato smirked and said, "Your control is absolutely terrible. Your mana is leaking everywhere, and this is the 2nd time already. Are you really that into spying on people?" Hearing that, Yuika immediately protested. "I just happened to overhear it. Okay? It's not like I did it on purpose. Anyway, why did you turn her down? She's actually pretty cute, isn't she?" Minato shrugged, replying, "I'm not interested in those things right now." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Yuika standing there in a daze. What Minato actually meant was that the age difference between them was just too vast, even though physically they were in the same school year. Staring at his retreating figure, Yuika hesitantly muttered, "I see. So you won't be dating anyone at all, huh?" But then she suddenly realized something. Why did she feel so relieved hearing Minato say that? Lost in thought, Yuika followed Minato downstairs. Was he really not going to date anyone? In the middle of her thoughts, Minato suddenly turned around, freezing Yuika right in her tracks. Minato coolly remarked, "You need to practice controlling your mana more often. You're still completely clueless." Snapping back to reality, Yuika pouted, "Fine, I get it already. No need to keep nagging." She was determined to train as hard as possible to become strong enough for Minato to finally acknowledge her. By nightfall, as usual, Minato headed out to patrol. The number of monsters showed absolutely no signs of decreasing. Even though the disaster had ended, was this a warning sign of another catastrophic wave looming on the horizon? Right then, a loud scream suddenly shattered the night. Out of the shadows, a desperate cry echoed, "Help me!" It was a girl's scream, with a rogue mage chasing right behind her. He sneered, "No one is dumb enough to hang around here at this hour to save you." But surprisingly, someone actually was. Minato stepped in, blocking the path and shielding the girl, giving the rogue mage a massive shock. Before the guy could even process what was happening, Minato planted a solid punch right in his gut, sending him flying backward. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, letting out a cold, silent sneer. Just some amateur mage who gets off on being a creep, huh? His close combat skills are absolute garbage. He has probably never faced a real mage in his life. The girl he saved looked at him with pure gratitude, but her eyes quickly widened as she recognized the guy standing right in front of her. She gasped in shock, "Is it really you, the dark mage?" But before she could even finish her sentence, Minato vanished into thin air, completely ignoring her cries for him to wait. Minato used his magic to teleport away, slipping out of sight. The dark mage, huh? The kids at school and even Shogo kept talking about him. It really does sound like they are talking about me. But how on earth did I suddenly become famous? The next morning on the academy's rooftop, Minato met up with Yuika and the other two. He frowned and asked, "Hey, isn't that what Shogo was talking about earlier? You know, some amateur mage who loves playing the mysterious hero at night." Ryuji replied through a mouthful of food. "People are talking about him non-stop, so I was just wondering what the deal was." "It is probably because he is trending online," Yuika chimed in. Hearing this, Minato looked completely clueless and asked, "Wait, what's online?" His question left the three of them absolutely dumbfounded, and they immediately started whispering among themselves. "Look, the internet is basically a massive global information network," Ruka explained. "You can find literally anything on it, which is why news travels at the speed of light." After listening to their explanation for a bit, a light bulb finally went off in Minato's head. Ryuji pulled out his phone to show him. "Dude, you can access it on your own phone too. You seriously have one, right? Just try opening Google or something." Minato started fumbling around with his screen, and when he finally figured it out, he let out an excited shout. "Whoa, I did it." Yuika and Ryuji instantly started clapping and cheering. "Hell yeah, you actually did it." Minato puffed his chest out and smirked. "Pfft. Please, that was nothing." Seeing how incredibly childish they were being, Ruka couldn't help but let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. She cleared her throat, interrupting them with a serious look. "By the way, you promised to help us train. When do we start?" Minato grinned. "We can start right after school today. Since you guys finally taught me how to use a smartphone and this internet thing, I am going to do my absolute best to help you guys out." Hearing that, Ruka suddenly got a very bad feeling about this. And her instincts were spot on. That afternoon after school, the four of them headed over to Yuika's villa to practice. Before long, all three of them were completely wiped out, collapsing onto the floor. Minato shook his head with a sigh. "Oh, come on, guys. We haven't even finished warming up yet. You have got to put your back into it, like your life actually depends on it." His words clearly struck a nerve. All three of them scrambled back to their feet, glaring with sheer determination. "I can still go. Don't you dare underestimate us." Minato nodded, finally satisfied. "Now that is what I am talking about. Come on, bring it on." Without wasting a second, the three of them charged at Minato all at once. Meanwhile, near Tokyo Tower, a strange anomaly was beginning to form. A bystander nearby cried out in utter panic, "This is insane. It looked completely normal just a second ago. What on earth is happening?" The terrifying sight before them had everyone shaking in fear, as a massive horde of magical beasts suddenly began swarming the area near Tokyo Tower. Back at the training session, at Yuika's villa, the three of them had once again been easily knocked down by Minato. Watching them struggle, Minato raised an eyebrow and teased, "What's the matter? Giving up already? Not a chance. Take this." Fueled by pure adrenaline, the three scrambled back up, pooling their magic together to launch a massive coordinated strike at Minato. But Minato didn't even flinch. He casually conjured up a simple barrier and blocked the entire blast with ease. To make matters worse, he used a tiny bit of magic to flick both Ruka and Ryuji right on their foreheads, leaving them groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Yuika took advantage of the distraction and sneaked up behind him, screaming triumphantly, "Gotcha!" Minato simply smirked, effortlessly stepping to the side to dodge her strike completely. Dumbfounded by his sheer speed, Yuika gasped. Wait, he dodged that? Before she could even process it, a small flick of magic tapped her forehead too, sending her crashing back down with the other two. Once again, Minato had utterly dominated them. Minato let out a breath and smiled. All right, let's take a quick breather. Hearing those blessed words, the exhausted trio practically crawled over to the bench to grab some water. In just a few minutes of training, they were already completely drenched in sweat. Dude, aren't you a little too ridiculously strong? Ryuji complained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ruka nodded in agreement. Seriously, even as the top student in this academy, I couldn't even graze a single hair on your head. Yuika let out a long sigh. Exactly. This guy is completely off the charts. He is not even on the level of a normal student anymore. With that, she cast a highly suspicious, questioning look right at Minato. Sensing her gaze, Minato realized things were about to get annoying. Since he hated repeating himself, he decided to just shut down their curiosity once and for all, with a quick cover story. Look, I almost bit the dust in that accident, Minato lied smoothly. As soon as I woke up, I suddenly had this power. I have absolutely no clue how or why, so please, just drop it. Ruka stroked her chin thoughtfully. So, that near-death experience must have triggered your dormant powers. Seeing their reactions, Minato internally let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, these guys are so gullible. It is like stealing candy from a baby. However, Minato had no idea that Yuika didn't buy a single word of his story. She knew he had to be hiding something massive. But since he was trying this hard to keep it a secret, she figured it was best to just let it go for now. He knew he shouldn't get any deeper into this. Minato narrowed his eyes, looking at the three of them sitting there in silence. Seriously, he thought they were way too gullible. After a while, they finally wrapped up training and everyone headed home. As they walked, Ryuji couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Man, that training session was awesome. Walking right beside him, Minato had to chime in. You're a beast, you know that? Ryuji smirked and bragged. Hey, that's because I'm always working on myself. But man, I'm absolutely starving. I gotta get home and cook dinner for the kids. Surprised, Minato asked. Wait, you actually cook? Even though you're built like a tank? Ryuji glared at him, annoyed. What's that supposed to mean, kid? As they kept walking and chatting, Ryuji asked, Don't tell me you eat out all the time? Minato shook his head slightly and replied, Nah, I mostly just eat instant ramen. Dumbfounded, Ryuji gasped. Instant ramen? That's all you eat? Shrugging indifferently, Minato scoffed. Hey, the world has gotten pretty convenient, you know. Ryuji shot him a stern look, his voice dripping with concern. How is your body even functioning if you keep shoving that zero-nutrition junk down your throat? Annoyed by his overreaction, Minato grumbled. Geez, you sound just like my dad. But Ryuji ignored the attitude, slinging an arm around Minato's shoulders and dragging him along. All right, you're coming to my place. Big bro's gonna treat you to a real meal. Minato desperately wanted to say no, but the guy was just too stubborn to argue with, and that's how the two of them ended up at Ryuji's house. A full-time introvert like Minato suddenly found himself getting swarmed by three little kids, leaving him completely clueless on what to do. As for Ryuji, he naturally took over the kitchen. Seeing a giant guy like him wearing a cute little bear apron was quite a sight. Bringing out 2 plates of food, Ryuji said apologetically, Sorry about that. Thanks for babysitting the kids for me. Don't sweat it. Minato said with a casual shrug before using his magic to literally float the kids in midair. Staring at the floating toddlers, Ryuji facepalmed. That's exactly why I'm worried. Hey, you crazy kid, don't use magic inside the house. He set the 2 plates on the table, grumbling as he did. I've never heard of anyone using high-tier magic just to play with kids. Minato didn't care. He looked down at the little girl next to him and teased, Look, your big brother is getting scolded. The 3 kids just kept crowding around Minato, giggling and playing. Ryuji could only shake his head in amazement. Well, I've got to hand it to you. You're actually pretty good with kids. Looking at them, Minato was suddenly reminded of his past life, where countless children lost their lives during those horrific disasters. After a long silence, Minato sighed softly. Kids are the future of this country, after all. Hearing this, Ryuji cringed. Man, you sound exactly like my grandfather. Shut it, Minato scoffed. rolling his eyes before going back to playing with the three kids. Soon, dinner was fully ready. The kids' eyes lit up at the food, and they immediately dug in. Minato also joined them, happily enjoying the meal. The moment he took his first bite, he couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, this is delicious. How long had it been since Minato had a proper, home-cooked meal like this? He had been so consumed with saving the country in his past life that he completely forgot to take care of himself. Coming back to reality, Minato asked out of curiosity, "So, where are your parents anyway?" Ryuji shook his head. "I don't have a dad, and my mom works until late at night. So, I basically do all the chores and babysit the kids for her. And whenever I have free time, I work a part-time job." Hearing that, Minato couldn't help but remark, "Wow, you really have your hands full." With a soft chuckle, Ryuji replied, "It's tough, sure, but I don't hate it. I get it. The tougher the challenge, the more eager you are to face it, right?" Minato nodded in understanding. Ryuji proudly admitted it, flexing his muscles as if on cue. Minato could only sigh, thinking, "Yep, definitely all brawn and no brains." After dinner, Ryuji and Minato played with the three kids for a bit before putting them to bed and heading to sleep themselves. Lying down next to Minato, Ryuji said in a quiet voice, "Sorry for making you stay over. The kids wouldn't stop begging." Minato shook his head slightly. "It's fine. It's nice to have a change of pace once in a while." Ryuji smiled warmly and said, "Thanks, man." Minato shrugged, his expression neutral. "Don't mention it. I didn't really do anything to deserve a thank you." But Ryuji shook his head. "Actually, you did. I'm talking about Ruka. She seems a lot more lively lately. I'm pretty sure that's all thanks to you, kid." Minato's eyes widened in surprise. "Whoa, hold on. Don't tell me you're implying some kind of romance? What are you thinking?" Minato raised an eyebrow. "Wait, do you like her?" Ryuji burst out laughing. "What? Me and Ruka? No way. Not in a million years. Honestly, we're both just outcasts, so we naturally ended up sticking together." Hearing this, Minato was taken aback. An outcast, huh? Just like him. The next day, Minato and Ryuji walked to school together. When they reached the school gates, the Mizuha sisters were already waiting for them. Seeing them arrive, Yuika complained. "Seriously? You guys are late." Ryuji quickly defended himself. "Cut me some slack. I had to drag Kusanagi out of bed." The Mizuha sisters gasped in disbelief. "Wait, did you guys have a sleepover? A pajama party? Are you two secret training without us?" Minato was slightly bewildered by their conversation. How on earth did they all end up meeting so early in the morning anyway? But he quickly brushed it off. Right at that moment, two people approached them from a distance. Inspector Sugo and Sergeant Karen. Sugo looked at Minato and said, "Could we steal a moment of your time, Kusanagi?" Minato sighed in defeat. "Again?" Karen said apologetically, "I'm so sorry for constantly bothering you, but this time we have a real emergency." She explained that magical beasts had suddenly appeared and were now surrounding Tokyo Tower. "It's highly likely that this is linked to a natural disaster, which is why we really need your cooperation." Hearing this, Minato frowned. "But I'm just a student." Sugo shook his head slightly and replied seriously, "You stopped an entire wave of disasters all by yourself. Since that moment, nobody can look at you as just a regular student anymore. To be honest, this is way beyond our league." Minato narrowed his eyes at him, asking skeptically, "Is it really okay for a police officer to say something like that?" Sugo's face was completely earnest, his tone bordering on pleading. "It means we've truly been backed into a corner, Kusanagi. Please, work with us." Minato hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "If you don't mind, then fine. I'll lend you my strength." Hearing this, Sugo was completely stunned. Minato felt incredibly helpless. Although he didn't want to stand out any more than he already did, the current situation left him with no choice. Sugo, of course, had no idea what Minato was thinking. Hearing him agree, he was instantly overjoyed. "Of course, you'll be compensated handsomely for this. And don't worry, we'll take care of contacting the academy for you." The three of them, including Ruka, overheard this and wanted to help as well. The three of them spoke up together. "We want to help too. We can support you guys from the rear. Please let us join." Sugo let out a helpless sigh. "Thank you for the offer, kids, but under the current circumstances, you won't be able to help at all." Ruka objected defiantly. "But we are all at the top of the academy." But before she could even finish, Sugo cut her off coldly. "You might be top of the class in school, but we are talking about a real life or death battle here." With that, he narrowed his eyes at the three of them and asked seriously, Or is any of you confident enough that your skills can match Kusanagi's? This shut all three of them up instantly. Not a single word was spoken. Seeing their silence, Sugo sighed helplessly and said, "You kids should head back to the academy. Let's go, Kusanagi." With that, he led the way to the car, getting ready to leave. Right before leaving, Minato suddenly called out to them, startling Ruka and her friends. Flash of a smile on his face, Minato raised an eyebrow and said, "Make sure you guys do your best to keep up with me." The three of them were momentarily stunned by his words, but quickly replied in unison, "Of course we will." They then turned and headed back into the academy. A short while later, at the police headquarters, inside the briefing room of the Emergency Disaster Response Department, the chief sitting at the center spoke in a grave tone. "Hundreds of magical beasts have already appeared near Tokyo Tower. We need to come up with a decisive plan to eliminate this threat before they endanger the citizens." He added that he had also requested help from a student who played a pivotal role in handling the disaster that struck the Magic Academy a few days ago. He then gestured for Minato to stand. Hearing his name called, Minato immediately stood up. Seeing the school uniform Minato was still wearing, the officers in the room began to whisper and gossip, their voices filled with pure contempt. Hearing their mocking words, Karin felt incredibly embarrassed for Minato. She honestly couldn't stand listening to it anymore. Right at that moment, Sugo leaned in close to the microphone. He cleared his throat, and everyone immediately quieted down and looked up. Sugo spoke up with absolute authority. "Kusanagi Minato is the student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the Magic Academy. I witnessed it with my own eyes from point-blank range. Frankly, not a single person sitting in this room can even hold a candle to him." He praised Minato to the high heavens, arguing that cooperating with him was absolutely vital, and insisted that they should treat him as an equal partner, rather than just some kid. Even so, his words didn't sit well with the useless officers below. They still dismissed Minato as nothing more than a wet behind-the-ears kid. Seeing their continuous grumbling, the chief barked an order. "Our mission remains unchanged. Whether we have outside help or not, we must eliminate the magical beasts immediately. Everyone, return to your units." At his command, the officers quickly dispersed. A few of them even pointed and threw insults at Minato as they walked out. Once the room cleared, Sugo quickly approached Minato with an apologetic look. "I'm so sorry about earlier, Kusanagi." Minato gently shook his head, brushing it off. "It's fine. It probably just rubs them the wrong way having to work with a high schooler." Seeing how remarkably calm he was, Sugo couldn't help but marvel. "You really are incredibly mature. Compared to him, what on earth are you doing, Sonata?" Hearing her name, Karen flinched and trembled. "I was too scared to say anything." Seeing how tense they were, Minato smiled reassuringly. "Please don't sweat it. Honestly, I couldn't care less." Karin truly felt like he was an absolute angel. Shortly after, they got into the car and headed towards Tokyo Tower. Sitting in the back, Minato asked curiously, "What does our fighting force look like?" Sugo replied slowly, 80 mages. Most of them are mid-tier, with only a few high-tier mages among them. Hearing this, Minato frowned and fell silent. Mid-tier mages could only use Tier 2 magic, while those above them could cast Tier 3. As he was lost in thought, Sugo spoke up hesitantly, saying, "This might sound pretty pathetic, but since you can use Tier 4 composite magic, you are basically our trump card." Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked, "So, what is the battle plan then?" Sugo lowered his voice and replied, "In a situation like this, the entire plan is just to overwhelm the beasts with raw magic power. It is not really much of a strategy. If we were only dealing with demon soldiers and wild beasts, it would not be so bad. But higher-ranking entities like a demon general possess actual intelligence." Minato realized they absolutely needed a backup plan for a scenario like that. Just charging in blindly for close-quarters combat cannot be called a strategy. With that in mind, he spoke up again. "From what I can see, we do not have any support equipment at all, do we?" Sugo replied with a helpless sigh. "We usually just go on missions wearing light gear that is easy to move in." Minato frowned deeply upon hearing this. "But did we not have anti-beast gear in the past?" Sugo nodded slightly. "That is true, but they are rarely used these days because there are barely any left." Minato fell even deeper into silence. How is that possible? We used to have plenty of them. He knew magic and mages in this era were no longer what they used to be. But what on earth had happened over the past 50 years? Glancing through the rearview mirror, Sugo saw Minato sitting silently in the back seat, looking deeply lost in thought himself. A short while later, at Tokyo Tower, an area currently overrun by beasts, the police cruiser finally arrived on the scene. Stepping out of the vehicle, Minato stared at the scene before him and sighed. The calamity had not even struck yet, but the sheer number of beasts was already abnormally high. He wondered what on earth was actually going on. Meanwhile, the police officers looked at the scene, their faces turning completely pale as they muttered in fear. Is this for real? The numbers are even higher than what was reported. And what shocked them even more was the presence of a demon general among them. How could they possibly win this? We should call for backup from private organizations or even the noble mages, Sugo sighed helplessly, noting that he had already sent out an emergency signal. But they cannot get here immediately. With the recent surge of rogue mages and wild beasts popping up everywhere, they simply do not have the time to worry about us. Hearing this, the officers instantly panicked. Is there seriously no other way but to take down all these beasts ourselves? Is that not just a suicide mission? Sugo glanced over at Minato and asked, Kusanagi, can you handle this? Well, yes, I can do it, Minato nodded without a moment of hesitation. This immediately ticked off the officers, who began to mock him. Cut the attitude, you little punk. Do not try to play the hero here. How does a kid like you stand a single chance against that crowd? Minato did not even bother to argue, simply stating in a cold voice, but something feels off here. His words left them completely baffled and on edge. Just then, the beasts suddenly became restless. The bright blue sky was abruptly consumed by a dark, blood-red color that washed over everything. Seeing this, Karin cried out in sheer panic. The sky, it is a calamity. In an instant, emergency alerts flashed everywhere. A massive, unprecedented calamity was now looming over the entire country. People all across Japan fell into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Minato narrowed his eyes, looking down at the swarming monsters below. In stark contrast to his calm composure, Sugo and his team looked absolutely terrified. The officers, witnessing this for the very first time, could not help but scream in terror. Another calamity is happening? How on earth is this even possible? Minato was deep in thought. Calamities usually occur naturally, but it seemed that those beasts from earlier were the ones triggering this one. To think that in just 50 years, they have already figured out how to trigger a calamity. Realizing how bad the situation was, someone yelled that they could not handle this without backup and needed to fall back and regroup first. As Sugo hesitated, unsure of what to do, Minato suddenly spoke up. They are on the move. Just as he said, the beasts began marching toward the city. The officers panicked even more, desperately trying to figure out what to do next. Some wanted to fight, while others wanted to run. Seeing this, Minato let out a cold, mocking scoff. To think the police could be this pathetic. This ticked off one of the officers, who barked back, What did you just say, you brat? How are we supposed to fight a whole fortress of beasts like that? Minato simply flashed a confident smile, and without a single moment of hesitation, he leaped right off the edge. His target was the army of beasts waiting below. In the blink of an eye, he landed right in the dead center of the swarm. Standing alone, Minato looked as if he were performing a dance right in the middle of the demon soldiers and beasts. Seeing him, the monsters went absolutely wild. Watching from above, the police cried out in horror, "That kid is going to get killed. Tell him to get out of there right now." But before they could even finish their sentence, a massive surge of magic energy erupted, unleashing violent wind slashes that ripped through the air. This overwhelming power left the officers utterly speechless. Sugo was just as shocked, but deep down, he was mostly filled with relief. With just a single wave of his hand, Minato wiped out all the low-level magic beasts around him. Furious at what they just saw, the demon soldiers did not hesitate for a second. They pooled their magic together and launched a massive attack straight at Minato. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of spells rained down on him, only to hit an invisible barrier and shatter completely. A simple magic barrier was more than enough, especially since there were so many onlookers watching him. He set up the barrier first, just to play it safe, then casually unleashed his magic to obliterate the demon soldiers right in front of him. Sugo's jaw dropped as he watched. What kind of monstrous power was this? Was it possible that Minato could use multiple elements of magic? It was just as he suspected, only Minato could pull something like this off. Snapping out of his shock, Sugo immediately yelled to the others, "Follow him!" Karin rushed after him, determined to back him up. Meanwhile, the other cops were still shaking like leaves, too terrified to take a single step forward. But they quickly pulled themselves together and scrambled to catch up with Sugo and Karin. Even though their magic was nowhere near Minato's level, they could still easily handle the low-ranking beasts. Up ahead, Minato smiled with satisfaction when he saw them finally stepping up to fight. Not bad. They actually have some fight in them. But their brief moment of confidence was cut short when a demon general towered over them. Its colossal size instantly struck terror into the hearts of the police. To a beast like that, they were nothing but insects. Only a legendary mage could ever hope to take it down. But right at that moment, a massive water serpent manifested out of nowhere and swallowed the demon general whole. Minato casually said, "I'll take care of this big guy. I'm leaving the rest to you." Once the rushing water dissipated, a massive crater was left in its place, leaving the cops completely speechless. Did that kid seriously just take it down in one shot? What kind of terrifying power is that? Sugo quickly snapped everyone back to reality. We need to keep clearing out these beasts until the boss shows up. Just leave the demon generals and anything stronger to Kusanagi. As Minato effortlessly took down several more demon generals, his mind drifted back to 60 years ago. That was when the first global-scale catastrophe struck the world. After that, smaller disasters kept popping up one after another, pushing the world to the brink of destruction. If history from 60 years ago was truly repeating itself, then this impending catastrophe would soon engulf the entire globe. But this time, they had Minato on their side. He was not going to let them wipe out humanity. Meanwhile, over where Karin was tending to the wounded, a demon soldier materialized right next to her. Caught completely off guard, she gasped in terror as the demon raised its hand to crush her on the spot. But just as her life hung by a thread, Minato flashed in just in the nick of time, putting an end to the demon. From behind him, Karin stared at his broad, dependable back. It felt exactly like that day, the day the Dark Mage saved her life. After slaying the demon, Minato turned around to look at Karin. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern in his voice. Karin finally snapped out of her daze and stammered, "Oh yes. Thank you, Kusanagi." Minato narrowed his eyes, wondering, this situation was almost identical to last time. Did she put two and two together? And just as he suspected, Karin had indeed noticed. She could not help but wonder why Minato had chosen to become a dark mage in the first place, and how he could possibly possess such an absurd level of power. Still, she kept quiet, fearing he might resent her if she pried too much. Then it hit her, she was letting her thoughts get completely out of hand. He was just a high school student, for goodness sake. She should not be letting her mind wander like this. But before she could dwell on it any further, another magic beast lunged straight at them. Fortunately, Minato pulled her out of the way just in time before blasting the beast to pieces. Karin looked at him with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry. I'll stay close to you." Minato did not pay it much mind, silently noting, "It really seems like she doesn't have any offensive magic at all." Karin was slightly taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement. Still, she could not help but wonder, was Minato really just a student? He seemed way more mature than she was. Just then, a horrifying sight unfolded right before their eyes. The cops' faces instantly turned pale as a sheet. What is that?" one of them stammered, his body shaking uncontrollably. "I can't stop trembling." A demon general was standing before them, cloaked in an overwhelming amount of magical energy. Seeing this, Sugo could not help but gasp in horror. A mutant demon general. Why would such a high-tier variant be in a place like this? Terrified out of their wits, the other cops fell to their knees, murmuring in despair, "No way. I don't even know if a noble mage could take that thing down." The only one who did not show a hint of fear was Minato. As he stepped forward, two of the police officers screamed at him. "Are you out of your mind? Stop. I don't care how strong you are. There's no way you can beat a monster like that." But Minato simply smiled back at them and confidently said, "Trust me. I can handle it." His words left the officers utterly speechless, but strangely, the uncontrollable shaking in their bodies suddenly stopped. Karin clasped her hands together, silently praying that Minato would somehow be able to defeat that mutant demon general. Sugo watched Minato with bated breath. The boy was likely already as powerful as a noble mage, so him taking down the demon general wasn't entirely out of the question. That mutated demon general isn't out of reach after all. With that thought, Sugo smirked with pure excitement. "Now, show me what you've got, Minato, your real power." To let Minato focus entirely on the mutated demon general, Sugo ordered everyone to go all out and wipe out the demon grunts. At the same time, Minato narrowed his eyes as he stared down the mutated demon general. He stood there in complete silence, facing the monster head-on. While Minato was deep in thought, the mutated demon general launched its attack. Blazing flames shot right at him, but they only grazed past his shoulder. The fire exploded behind him, filling the sky with thick smoke and embers. Seeing this terrifying blast, the officers in the back couldn't help but shudder. That was just its first tier? What kind of insane strength is that? These monsters are terrifying. Meanwhile, Minato stood there completely unfazed. He casually brushed some dust off his shoulder, while the mutated demon general glared at him. A deep, guttural voice echoed, "What are you?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked. "Just an ordinary student." Well, at least for now. His response left the demon general completely baffled. Before the beast could even process this, a massive surge of magical energy erupted from Minato. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, the demon general instantly sensed a threat. It growled under its breath. "Kill. Strong human." Instantly, a massive wall of fire materialized right in front of Minato. Watching from afar, the police officers panicked. "Is that tier 6? No way." Yet, Minato stood his ground. He weighed his options. He could easily dodge it or counter with his own magic. But if he did, the people behind him would be swallowed by the sea of flames. Just then, the demon beasts that were attacking the police suddenly turned around and aimed their magic directly at Minato. In an instant, a barrage of deadly spells launched toward him at once, creating a truly terrifying sight. Sugo's face went pale. Are they actually coordinating their attacks? "This is insane!" Karin screamed in terror. "Kusanagi, get out of there!" But Minato didn't budge. He stood there alone, ready to face the massive onslaught. The blazing inferno roared toward him, but right before it could reach him, a massive tidal wave materialized. The fire crashed into the water and hissed out of existence. Not only that, but the spells from the other beasts were completely blocked as well. They smashed into an invisible barrier before they could even get close to him. This sight left the mutated demon general completely stunned. Minato raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "Is that it?" Behind him, Sugo's jaw literally dropped. What on earth is this kid? Karin was just as shocked, gasping, "What? What just happened?" For Sugo, this was beyond anything he could have imagined. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Such an impossible feat had just played out right in front of him. Karin shook her head in disbelief. Only noble mages can cast tier 6 magic. It's a highly advanced technique, almost like remote control. How can Kusanagi do that? Sugo pursed his lips, whispering. But what's even more shocking is that he cast them simultaneously. He used a second spell. Normally, you can only cast one spell at a time. There's usually a cooldown before you can cast another. Yet Minato used two completely different spells almost instantly. This blew Sugo's mind. Just mastering one of those would make someone powerful. But casting multiple spells at once? He realized Minato might actually be far stronger than even a noble mage. The more Sugo thought about it, the more thrilled he became. His gut feeling was right. Minato was definitely the one he had been looking for. The second coming of Ichikami Minato. Little did Sugo know, the kid standing in front of him wasn't a successor. He was the legendary great mage himself, Reincarnated. Right then, the demon general lunged forward, charging at Minato in a blind rage. Minato didn't even flinch. He casually remarked, "This place is getting boring. Let's take this somewhere more fun, shall we?" The demon general stopped, completely lost. Before it could process his words, an invisible force suddenly blasted it straight into the sky. Minato had used his magic to launch the monster upward. However, the beast quickly used flight magic to stabilize itself, and Minato shot up right after it. Hovering right in front of the demon general, he smirked, "So, you can fly too?" The demon general glared at Minato, its voice dripping with malice. "If you don't want to suffer under our tactics..." But before it could finish, Minato cut it off coldly. "I don't give a damn about your pathetic little tactics." Up here, he didn't have to hold back anymore. Seeing that he wouldn't cooperate, the demon general lunged forward to attack. However, Minato easily dodged the blow. Of course, the demon general didn't stop there. It unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing Minato to slide back through the air. Seizing the opening, the beast began to cast another spell. Minato frowned, looking up at the sky. A massive fireball had formed, radiating intense heat through the air at the same time. Just like that, the demon general closed the distance and lunged at him. Without a second thought, it slammed down with brutal force, sending Minato crashing from the sky straight to the ground. The demon general glared down from above as a massive explosion shook the area, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. But as the dust began to clear, the monster gasped in shock. Standing tall right in the middle of it all was Minato, completely untouched. How is this possible? The demon general shrieked in disbelief. But of course, Minato wasn't about to give it any answers. Instead, he launched himself off the ground and materialized right in front of the beast's face in the blink of an eye. Scoffing, he mocked. Looks like your magic is completely useless now, huh? All you've got left is close-quarters combat, but let's be real. That's not going to save you either. With determination burning in his eyes, Minato lunged forward. He gave a cold laugh and declared, "You don't stand a chance against me." With lightning speed, he threw a devastating punch that sent the demon general flying across the battlefield. "This can't be," the monster muttered in disbelief. "A mere human's fist shouldn't even be able to scratch me." Desperate, it unleashed its magic to stabilize itself mid-air. Absolutely furious, it roared in rage. "You miserable brat, what the hell are you?" Minato didn't bother answering. He just smirked and said, "Did you seriously think magic was my only trick? Well, let me show you my own exclusive technique then." A sinister grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted around him. But this was different. It was a vibrant, multicolored aura that violently expanded into the air, unleashing a terrifying power that felt like it would swallow the entire world. Witnessing this, the demon general instantly panicked. What kind of monstrous magic is this? Even Sugo and Karin were left speechless. What on earth is happening? Just what kind of power is this kid unleashing up there? Paying no attention to their reactions, Minato stayed completely focused, drawing out even more of his power. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on pulling in all the ambient magic from the air. Once he felt the energy peak, Minato slowly opened his eyes. His face was now the picture of pure confidence, and his entire vibe had completely shifted. The demon general's fear was growing by the second, but it desperately tried to put up a brave front, screaming, "I don't care if you coat your entire body in magic. A human's physical attacks can never hurt us." "Well, why don't we test that theory?" Minato scoffed. In a fraction of a second, he vanished and reappeared right in front of the demon general's face. The demon general froze, completely paralyzed with fear. It desperately tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Minato's fist slammed into it, and he didn't stop there. He unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of punches, relentlessly pummeling the demon general. Minato's overwhelming force was so savage that the demon general couldn't even find room to breathe, completely overwhelming the beast. This mind-blowing sight left Sugo completely speechless. He muttered in disbelief, "Is that kid seriously overpowering a demon general in a fistfight? How is that even possible? Physical human attacks aren't supposed to deal any damage to high-tier monsters. But not only is he hurting it, he's infusing his strikes with magic. This is absolutely insane." In mere seconds, the demon general's body was covered in deep wounds. Frustrated and bleeding, it shrieked, "Why? How can a human's stupid attacks actually hurt me?" Minato replied with a cold, indifferent look. "You're right. Normal punches and physical weapons don't mean a thing to monsters like you. But if I pack a massive amount of magical energy into them, it's a completely different story. Coating my body in magic while striking you is a perfect fusion of magic and martial arts." Minato casually explained that, to make it simple, you could just call it magic martial arts integration. This explanation only made the demon general even more furious. It roared in rage. "A pathetic human brat like you thinks he can surpass me? There is absolutely no way." Screaming in denial, the demon general threw itself into a frenzied charge, lunging straight at Minato. But Minato easily dodged the clumsy assault. Sidestepping, he threw a vicious counterpunch, burying his fist deep into the monster's stomach. The sheer force of that single strike punched a hole straight through the demon general's gut, sending it crashing to the ground like a broken kite. Its limp body slammed right into the middle of the monster horde. The moment the beast was defeated, the dark, ominous clouds dispersed, and the sky returned to its natural, beautiful blue. Seeing this, the survivors burst into cheers, shouting, "The calamity is over! That kid actually did it!" But Sugo quickly cut through their excitement with a stern warning. "Don't let your guard down yet. Wipe out the remaining monsters." Looking down from the sky, Minato let out a relieved sigh. "I can leave the cleanup to the police now," he thought, as he began dispersing the magical shroud around his body. Within moments, the aura faded completely, and Minato returned to his normal state. Remembering something, he chuckled to himself. "Man, it's been a while since I last used magic martial arts integration. I'm getting a bit rusty." Minato landed back on the ground, but the scene waiting for him caught him a bit off guard. The police had already wiped out the remaining monsters, and were now standing in a perfectly disciplined, solemn line. As soon as Minato approached, Sugo stepped forward and announced in a booming voice, "We are deeply grateful for your incredible service. On behalf of the entire police department, thank you for stepping in to defeat the boss. Squad, salute Master Minato Kusanagi." On his command, every single officer present snapped to attention, giving Minato their most respectful salute. Since that day, calamities began to strike every corner of the globe. But thanks to the swift actions of the police force and the noble mages, the disasters were finally brought to an end. Tensions are mounting as natural disasters continue to strike. Furious citizens are directing a wave of backlash at the government and the police, trapped in a constant cycle of high hopes and crushing disappointment. All those hopes are now resting on the mages. As public anger reaches a boiling point, some are even whispering, "If only the Dark Mage were here." They believe only the Dark Mage can save them, sparking a massive wave of support for him all over the internet. But regardless of what is happening online, Minato is currently dealing with a massive headache. Someone leaked the news that he was the one who stopped the disaster. Now, his classmates are crowding around him again, bombarding him with questions. Minato is seriously annoyed by all the attention. Dealing with these kids is way more exhausting than taking down a demon general. Sitting right next to him, Dua can only watch him sigh in utter defeat. Seeing him like this makes her worry. Just then, their teacher enters the room and stands at the podium with a dead serious expression. She announces, "Class, today we will be discussing the recent disaster." The students immediately quiet down to listen. As the teacher talks about their duty to protect the country in the future, everyone's expression turns grim. But she does not stop there. Paying no mind to their heavy mood, she continues, "So, we cannot rule out the possibility that you all might be drafted one day. That is why you need to be ready at a moment's notice, even though one of your classmates already has real-world experience." With that, her eyes drift over. She looks right at Minato. But just at that moment, Karen suddenly bursts through the classroom door, sending the panicked teacher rushing over. "Wait, hold on. Who are you people, and what is going on?" the teacher stammers. Karine quickly responds, "We are with the police. We have received direct orders from headquarters. Kusanagi, we hate to ask this, but we desperately need you to lend us your strength." Minato can only sigh in sheer disbelief. They really are not even trying to maintain their professional image anymore. Like, where is their pride? Has the police force completely lost its dignity? And what is with the way everyone is looking at him? Seriously. They need to stop staring at him with those worshipful eyes. He wishes they would cut out that creepy hero worship, but left with no other choice, Minato has to agree and stands up. Walking up to Karen, he says, "Just give me a quick briefing on the situation." Karen nods in relief. Aside from the natural disasters, Karen explains, magic beasts are running rampant all over the globe. On top of that, rogue mages and underground syndicates are more active than ever. We are severely short-handed right now, and that is why. That is why they had to drag Minato into this again. She sighs, looking incredibly guilty. "I am so sorry to keep bothering you like this. I know we keep dragging you into our messes, but you are honestly the only one we can truly rely on, Kusanagi." Minato does not comment on that. Instead, he pulls out his phone and says, "Just give me a heads up next time, okay?" Karen blinks, caught off guard. "My bad." Karen quickly apologizes. "I will make sure to do that next time." She quickly saves Minato's contact info. She stands there in a daze for a moment, completely speechless. Minato looks at her and asks, "Seriously? So, what exactly do you need me to do?" Snapping out of it, Karine hastily replies, "We need your help clearing out the magic beasts that are tearing through Harajuku." Minato nods simply, "Got it." Seeing him prepare to head out, Karine offers, "We can drive you over." But before she can even finish her sentence, Minato dashes right past her, activating his speed magic as he coolly calls back. "That will take too long. I am heading ahead." Seeing Minato vanish in the blink of an eye, the officers behind Karin are left completely dumbfounded. His speed is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, over in Harajuku, the entire area has already been reduced to a devastated wasteland. High-rise buildings have crumbled into massive piles of rubble, and trapped right in the middle of it all are two young kids. The younger sibling clings to his older brother, trembling as he whimpers, "Big bro." Even though the older brother is terrified himself, he holds his little brother tight. "It is going to be okay," the older boy says bravely. "I will protect you." Right then, a ferocious magic beast lunges straight at them. Terrified out of his mind, the older brother grabs his sibling's hand and bolts. But in a panic, the younger one trips and tumbles to the ground. He hits the dirt hard as the beast's razor-sharp fangs close in. Both kids are staring death right in the face. But in the nick of time, a beam of raw magical energy blasts out from the distance, obliterating the beast and saving their lives. The one who fired it was none other than Minato. Arriving just in time to witness the crisis, he did not hesitate for a second to step in. The two kids stare in absolute awe, stunned that he took down such a monster with just a casual flick of his hand. Minato slowly walks up to them. He gives them a warm smile and praises. "You were very brave. Good job." Then, his eyes catch a toy doll lying on the ground. Picking it up, he asks, "Is this yours?" The younger brother nods quickly. Yes, Minato can clearly see it. Seeing the sheer admiration shining in the little boy's eyes, Minato cannot help but give him a gentle, reassuring smile. Finally, he speaks softly. "I will protect both of you," he says, before charging back into the battlefield. The two kids bow their heads, thanking him for saving their lives, but his figure vanishes in an instant. They are not even sure if he heard them. Clinging tightly to his doll, the little brother is filled with pure wonder. His face is the picture of absolute adoration. Meanwhile, Minato heads deeper into the city, knowing that this urban war zone is going to be way more troublesome than the battle back at the academy. Since there are still people running for their lives, he can't use magic bullets. Minato can distinguish between the magic of beasts and humans, but he can't detect anyone who doesn't have any magic power. The only way to save everyone is to patrol the area himself. While Minato is trying to figure things out, the magic police force finally arrives. The captain shouts to his team, "Focus on taking down the magic beasts. Leave the civilian rescue to the firefighters and the military." Just then, an officer notices Minato. He looks up, waves, and yells, "Hey, Kusanagi!" Minato squints as he looks down. He recognizes this officer from the Tokyo Tower disaster. Recognizing a familiar face, Minato leaps down. The officer runs up and says, "You came to back us up? Man, that is a huge help." Not wanting to waste any time on small talk, Minato gets straight to the point. "What's the situation?" The officer quickly replies, "We haven't even rescued half of the civilians yet. It's so bad that they can't even get to the east side. There are too many magic beasts in that area." Hearing this, Minato says, "Got it. I'll go check out that side of the city." With that, he dashes off. The officer calls out after him, "We've also had reports of rogue mages over there, so be careful." But deep down, he knows worrying about Minato is completely pointless. He turns around to look at the rest of his squad. The officers who weren't at the Tokyo Tower incident are watching Minato take down magic beasts for the very first time, and they're completely dumbfounded. Who on earth is that kid? He just wiped out those monsters in the blink of an eye. The officer chuckles softly and says, "Maybe he's a savior sent to guide us through this chaos." Meanwhile, over on the east side of the city, Minato is busy wiping out hordes of magic beasts using level 6 magic. But something is bothering him. A demon captain appearing outside of the Cataclysm period is supposed to be completely impossible. Over the last few years, the monsters have not only grown in number, but they're also getting much stronger. Things are starting to reach a point where even Minato might struggle to handle it all. If they don't start taking precautions right now, things could easily get completely out of hand. He keeps these thoughts in mind, but saving lives is his top priority right now. Minato reaches down and pulls two people out from under the rubble. After handing them over to the firefighters, he dashes off again. He has a few plans in mind, but he's still weighing his options. Thanks to Minato, countless trapped citizens are safely rescued. Once the situation settles down a bit, Karine finally arrives with her team. Minato ignores them and keeps searching for survivors. Thanks to his efforts, almost every citizen in the city is saved. Deeply grateful, the police officer shakes Minato's hand. The officer smiles and says, "We can't thank you enough, Kusanagi. Thanks to you, we kept our casualties to a minimum." Minato shakes his head and replies, "No, that was all thanks to the police and firefighters. I only did the easy part." The officer is taken aback by his humility. After a long pause, he bows deeply to Minato and speaks with deep sincerity. "I am truly sorry for how we acted before. We were being completely childish, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us." Seeing how apologetic they are, Minato sighs and says, "Don't worry about it. It's in the past." He's just too mature for his age. His reaction makes the officers feel even more embarrassed, leaving them with nothing to do but keep thanking him over and over again. Karin also chimes in with gratitude. "Thank you so much. I really am sorry that we have to keep relying on you, Kusanagi, especially since you're still just a high schooler." Minato shrugs it off, shaking his head. "Don't worry about it. I'm the one who agreed to help in the first place. Then, his expression turned serious. But what really concerns me is that not only are there a ton of them, but they're also incredibly powerful. Karine nods in agreement. You're right. We need to come up with a solid plan to handle these monster outbreaks and disasters. Sugo is already looking into it, but while they are talking, the two kids from earlier suddenly walk up to them. Seeing them, Minato smiles warmly. I'm really glad you two are safe. Just then, the younger of the two looks up with wide, innocent eyes and asks, Mister, are you the great sage? Hearing this, the older sibling quickly apologizes. I'm so sorry. My little brother is just obsessed with the great sage. Minato doesn't mind at all. Instead, he stares at the doll in the little boy's hands. If he isn't mistaken, that doll is a replica of him from his past life. A small grin creeps onto Minato's face, clearly amused and pleased. He nods and says, Yeah, that's right. I'm the great sage. You caught me. The little kid's eyes immediately light up, and he lets out an excited squeal. 50 years ago, back when he was Ichikami Minato, he was actually pretty annoyed when they started turning him into a doll. He had complained to his companion back then, but they just brushed it off and cheerfully said, Come on, it's not just dolls. There are photo cards and keychains too. Minato had just sighed in exasperation and said, Who in their right mind would ever want stuff like that? But his friend remained firm, confidently arguing, The great sage is everyone's hero. Kids absolutely adore this kind of merchandise. Absolutely essential. Minato still refused to agree. Seeing that playing nice did not work, the other person immediately yelled, You are wrong. 50 years, no, even 100 years from now, it will continue to save people, so please allow me, Ichikami. Snapping back from the past, Minato smiled faintly. It seemed those words were true, but mere dolls did not have the power to save anyone. A great sage like you is still needed at this time. Meanwhile, at a bar in the city, a group of people gathered to report on the Dark Mage. The man sitting on the main chair was Kuroya Kudo, the leader of the Black Rebellion Organization 5. After listening to his subordinate's report, he gritted his teeth and said, An illegal mage who does not belong to any guild. Does this mean some bastard dares to oppose me? Hearing his angry tone, the subordinates trembled in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered in response. Yes. With a cold snort, Akuto ordered coldly, Go find the true identity of this dark mage. I do not care if you have to use military force. Hearing this, the subordinates immediately fell dead, silent. A guy wearing glasses suddenly stepped forward. This man was the manager of the Kabukicho area, Karasuji. Smirking, he asked, And if he refuses, can we kill him? Akuto sneered and replied, Only after we torture him. I am really looking forward to that. Hearing that, Karasuji smirked even wider, wearing a wicked smile. The next day, Minato and his group were training at the Mizuha family villa as usual. During a break, Ruka suddenly asked curiously, By the way, Kusanagi, what is your current mana capacity? Yui was also a bit curious. Maybe it is around 100,000, or if it is more, probably around 500,000. If it is Minato, that is highly possible. While everyone was speculating, Minato casually replied that it was actually 99,090,000. That number left all three of them completely stunned. They did not believe it for a second. Ruka pouted and muttered, Even the great Ichikami Minato only had around 1 million. Hearing this, Minato could not help but frown. Ichikami Minato's mana capacity was only 1 million? Yui immediately replied, That is why people always say 1 million is the absolute limit of mana. Ruka asked in surprise, You seriously did not know? This is common knowledge. Minato did not answer. He did not think his past life's mana was only around 1 million. He had to look it up online to see. No sooner said than done, Minato quickly searched for information on the internet. But even after searching for a long time, he could not find anything. Minato sighed helplessly. I have forgotten how to use this brick of a phone. Whatever, it is too much of a hassle anyway. I will just ignore it. Just then, Minato's phone suddenly rang. It was Sugo calling. He quickly picked up and asked curiously, Hello. Is something wrong? On the other end, Sugo replied urgently, Sorry for calling so out of the blue. Are your friends there with you too? Minato nodded. Yes, they are. Sugo became serious again and said, Could you please put me on speaker? Being completely tech illiterate, Minato did not know how to turn on the speakerphone, so he had to ask Yui for help. Soon, Sugo's voice came through the speaker. The truth is, to deal with natural disasters, and an unusually large number of magical beasts, we have decided to establish a specialized unit to hunt them down. It will be called the Special Mage Unit, and I want to nominate Minato to be the captain of this special force." Hearing this, the three of them were completely stunned, not knowing how to react. Yui thought that since he called himself a mage, he absolutely had to earn that title, so there was no way Minato would refuse. However, Minato refused without hesitation, saying, "I decline." Before Sugo could even ask why, Yui yelled out in confusion, "Why on earth not?" Minato did not get why she was so annoyed. What did it have to do with her? On the other end of the line, Sugo spoke up again. "Can you let me explain first?" Minato frowned slightly and muttered, "Fine, let's hear what you have to say." Sugo slowly explained, "First of all, there are too many incidents happening at once right now, and we do not have enough manpower to handle them. On top of that, the current situation is that we cannot clear out the magical beasts on our own." Hearing this, Minato knit his brows. Is it because the current mages are too low level? Thinking it over, he asked curiously, "What about the noble mages?" Sugo quickly replied on the other end. The head of the Mizuha mage family, Homura and Kaichi, still have not returned from their meeting abroad. That only leaves the Fuka family, but things are a bit complicated there. Minato looked up at the Mizuha sisters and said, "Come to think of it, I still have not met your parents, have I?" Yui pouted and said, "I have been away from home for quite a while." Minato nodded in understanding and did not say anything else. Sugo continued on the other end. The members will include more than 12 police officers and academy members, including Yui, Ruka, and Ryuji. I recommended the three of you, and I told them to just leave all the troublesome stuff like permissions and negotiations to me. All Minato needs to do is focus on training and leading the mages in the unit. Of course, you will be handsomely rewarded. Seeing him stay silent, Shogo quickly jumped to his feet, a desperate edge to his voice. "Please, I'm begging you, you're the only one I can rely on. Kusanagi, please, just say yes and become our captain." Hearing Shogo's growing panic, Minato couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he relented. "Fine, let's do it your way." Shogo's face immediately lit up. "Wait, really?" The other three also eagerly agreed. They had absolutely no reason to refuse, and besides, they didn't want Minato carrying the entire weight on his own shoulders. Minato was still a little worried, but he figured it would be fine. After all, he could just retrain them from scratch. Over the next few days, public backlash began piling up against the Fuka Magic clan. Not only had they abandoned their duties during the recent disaster at the Magic Academy, but their efforts in dealing with the magic beasts had also been agonizingly slow. Hearing these criticisms, the head of the Fuka family was absolutely furious. Gnashing his teeth, he snarled, "Idiots! Do those fools think noble mages exist to do random chores for them?" Just then, a knock came from the door. He instantly barked out, "Come in." The butler stepped inside and reported in a low voice, "Excuse me, master. I have received an official document from the Metropolitan Police Department." The Fuka patriarch frowned slightly as he looked at the document in his hands, muttering to himself, "An announcement about establishing a special magic task force? Those lowlifes sure love wasting their time on useless things." But right after saying that, something clicked in his mind, and he smirked. "Wait a second. Actually, this is perfect to shut those peasants up. Go call my foolish son in here." The butler quickly nodded and left to carry out the order. The next morning at the police headquarters, a joint meeting for the special unit was held at Shogo's request. Naturally, their captain, Minato, was also present. The other three were no exception. Since they had already agreed to join, they couldn't afford to miss this. Aside from them, there was only Shogo and 3 other police officers, making the turnout far smaller than expected. Minato narrowed his eyes at Shogo and asked with clear annoyance, "Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 12 people?" Shogo explained apologetically. "Look, I'm really sorry. We actually had people interested at first, but in the end, not a single person actually submitted an application." Minato sighed in resignation. In a way, he had already seen this coming. Putting a high school kid who hadn't even graduated in charge as captain? It was bound to rub anyone the wrong way. While Minato was deep in thought, Shogo slipped something into his hand and said, "Also, I need to hand this over to you." It was a temporary mage badge. Shogo slowly explained. "This is mostly a support operation, but since you guys are still students, make sure to show this whenever you need to. It's called temporary because you aren't officially recognized as mages yet." With that, he handed badges to the other 3 as well. Then, he patted Minato on the shoulder and said with a grin, "All right, my job here is done. The stage is yours now, Captain Kusanagi." Minato couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he last stood in front of a crowd to speak like this, but he didn't back down. Instead, he took a few confident steps forward. Raising his voice, Minato spoke clearly. "I am Kusanagi Minato, and I will be serving as the captain of this special task force. First of all, I promise that I will make every single one of you stronger than those heads of the noble magic clans." As he finished speaking, a confident smile spread across his face, but his bold claim completely stunned the three students, and even the police officers present were left in utter bewilderment. Seeing their reaction, Minato wasn't surprised at all. He calmly said, "It looks like none of you believe me. Well, why don't we test it out and see? Shido, is there a mana measuring device around here?" Shogo, still in disbelief, stammered, "Of course we have one, but even so, the testing device was brought out moments later." Minato glanced back at the group behind him and calmly suggested, "To start off, Ruka and Ryuji, why don't the two of you measure your mana?" Without thinking much of it, both of them immediately agreed. Ruka stepped forward, placing her hand on the device as she let her mana surge. Ryuji did the same, initiating his own test. Standing nearby, Minato slowly noted. Before this, Ruka's mana was at 10,000, while Ryuji's was at 8,000. But Ruka's mana was now showing 30,000, leaving her completely shocked. Even Ryuji's mana had shot up to 28,000. Shogo stared at the numbers, unable to believe his eyes. After hearing Minato's words, Shogo's group cried out in shock. "No way, this is impossible. Isn't that the mana level of a top-tier high-class mage?" Seeing their extreme reaction, Minato smirked and said, "Making a fuss already? Yuika, you're up." Hearing her name called, Yuika froze. She took a few steps forward but hesitated to place her hand on the device. She was filled with doubt. What if the gap between her and Ruka still hadn't narrowed at all? Yuika had worked incredibly hard, but since she wasn't a natural genius like Ruka, she couldn't help but feel anxious. What if her results turned out to be a total disappointment? Taking a deep breath, Yuika forced herself to calm down. She decided she wasn't going to run away anymore. Stepping up, she quickly placed her hand on the testing device. As she unleashed her mana, she accepted whatever the outcome might be, refusing to lie to herself any longer. However, the resulting number left both Shogo and Karin utterly speechless. As for Yuika, she was too afraid to even look at the display. But this number completely shattered all expectations, skyrocketing to 26,000. Shogo went from one shock to another, muttering in utter confusion. According to past records, her mana capacity should have only been around 2,000. There is no way anyone's magic power could increase at such a mind-blowing speed. Hearing this, Minato immediately chimed in. "That is where you are wrong. We can absolutely increase our own mana. All it takes is raw talent, coupled with giving it your absolute all and never giving up." Saying that, he looked at Yuika and praised her. "I am so proud of you, you did amazing." Then, he reached out and gently patted her head. Seeing the results, tears streamed down Yuika's face. Her hard work had finally paid off. Ruka looked at her younger sister, her eyes brimming with pride. She quickly hid her emotions, maintaining her cold, composed exterior. Right then, Minato walked over and complimented them. "You two also did an incredible job." Ryuji grinned proudly and said, "Well, obviously." Minato did not even bother to look at him, instead turning his attention to Ruka. "And just as I expected from you, Ruka." Ruka showed barely any emotion, calmly replying, "As a member of the Mizuha family, this is nothing special. I do not need your praise. But I want to praise you anyway, you did a great job." Minato insisted on complimenting her, even reaching out to pat her head too. Ryuji was instantly dumbfounded. At first, he thought Minato was just some emotionless kid, but now he realized the guy literally does not even know the meaning of the word fear. Even Yuika was sweating bullets. Oh my god, her sister is going to absolutely lose her mind. But contrary to their expectations, Ruka merely brushed Minato's hand away and muttered in irritation, "I am not a child, you know." Minato did not seem to mind at all, nodding in agreement. "Guess you are right." Seeing this, both Yuika and Ryuji let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness Ruka did not blow a fuse. Meanwhile, Ruka was thinking to herself that this was the very first time anyone had ever patted her head. Not even her own father had done that. While everyone was still celebrating, a high-pitched, irritating voice cut through the air. "Ah, so this is where you all are. I turned the entire police station upside down looking for you. Why have you not properly greeted me yet? Seeing the newcomer, Shogo rushed over to explain, I was informed that you would not be coming, sir. So I. But before he could even finish his sentence, the man cut him off in annoyance. Well, I changed my mind and decided to show up. Got a problem with that? Shogo was extremely annoyed by this guy, but with no other choice, he had to play nice and swallow his pride. Allow me to introduce him. This is Lord Jean, a noble mage from the Fuyuka family. Everyone turned to look, only to see some scrawny, green-haired wimp standing there, with sleazy scoundrel practically written all over his face, clearly up to no good. After finishing the introduction, Shogo leaned in and whispered to Minato, We had no choice but to get permission from a noble mage, so I had to compile all of your information and send it to them. I am sorry, Minato asked suspiciously. Isn't this Fuyuka family the one that ignored the school disaster? Shogo nodded slightly and replied, Exactly. This family cares more about holding on to their own power than listening to the government's requests. While the two of them were whispering back and forth, Jean suddenly sneered with utter contempt. So this is supposedly Japan's top magic unit? All I see is a bunch of school kids who haven't even graduated yet, trying to stick their noses into adult business. Shogo let out a helpless sigh and pointed at Minato to introduce him. This is Kusanagi Minato. He is the one who stopped the disaster at the academy. Based on his outstanding achievements, he has been appointed as the captain of this unit. Upon hearing this, Jean narrowed his eyes at Minato. After staring at him for a long moment, he curled his lip in disdain. Stopped a disaster, huh? You are just a lowly commoner, not even a noble mage. Before anyone could react, Jean stomped hard on Minato's foot. He sneered angrily. How dare a piece of trash like you stand tall before me? Bow down. Stop acting like you are special. You are nothing but garbage. His petty actions instantly enraged the three of them. They started lashing out at Jean, but he just smirked. My commoners sure are emotional. Aren't you two girls, the Mizuha sisters? Well, I guess not all of you are completely useless after all. The two sisters glared back at him, their faces full of sheer disgust. But Jean's sheer shamelessness was thicker than a slab of concrete. He sneered and aggressively declared, All right. It is decided. I will be the captain of this unit. Shogo protested, but the leadership has already been officially assigned to Kusanagi by the higher-ups. Jean ignored him completely, scoffing. Then let us settle this with a contest. Whichever side defeats the final boss of the next disaster gets to be the captain. Shogo grew more and more frustrated and wanted to stop him, but that wimp Jean just turned around and walked away with his two kiss-ass sidekicks, smugly calling back, It is settled then. Shogo felt incredibly bad for Minato. He whispered apologetically, I am so sorry, my hands are tied when it comes to him. Minato didn't care about the guy, replying calmly, It is fine. Even if you argued, it would have been pointless anyway. We just have to win. At this point, Yuika and the other two were absolutely determined. There was no way they would let that wimp become their captain. With scowls on their faces, they turned and walked away. Back in his room, Minato watched them walk away, feeling a bit helpless. It seemed like those guys were even more hyped up than he was. A little while later, outside the training grounds of the police headquarters, Minato gathered everyone, but he honestly had no idea where to even start. Since the officers only had about 10,000 N of mana, he decided to stick to his original plan and talk about magic power first. Clearing his throat, Minato spoke up confidently. First, I have an important announcement to make. It is about the vital importance of magic. Mana is the name of the energy used to manifest magic, but it actually has a lot of other uses as well. Next, he called Ryuji over to his side. Ryuji was a bit confused, but he walked over anyway. Minato calmly instructed him, Hit me with everything you have got. This made Ryuji even more bewildered. But Minato kept urging him on. In the end, Ryuji had no choice but to comply. Clenching his fist, he yelled, Don't cry if this hurts. With that, he threw a heavy punch straight at Minato's face. But before his fist could even touch Minato, it was completely blocked by an invisible barrier. Minato calmly explained, This is the power of a magic barrier. If you possess a massive amount of mana, you can easily activate one. And if your mana capacity is even higher, you can even trigger it completely unconsciously. Minato added, To put it simply, it is automatic magic. Ryuji bit his lip in frustration, desperately trying to break through the shield, but he could not budge it at all. He ultimately had to give up. Seeing his frustration, Minato spoke up again, That is why increasing your own mana capacity is so crucial. This is the most basic and important goal for any mage, so make sure to keep that in mind. Right after that, he called them over, one by one, to teach them how to sense mana. Just like Ruka and the other two when they first learned about this skill, the police officers were absolutely amazed. Once they finished the basics, Minato had them do some real sparring, and just like that, the entire day flew by. After the training session ended, Minato returned home. He was still deeply concerned about the team's future. Besides magic training, having proper gear was also essential. If possible, he wanted to borrow some equipment that could resist magic beasts. But judging by Sugo's reaction earlier, it clearly was not going to be easy to get his hands on them right away. Thinking about this, Minato could not help but sigh. In this day and age, there probably were not any skilled craftsmen left anyway. I guess I will have to make it myself. I have never tried it before, but it should not be too hard. Next, he started rummaging through the house to see if there was anything useful. In the end, Minato found a ring. It looked pretty cheap, but since it was still in brand new condition, it must be something important. I can make do with this for now, but it is still not enough. Where else should I go look for more? Just then, the phone on the bed suddenly rang, startling Minato. It was Ruka calling. It was pretty rare for her to reach out first. Minato immediately picked up, and Ruka's voice came through the line. "It is me." Surprised, Minato asked, "What is up?" But there was a long silence on the other end before she finally spoke. "You are the only one suited to be our captain." Minato could not help but tease her. "Are you trying to encourage me?" Ruka answered without hesitation. "Yes, I am." Minato chuckled. "Wow, you actually have a sweet side." But since she was being so nice, he decided to ask her. With that in mind, he spoke up. "If you are not busy tomorrow, would you like to go shopping with me?" Ruka frowned slightly in confusion. "Shopping?" Minato quickly explained. "There are a few things I need, but I don't know where to buy them." She pressed on. "Is Yuika and everyone else coming along too?" Minato shook his head and replied, "No, just the two of us. What is the point of bringing a whole crowd?" Hearing this, Ruka was slightly taken aback and asked in disbelief, "Just the two of us?" Minato did not see any issue with it. "So, what do you say?" Ruka fell silent again and did not answer for a long time. Just when Minato thought she was not going to reply, she suddenly spoke up, "I don't have any plans." Minato was instantly thrilled. "You are seriously my savior. So, where should we go?" Ruka suggested in a low voice, "Harajuku. They might have what you need." And so, the two of them agreed to meet at the station tomorrow afternoon. After chatting a bit more, Ruka finally hung up. She stared at her phone, a thoughtful look in her eyes. On the other end, Minato was absolutely thrilled. "This is perfect. Now I can buy enough rings for everyone. Should I try crafting a piece of magic beast resistant gear right now with this?" With that, he began channeling his mana into the ring. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the two Mizuha sisters, Yuika walked up to Ruka's bedroom door and called out, "Sis, dinner is ready." But when no one answered, she frowned and muttered to herself. No response? Is she already asleep? That is not like her at all. After hesitating for a moment, Yuika decided to push the door open. "Sis, I'm coming in." But as soon as she stepped inside, she saw Ruka frantically trying on different outfits, leaving Yuika completely bewildered and clueless about what was happening. Just then, Ruka heard her. She turned her head and saw Yuika standing there with a blank expression. Frowning, she asked, "What is it?" Snapping back to reality, Yuika hurriedly said, "I'm so sorry. Dinner is ready, so." Ruka nodded slightly, cutting her off. "I will be right there." Yuika quickly ran back outside, lost in thought. She had never seen Ruka this excited before. Just who was she going out with? Who is that? Could it be Minato? The next afternoon, at Harajuku Station, Minato was already waiting. Suspicious of what was going on, Yuika secretly followed Ruka all the way here. But because she was afraid Minato would spot her, she hid her magic and kept her distance from the two of them. Realizing her behavior was a bit questionable, Yuika sighed in resignation. Why was she even tailing them like this anyway? In the distance, as Minato waited, he spotted a figure walking toward him. It was Ruka. Quite different from her usual look. Today she was wearing tight jeans, a sleeveless crop top, and a stylish khaki jacket. Everywhere she walked, she turned heads. Ignoring the stares, Ruka walked right up to Minato, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Did I keep you waiting?" Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "No, I just got here myself." Seeing them standing together, the people around them immediately started whispering. Some even assumed Minato was Ruka's boyfriend. Hiding nearby, Yuika heard this and panicked. Is my sister actually dating Minato? How did this happen? Completely unaware they were being followed, the two of them made their way into Harajuku. As they walked, Ruka asked, "So, what are you looking for anyway?" Minato calmly replied, "Rings, and I need quite a few of them." Surprised, Ruka asked suspiciously, "Are they gifts?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, pretty much. I need a whole bunch of them." Ruka was taken aback. "A bunch? You're giving them to that many people?" Minato didn't think much of it and casually admitted, "Yeah, pretty much." Ruka, on the other hand, started overthinking things. She gave him an annoyed look and reminded him, "Just so you know, Japan is a monogamous society," Minato murmured, a bit confused. "I know that." Ruka whipped her head away, pouted, and said, "Well, if you're buying in bulk, looking for cheap shops is your best bet. I actually know a place." Hearing this, Minato smiled happily. "Awesome, I'm counting on you then." And so, the two of them quickly headed to a jewelry store to search for rings. Naturally, Yuika tailed them, but after failing to find what he wanted there, Minato and Ruka checked out some street stalls. After walking around for a bit, they ended up right back at the jewelry store. Ruka stood in front of the entrance and sighed in defeat. A durable, inexpensive ring that doesn't draw too much attention. Who knew finding something that fits all those criteria would be this hard? Minato went back inside to browse, and after quite a while, he finally spoke up. Even when he found one that looked decent, something still wasn't right. "Man, this one is way too expensive too." Meanwhile, outside, Yuika had spotted a cafe. Right across from the jewelry store, she quietly watched the two of them. She grumbled to herself, "What is even going on? And why the heck are they standing so close to each other?" Inside the store, a sales associate quickly walked over to greet them. "Welcome. What can I help you two find today? If you're looking for a gift for your girlfriend, we actually have a special discount going on." Hearing the word girlfriend, Minato immediately tried to deny it. "Oh no, she's not." But before he could even finish his sentence, Ruka's face tensed up. She bluntly stated, "I am not his girlfriend." The associate immediately apologized. "Oh, I am so sorry. Please feel free to look around." With that, they quickly walked away, leaving Ruka completely baffled, while Minato could only sigh in defeat. A little while later, at a restaurant, Minato slumped into his seat and sighed, "That was way too much walking. I'm absolutely exhausted. Especially through crowds of people." After going through all that trouble and coming up empty-handed, he began to wonder if he should rethink his criteria. But just then, Minato noticed that Ruka didn't look very happy. After a long silence, Ruka hesitantly murmured, "I'm really not good at showing my feelings. How is it that you understand me so well?" Minato was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered, nodding in response. "Ah, yeah." Meanwhile, Yuika was sitting not too far away. Hearing Ruka open up like that, she was slightly shocked. Just then, Ruka spoke in a soft voice again. "I can't even be close and intimate with Yuika. You should really just date and hang out with her instead. Having me around is only getting in the way." "No, that's not true at all." Minato shook his head, denying it. "You did research on the jewelry stores beforehand, didn't you? And you put so much thought into every single item." Hearing this, Ruka went quiet. Deep down, she was still feeling insecure. Minato continued, "Even though we were shopping for me, you took it so seriously. It's as if you were buying something for yourself. Seriously, you've been a huge help." Ruka stared intently at him. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, she lowered her head, nervously playing with a lock of hair by her ear, and whispered, "Is that so?" Overhearing their conversation, Yuika couldn't stand it anymore and walked out. She had never seen that side of Ruka before. She wondered, what on earth was she even doing here? Maybe she should just go home. So, she turned around and headed back. Meanwhile, Minato and Ruka kept searching for a bit longer. And finally, they found it. Minato cried out in excitement. "We finally found it." Walking beside him, Ruka asked in confusion, "Wait, but why buy 5 of them?" Minato calmly replied, "Well, everyone gets one." Ruka grew even more suspicious, staring intently at him. After a long silence, she softly said, "They're probably going to love these gifts, since you put so much thought into picking them." Minato glanced at her and said as if it were obvious, "Well, this is gear for our entire unit, so of course they'll be happy." Ruka was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. So that's what it was." Minato didn't notice what she was thinking. Reflecting on today's events, he spoke up gratefully. I don't know what I would have done without you today. Thank you so much. Ruka waved it off. Don't worry about it. Just knowing I could help you is more than enough. But Minato still insisted on thanking her. He quickly added, but I really should repay you with something, right? Ruka pouted slightly, replying, there is really no need. But right after she said that, Minato suddenly pulled out a ring, catching Ruka completely off guard. Not noticing her reaction, Minato quickly said, give me your hand. Ruka murmured in confusion, what are you doing? Just give it here, Minato replied, growing a bit impatient. He then took her hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Winking with a smile, he said, this is the very first piece of gear I ever made. Keep it safe, okay? Thinking about the meaning behind his gesture, Ruka's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. She quickly avoided Minato's gaze and ran away in a panic. I'll cherish it. See you later. Minato was left utterly bewildered. He tried to call out to her, but she was already gone. He hadn't even explained what it did yet. Oh well, he would just do it next time. Meanwhile, Ruka was running away as fast as she could. After putting a lot of distance between herself and Minato, she finally slowed down to a stop. Ruka stared intently at the ring on her ring finger. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she clutched it tightly against her chest. The next day, at the police headquarters training grounds, Minato gathered everyone together. He announced clearly, I'm going to hand out some gear now. Everyone, please pick one for yourselves. He then distributed the rings to everyone. Holding them in their hands, everyone was absolutely amazed. Corinne murmured in shock, there's a mana reaction. Could this actually be anti-beast gear? Minato nodded slightly. That's right. This is anti-beast gear enchanted with wind magic. If you use it alongside your own magic, it can be boosted to Tier 1 wind magic. Hearing this, Sugo was even more shocked. He asked in astonishment, where did you get these? Minato casually replied, I made them myself. Sugo went from one surprise to another. Only highly skilled artisans could craft anti-beast gear, and there was no one left who could do it nowadays. Yet, this kid was able to mass-produce them like this. Thinking this over, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I swear, we can never stop being amazed by your abilities. Minato was handing out the rings to everyone, but when it came to Yuika, he walked right past her. This action left Yuika completely baffled. However, she quickly spotted a ring on Ruka's ring finger. Yuika was stunned. Her sister had never worn a ring before. Could it be a gift from their date yesterday? So something must have happened after she got back? What on earth could it be? Minato was completely unaware of her racing thoughts. After finishing handing out the gear, he spoke up again. The only thing we're lacking now is a means of transportation. We can't rely on cars because they're just not fast enough. Sugo found this reasonable, as they always arrived later than they should. Minato then used his mana to lift himself into the air, explaining calmly, with this gear, anyone can use the wind balancing spell. This will minimize our travel time as much as possible. But remember one thing, this is just a simple spell. The mana required to use it is extremely low, so don't try to use it for attacks. With that, he told everyone to give it a try. Everyone quickly followed his instructions, but they still struggled to keep their balance while standing on it. Minato gently advised them, balancing requires both flight and maintenance, so you should try to visualize yourself jumping up first. He then glanced over at Yuika. Seeing that she actually succeeded, he immediately praised her, well done. Extremely smug from Minato's compliment, Yuika boasted, just how long do you think I've been practicing mana control? This is a walk in the park. But she suddenly locked eyes with Minato's intense gaze, which startled her. Yuika quickly turned her head away, haunted by the guilt of having stalked the two of them. While she was lost in her remorse, Minato suddenly asked, by the way, there's something I wanted to ask. You know a lot about Ichikami Minato, don't you? Yuika gave a slight nod. Yes, he's my absolute idol. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and pressed further. Was he strong? Yuika replied casually. His mana capacity was around 1 million, and he could cast a massive variety of spells. He sacrificed himself fighting the Demon King during the Great Cataclysm. Minato then asked with suspicion, what happened to the mages after he died? Yuika explained slowly. By then, there were barely any mages left who were still capable of fighting. The Mizuha clan played a massive role in the aftermath. At that point, almost all magic documents and records had been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. That's why their ancestors had to rebuild the magic system from scratch. Minato frowned deeply, From what he remembered, the casualty rate among mages had indeed been quite high, but there should have been plenty of records and documents left, as he had stored them in various locations as a precaution for the future. Yet, modern magic knowledge remained incredibly primitive with countless loopholes, and their mana levels were unbelievably low. Was this simply due to the changing times, or had someone intentionally set it up this way? Seeing Minato stay silent, Yuika looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you okay?" Minato snapped out of his thoughts, shook his head, and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Still worried, Yuika hesitated before saying, "If you ever need to talk, please let me know. I might not be able to help much, but before she could finish, Minato cut her off with a soft chuckle. "Just knowing you care this much is enough. Thanks a lot. You've already been a huge help." Minato knew Yuika would never share his secrets with anyone, but he still hadn't figured out how to deal with the dark mage. Dragging her into this mess was the last thing he wanted, so it was probably best not to bring it up so often. The thought made Minato smile. If Yuika ever found out that he was actually the legendary Ichikami Minato, she would probably pass out for days. But Yuika, on the other hand, was worried that Minato didn't trust her enough. If only she were stronger, maybe he would open up to her. That thought sparked a sudden wave of determination in her. She was going to give it her all. 1 week later, back at the police headquarters training grounds, Minato was leading the squad's training session. The entire squad assumed their firing stances and immediately launched their attacks. Karin could now cast Tier 2 Holy Light magic, while Sugo was already able to unleash Tier 3 magic. Ryuji had made progress too, successfully wielding Tier 4 magic. Meanwhile, the two Mizuha sisters joined forces to cast a massive Tier 4 water spell together. Minato was highly satisfied. The entire squad's capabilities had skyrocketed, and even Karin could now use magic to defend herself. She couldn't cast a single thing before, but the ones who surprised him the most were Ruka and Yuika. Their synergy was absolutely incredible, thanks to their close bond as sisters. It wasn't just him, either. Even Yuika was amazed by her own progress. The destructive power of the two Mizuha sisters' combined magic was immense, leaving 2 massive craters blasted into the ground. Thinking about how far she'd come, Yuika jumped for joy. Seeing her reaction, Minato couldn't help but crack a smile. He then called out to the group, "Great job, everyone, but don't get cocky just because you've gotten a bit stronger. Your actual combat strength isn't just about your magic tier." He then turned to Ruka and suggested, "Ruka, try casting a Tier 4 spell on me." Ruka nodded instantly. "Got it." Without hesitation, she unleashed an attacking spell right at Minato, but he just stood there, completely unbothered. As the rushing wave of water closed in, Minato casually waved his hand, casting a simple Tier 1 spell that sliced right through Ruka's attack. The Tier 1 spell completely neutralized the incoming torrent. Watching this, Sugo gasped in disbelief. "A Tier 1 spell just shut down a Tier 4 spell?" Minato calmly explained. "Your tier simply determines the upper limit of the mana you can store, but that doesn't mean a higher tier spell is always superior. Even with a Tier 1 spell, if you channel your maximum amount of mana into it, you can easily overpower a Tier 4 attack. Of course, elemental matchups play a role too. For instance, water is naturally weaker against earth." Minato continued, "Don't restrict yourselves to the concept of tiers, whether it's yours or your opponent's. As long as you truly understand the flow of mana and master your spells, you can all become far stronger." His words fired everyone up, showing them a clear path to becoming even stronger than the elite, noble mages. Minato smiled, looking at his motivated squad. "And never forget the most important thing. You have teammates standing right beside you. When we fight together, we are unstoppable." As soon as he finished, the entire squad shouted back in unison, "Yes, sir." Right then, an incredibly annoying voice cut in. Well. You commoners sure are working hard." It was Shu, flanked by his 2 brown-nosing sidekicks. Sugo frowned, asking, "What brings you here, Lord Shu?" Shu scoffed and rolled his eyes. "The disaster is taking forever to hit, and I'm bored out of my mind." Sugo looked at him, confused. "Well, if you're not going to train, why not help clear out some of the local beasts?" Shu shook his head with a lazy laugh. "No way, that's way too much of a pain. Isn't that what you cops are paid to do anyway?" His attitude made Ruka and the others boil with rage, desperately wanting to wipe that smug grin off his face. But Shu couldn't care less, looking up at the sky and groaning. "Ugh, talk about a jinx. Speak of the devil." Yuika suddenly gasped, pointing upward. "Look at the sky. The sky, which had been clear and blue just moments ago, was now blanketed in an eerie blood-red hue. Shu smirked with excitement. It's here. Finally, the disaster has arrived. Glaring mockingly at Sugo's squad, he sneered, "Don't forget, whichever team takes down the boss first gets to lead the new unit. The game is officially on, you filthy peasants." Angered by his arrogance, Yuika yelled back, "As if we'd ever lose to a piece of trash like you." Shu laughed, brushing her off. "Bark all you want. See you later, losers." With that, he cast a spell and sped off into the distance. Staring at his retreating figure, Yuika grumbled, "That's so unfair." Minato, however, remained unfazed and spoke up calmly. "We should get moving too. Don't forget to put on your wireless earpieces. This is our squad's first real battle. Stay sharp, everyone." "Understood," they shouted in unison before casting their movement magic and heading out. A level 1 sky magic spell quickly flies through the air. Meanwhile, down on the streets, cars are moving through traffic. Suddenly, Shu cuts off a black car and speeds away. He laughs smugly, saying, "Way too slow. You're so slow I could have yawned 100 times already." Right behind him, Ruka and her team are giving chase. Seeing how fast Shu's crew is moving, they can't help but marvel. Damn, they're fast. That guy looks like a round ball, but he can seriously move. Minato sighs at their reaction. After all, their opponent is highly skilled in wind magic. It makes sense why Ruka's team is struggling to keep up. Sure, he could easily crush those guys on his own, but then what would be the point of establishing this unit in the first place? As long as the citizens are safe, there's no need to rush them. But right then, Shu suddenly shouts back in mockery, "What kind of clown mage squad are you guys supposed to be? You're huffing and puffing just trying to keep up with me. You guys are absolute trash, total rookies." Ruka can't hear what that short, fat jerk is babbling about, but she knows for a fact that a pig like him is up to no good. A moment later, Shu and his men finally reach their destination. Shu shouts aggressively, "Finally, the disaster is here. It's showtime. Let's kick these mindless monsters' asses." The moment he speaks, his two sidekicks immediately summon their magic to attack, and Shu joins in too. A massive blast of magical energy surges toward the rushing monsters. Terrified citizens chased by the monsters run toward them, screaming for help. But Shu couldn't care less. He barks orders at his lackeys, "Keep firing. Fire continuously, lay waste to all of them." On his command, the two lackeys unleash another wave of attacks. This forces the two citizens, who had just escaped the monsters, right into the path of their magic. They're just ordinary citizens. If they get hit by magic this powerful, they'll be blasted straight to the afterlife. Just in the nick of time, a flash of golden magic blazes into view. It's Minato. He conjures a protective barrier to shield the two citizens. He glares coldly at the fat, short jerk and demands, "What the hell do you think you're doing, you pig?" The overwhelming pressure radiating from Minato freezes Shu and his two lackeys in their tracks. Shu breaks out in a cold sweat, wondering why on earth he can't move a single muscle. Seizing the moment, Ruka's team rushes over to check on the two citizens. Once she confirms they're safe, Ruka glares at Shu's group and snaps, "What do you think you're doing? Keep innocent civilians out of this." Shu stays silent, only managing to move after a long moment. What did Minato actually just do to him? Masking his confusion, he scoffs. "It's their own fault. Running around like headless chickens and getting in the way of a noble mage like me. They got what they deserved." His words make Ruka even more furious. But Shu couldn't care less. He boasts, "I'm going to take down the boss. You rookies can stay here and kiss those peasants' asses." With that, he and his lackeys take off. Minato watches the three jerks leave. Neutralizing Shu's magic would have been incredibly easy for him. But doing that would feel like he was backing out of their wager, wouldn't it? Besides, things turning out this way actually plays right into his hands. With that in mind, Minato instructs his team, "I'll focus on evacuating the citizens. The rest of you, focus on dealing with the monsters." Sugo asks with concern, "But can you handle this alone? Even for someone as capable as you, rescuing and evacuating civilians can be highly unpredictable." Smiling slightly, Minato says with confidence, "Don't worry. I am the captain of this special unit, after all." Taken aback, Sugo bursts into laughter before rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "Right. That was a pretty dumb question to ask, wasn't it?" Ruka rallies the team, shouting, "We can't just rely on Minato for everything. Let's take down these monsters together." Seeing their high spirits, Minato cheers, "Go get 'em. Bring home the win." With their captain's blessing, they quickly charge into action, unleashing their magic, to wipe out the low-level monsters. Ruka is brimming with confidence in her abilities right now. Whether it's low-level beasts or demon soldiers, she can sweep them away with ease. There was a time when Ruka was paralyzed by fear and completely useless, but now, she can take down demon soldiers all on her own. She really has grown so much stronger. Elsewhere, Minato stands on a rooftop, using his sensory abilities to scan the area. There's still a chaotic mix of friendly magic and monster energy everywhere. It looks like a lot of citizens are trapped and can't escape. Normal mages would find this rescue operation extremely difficult, but Minato isn't a normal mage. Without a second thought, Minato leaps off the edge. He speeds through the streets like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, Shu and his men are busy clearing out demon soldiers. Ruka's team is also fully focused, giving it their all. But suddenly, an immense wave of magical energy surges through the area, causing Ruka to cry out in shock. What is this insane pressure? Before anyone can react, a massive demon general emerges in the distance. Sensing the massive power, Shu and his lackeys rush toward the source. The final boss is all mine. I'm gonna show you losers what real level 4 magic looks like. Seeing this, Shu's subordinate immediately warned him. But our opponent is a demon general. You can't take him down with just a tier 4 spell. Unfortunately, Shu was far too arrogant and full of himself. Who says I can't? Nobody has ever actually fought a real demon before. How can you guys be so sure? I'm a noble mage, so winning is only natural. But right after saying that, he summoned a tier 4 gale spell to attack. But the demon general wasn't afraid at all. It also unleashed its own magic, and blazing flames quickly erupted. Fueled by the wind, the fire raged even hotter, completely swallowing up the gale. Seeing this, Shu's face instantly turned pale. He trembled and muttered, "My ultimate spell was neutralized?" But the flames were already hurtling right toward them. Realizing he was in deep trouble, Shu turned tail and ran for his life. He ran right past the civilians, drawing the flames dangerously close to them. Fortunately, right before the fire could engulf the helpless citizens, Minato appeared. But before he could even make a move, a massive wave of water surged in from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it completely doused the raging fire. It was Ruka and her team who had stepped in. Minato smiled in approval, thinking, "Not bad at all." Meanwhile, the short, chubby Shu kept running until he finally slumped down on the ground to catch his breath. But it wasn't long before someone walked right up to him. It was Yuka, and she looked absolutely furious. She gritted her teeth and demanded an answer. "Why did you drag innocent civilians into this?" Shu scoffed and pouted. "I already told you. If they were too stupid to run away, who else is to blame? If they dare get in the way of a noble mage, then death is the only fitting punishment." But before he could even finish his sentence, Yuka raised her hand and swung. A loud slap echoed through the empty clearing, sending Shu flying several meters away. Yuka, still fuming, yelled, "Noble mage, my foot! You are nothing but a shameless, filthy fat pig." Shu sat on the ground trembling, still in utter shock. He muttered in disbelief, You dared slap me? You dared to slap a noble mage?" Yuka scoffed. "Forget that pathetic pig. Let's go clean up the rest of the monsters." With that, they quickly ran off, completely ignoring Shu's hysterical screaming. Watching from afar while rescuing civilians, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, talk about a show in a place crawling with demons. But I have to admit, they got back on their feet pretty quickly. Well, that's good. Since there were still many citizens who needed saving, he also had to keep an eye out for the boss. The demon general had actually appeared in this area. This disaster would only end once that thing was taken down. Meanwhile, inside a ruined house, the chubby Su and his 2 subordinates were hiding out. One of his lackeys kept trying to persuade him, "We stand absolutely no chance against those demons, sir. It is best if we just retreat." Biting his lip in frustration, Shu gritted his teeth and realized those demons outside were indeed incredibly powerful. Even for him, taking them all down would be no easy feat. But suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly whispered, "Wait, what if we let those guys weaken the demons first? And then we sweep in and steal all the glory?" Hearing this, the 2 lackeys immediately cheered in excitement. "You are brilliant as always, young master." Shu puffed out his chest and boasted, "It is nothing. Now, let's just lie low, rest up, and wait for our perfect moment." Meanwhile, outside, Ruka's team was facing off against the demon general. The sheer amount of mana it released was terrifying. Yuka was not sure if they could even win, but they had to. Right then, Ryuji let out a fierce battle cry, "Let's end this quickly." Everyone immediately unleashed their mana, launching a coordinated attack on the demon general. Waves of water and bolts of lightning surged forward, creating a series of deafening explosions. Ryuji stared anxiously through the rising smoke, whispering to himself, "Did that do it?" But as the smoke cleared, the silhouette of the demon general emerged. It stood there completely untouched, without a single scratch. Their faces instantly fell. Ruka bit her lip and muttered, "What we need right now is either a tier 4 spell or an immense amount of mana to wipe it out." Right on cue, the demon general unleashed its fire magic. Blazing flames surged forward, carrying an intense heat that threatened to engulf everything. Seeing this, Yuka and the others quickly scrambled out of the way. Yuka stared at the flames below, her heart sinking. It was even more terrifying than before, boasting perhaps double her own magic capacity. The gap in their strength was just too wide. They stood no chance against this monster. What were they supposed to do? As they stood there feeling completely helpless, Minato's voice suddenly came through their earpieces. "Looks like you guys are in a bit of a tight spot. Here is a little tip. Try coordinating with each other." Minato observed from a distance, knowing it was not his turn to step in just yet. Hearing his voice, Yuka immediately cried out, "But we are already doing that." Minato calmly explained, "Combine everyone's power in its purest form. The key to this lies with you and Ruka." Yuka grew even more confused and asked, "What do you mean by that?" But Minato refused to explain any further, simply saying, "Figure it out yourself, Yuka." She wanted to say more, but he had already disconnected. At that exact moment, she sensed a deadly presence rushing toward her. It was the demon general's flames hurtling straight toward her. Ruka and the others quickly unleashed their magic to defend themselves. Ruka spoke up again, saying Kusanagi's words must hold some kind of meaning, and they all needed to figure it out together. Yuika frowned slightly. Ruka was right. Minato had always been the one leading them, so what was she supposed to do now? She stood there, lost in silent thought. Before long, Yuika spoke up. "Its magic is incredibly powerful, but it takes a long time to cast. Let's clear out the minions first while dodging its attacks." She then suggested that Sugo and the others focus on the eastern flank. Meanwhile, the three of them would handle the west, and she would signal them when it was about to attack. Sugo and Karin were a bit taken aback, but they quickly snapped out of it. Both of them nodded, replying, "Got it." With that, everyone followed Yuika's plan, while she waited. She waited for the demon general's next strike. The moment it raised its hand to summon its magic, Yuika shouted, "Get ready." She began to count down. At the very last second, the flames. Charging forward, Yuika screamed, "Run, now." Following her lead, everyone cast level 1 sky magic to make their escape. Watching them from a distance, Minato was genuinely surprised. He thought to himself, "Wait, so Yuika's the one taking charge here? And here I thought Rui or Ruka would be the ones calling the shots. Still, she should handle this role just fine." Meanwhile, after guiding everyone away from the demon general's raging flames, Yuika was gasping heavily for air. Their current mana and magic levels were simply not enough. What should they do? In her state of panic, she desperately tried to recall Minato's advice. What was it that Minato had said back then? Or did she misunderstand him? She really wasn't sure if his method would actually work. After hesitating for a moment, she decided it was time to go all in. Stepping up to the group, Yuika firmly pleaded, "Everyone, please, lend me your strength." From a distance, Shu was silently keeping an eye on Ruka's group. He muttered to himself, "What on earth are they planning to do?" It didn't take long for Ruka's group to come up with a strategy. Following Yuika's plan, the two sisters took their place at the very front of the battle line. Sugo and Rui held the line behind them, backed up by Karin and 2 other police officers. Sugo asked hesitantly, "Are you sure we can actually pull this off?" Yuika shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know, but we don't have any other choice." Ruka, on the other hand, showed absolute trust. "I believe in you," she said. Ryuji added with determination, "We have to bite the bullet and try. If it fails, we'll just have to figure something else out." Right at that moment, the demon general unleashed a level 5 spell, conjuring a massive sphere of blazing fire. Within seconds, the flames engulfed the entire sky. The intense heat radiated so quickly that even Shu and his men began to feel the burn. Shu gritted his teeth and spat. "Ignorant fools. Their stupidity is going to get us dragged into this too." But suddenly, one of his henchmen gasped in shock. "Boss, look over there." Shu spun around, his eyes instantly widening in disbelief. He saw Ruka's group charging straight toward the roaring flames. At that exact moment, Karin cast her level 3 holy magic. Instantly, a protective holy barrier enveloped Ruka and the others. Watching this play out from afar, Minato couldn't help but smirk. Well, look at that. Since dodging a level 5 spell is out of the question, Karen's holy magic will minimize the damage they take. Clever move. Now it's up to Yuika and Ruka to handle the offense. By combining their powers, the Mizuha sisters can unleash an even higher tier of water magic. Minato nodded in approval. Exactly. When individual strength falls short, pooling your power is the ultimate solution. This is also how ultimate spells are born. Sure enough, the two of them successfully cast a level 6 ultimate water spell, Mermaid's Tears. In an instant, a massive mermaid made of churning water materialized before them. Witnessing this, Sugo couldn't help but gasp in awe. Whoa, who would have thought these two sisters had a level 6 spell up their sleeves? In the blink of an eye, the demon general's blazing fire was completely snuffed out, leaving the beast frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Spotting his chance, Shu shouted gleefully, "This is our moment. Let's make a grand entrance and steal the spotlight." But before he could even take a step, massive vines sprouted out of nowhere, binding him tightly and instantly draining the energy right out of his body. Shu collapsed weakly onto the ground, his body completely limp and helpless. Naturally, the mastermind behind this was Minato. Did they really think their sneaky move would go unnoticed? Minato had been watching them the entire time, and he wasn't about to let them ruin the moment. Meanwhile, Ruka's group had absolutely no idea they had almost been stabbed in the back. Sugo stared at the motionless demon general and yelled excitedly, "It's down! The beast is finally down!" Sure enough, the sky quickly cleared, returning to its peaceful blue state. Sugo cheered. "We did it! We actually stopped a natural disaster!" Karine nodded in agreement, smiling. It was all thanks to the Mizuha sisters and everyone's hard work. But just as they celebrated, Ruka and Yuika suddenly stumbled, their legs giving out. Ryuji rushed over to support them, asking with concern, "Are you two all right?" Ruka gave a weak, helpless smile. "My mana is completely drained. I can't even take another step." Yuika was just as exhausted, but a bright smile lit up her face. "We actually did it, sis," Yuika cheered weakly. Ruka nodded softly, looking back at her with a warm smile. "Yes, we won." A short while later, in the briefing room at police headquarters, Minato stood at the front, offering his praise to the team. "Well done, everyone. We successfully averted a major disaster. And remember, this was our unit's very first official mission." Hearing his words, everyone in the audience beamed with joy. The Mizuha sisters, in particular, deserved the most credit for being the ultimate deciding factor in this battle. Minato was incredibly proud of their performance and showered them with praise. Everyone truly went above and beyond, showcasing their absolute best today. I can really see how much everyone has grown. But Yuika, your development has been the most remarkable of all. Hearing her name called out of the blue, Yuika was caught off guard, but she quickly puffed out her chest and stood tall, her face beaming with pride. Minato smiled and continued his praise. "The commands you issued during the fight were spot on. Even that ultimate spell was incredibly impressive. Did you plan that strategy out beforehand?" Yuika shook her head in confusion. "Honestly, no. I had no idea what I was doing. So, that was ultimate magic? Oh, okay." Minato was left completely speechless. Shocked, he asked, "You really don't know? Then how on earth did you guys pull that off?" Chuckling, Du smirked and said, "It was all thanks to your hint. The rest was just instinct." This left Minato even more confused. "That lady. She might actually be more talented than you think, though it's not that big of a deal." Minato kept talking. "Either way, you did a really great job, especially since you cast such a highly destructive spell right on the battlefield." It was clear that the trust and harmony between the sisters played a huge role in it. As he said this, Minato suddenly checked his watch. It was almost time. He grabbed the remote and turned on the television, bringing up the live broadcast of the press conference at the police station. A reporter was currently interviewing the police chief. From what we understand, the leader of this special unit is the student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the academy. Is that true? I will answer that. Before the chief could even reply, Sugo quickly cut in. He leaned in close to the microphone and declared proudly, "I am Sugo, the official spokesperson for Captain SMT, the leader of the special unit. Yes, he is indeed a student, just as you've heard." The moment those words left his mouth, the reporters in the room gasped and started whispering among themselves. Hearing the skepticism from the crowd, Sugo spoke up again, telling them he possesses abilities that can easily surpass even a noble mage. When the disaster struck the Magic Academy, not a single noble mage showed up to help. This put our brave officers and innocent civilians in extreme danger. But Minato stepped up and saved everyone. Sugo got more and more fired up, continuing, "I truly believe he is the one who will carry our nation's future on his shoulders. There is absolutely no one else fit to be captain but him." Back at the police station, Minato cringed at the overwhelming praise. He couldn't help but wish Sugo would just talk a little less. Meanwhile, at the press conference, the reporters were starting to get riled up by Sugo's remarks. The questioning grew intense, and the room was filled with murmurs. They even brought up the heads of the prestigious mage families, especially the Fuyu family. This chaotic scene had the police chief breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly spoke up, "Please, everyone, we are at a police station. I ask that you refrain from questions that invade the privacy of the noble mages." Right then, a loud commotion erupted from outside. When everyone turned to look, they saw that fat guy, Shu, standing outside with two of his henchmen. He strutted into the hall and arrogantly announced, "That kid you have as captain has absolutely nothing going for him. Only a noble mage as high and mighty as myself is worthy of this position." With that, he aggressively demanded to know why they held a press conference without notifying him first, accusing them of having absolutely no respect for the chain of command. Sugo glared back at him, asking in frustration, "What are you doing here? You lost the bet." But those three shameless jerks immediately played dumb, pretending they didn't remember a single thing. Sugo was absolutely furious, but Shu completely ignored him, declaring, "The word of a noble mage like me is law. You commoners should just shut up and do what I say." Right then, a reporter stood up and said, "I'd like to ask a question." Shu smirked at the female reporter and said, "A pretty lady has a question for me, the new captain? Sure, let's hear what you've got." The reporter's tone immediately turned serious as she asked, "We've received reports that not only did you fail to rescue the trapped citizens, but you also put them in direct danger during the process. Is this true?" Shu flinched at the accusation, instantly shaking his head in denial. "What kind of question is that? That never happened." But another reporter held up a device with video evidence. "Actually, we've received the same reports, and we have the video and photos to prove it." Immediately, the rest of the press room joined in, bombarding Shu with questions, openly criticizing and condemning him. The more they pressed, the more furious Shu became, his face turning pale and red with rage. He snapped and screamed, "Shut up! It was their own fault for getting in my way. You lowly peasants better watch your mouths." At this point, Sugo had finally had enough and spoke out loud and clear. "As you can all see, the era of noble mages has completely crumbled because of people like him." He declared that what the people need now are real heroes who are willing to protect everyone, heroes who fight selflessly, just like our current captain. He pointed directly at Shu and his men, shouting, "We have absolutely no use for noble mages who don't care about the safety of our citizens." With the reporters and Sugo launching a relentless barrage of accusations, the police chiefs were left completely speechless. Shu was absolutely livid. He scrambled to run away, practically pulling up his pants as he fled, but didn't forget to scream a parting threat, "You'll pay for this. You're dead meat for crossing me." Back in the meeting room, Minato let out a heavy sigh. Did Sugo really have to go that hard? Right then, Du suddenly gasped. "Check this out. The video of that disaster is going completely viral online, and those Suji guys' actions during the fight are drawing massive public backlash toward the noble mages, especially the Fuyuka clan." Minato couldn't help but be amazed. The internet is honestly terrifying. Anything can spread like wildfire in seconds. 3. While he was lost in thought, Du suddenly let out a gasp, catching him off guard. "What's going on now?" Pointing at the screen, Du hesitantly mumbled, "We got caught on camera." 2. The video clearly showed Minato's group, with everyone's face on full display. Minato helplessly facepalmed. "There goes my peaceful, low-key life." As if he wasn't standing out enough already, things just keep getting more and more complicated. A week later, inside conference room number 3 at the police station, Minato's eyes went wide the moment he walked in. What on earth is this? The entire room was absolutely packed to the brim, without a single empty seat. Why are there so many people here? Seeing him arrive, Sugo rushed over and apologetically explained, "Due to recent events, it's a lot easier to get approval from the higher-ups now. Plus, the number of volunteers has absolutely skyrocketed." Knowing he talked a bit too much during the press conference, he apologized to Minato and promised to make it up to him. Minato helplessly shook his head. Sure, he wanted to retrain the mages, but this was way too much attention. While Minato was busy sighing, Du walked up to him and said with a cheerful grin, "Well, let's just do our best. After all, the entire world has its eyes on you now." Minato sighed. "This is such a pain. Seriously. I just hope nothing worse happens." Meanwhile, inside a dark basement, a man was tied tightly to a chair. From the shadows, a sinister voice echoed, "I'll ask you one more time. What do you know about that dark mage?" The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp blade was pressed against the hostage's neck. Incredibly, it was Jun, and the man holding the knife to his throat was Suji. Jun was literally pissing himself in fear. He frantically shrieked, "I swear I told you everything. I only know he can cast incredibly terrifying magic. That's really all I know." But before he could even finish, the knife plunged down and blood spurted out like rain. Writhing in agony, he threw his head back and screamed. Suji coldly said, "I'm sure you know more than that." Jun desperately begged for mercy, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Finally, he gasped out, I remember now. The police have been searching all over the Magic Academy, so there's a rumor that he might actually be one of the students there." Hearing this, Suji nodded in understanding. "I see. It looks like you're completely useless to me now. How disappointing." Jun's eyes lit up as he gasped. You're going to let me go, right?" Suji smirked, pouting playfully. "Oh, of course I will. I'll let you go, straight to the afterlife." With that, he slashed his knife right across Jun's throat. Blood splattered everywhere, staining his sleeve. Suji scoffed in annoyance. Your blood got on my clothes. Filthy, filthy, filthy. How utterly disgusting." Suji frantically wiped it off, his eyes filled with pure disgust. Then, he furrowed his brows and mumbled, "A student, huh? I bet the screams of a young boy begging for his life will sound absolutely exquisite. Just you wait, Mr. Dark Mage." With a twisted smirk, Suji turned and walked away, his eyes sparkling with sadistic excitement. On the other side of town, in Shinjuku, a familiar figure appeared. It was Minato, wearing his Dark Mage disguise. He was here to hunt down magic beasts once again. Right at that moment, he heard a sudden noise behind him. Minato quickly turned around to see two young guys holding their phones, slowly walking through the darkness. He quickly leaped into the air, hiding out of their sight. After taking a few steps, the two guys spotted the carcass of a magic beast on the ground. One of them sighed in disappointment. This monster is already dead. The Dark Mage must have done this. I missed my chance to record him." Looking down from above, Minato let out a weary sigh. He had hoped the hype surrounding the Dark Mage would have died down by now, but people were still hunting for him. Even in quiet residential neighborhoods like this, patrol units had increased. It seemed like they were handling the monsters and disasters much more efficiently now. Maybe they didn't even need the Dark Mage anymore. But just then, something caught his eye. Below him, two thugs were pinning a man to the ground, aggressively shouting, "Pay up. You owe us 10 million yen. If you can't pay, we're selling your organs." The man instantly protested. "But I only borrowed 200,000 yen. Seeing that the man was refusing to cooperate, the two thugs summoned their magic, sneering, "What do you think interest is for? We're going to teach you a lesson." But right at that moment, Minato descended from the sky. He cast a protective barrier around the man. Taking this chance, the victim scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. The two debt collectors were furious at the interference and shouted, "Kid, what do you think you're doing? How dare you get in our way? You think you're some kind of hero? Looks like we need to beat some respect into you." But they talked way too much game, because just a few seconds later, their faces were beaten into a pulp. Minato narrowed his eyes at them, his mind racing as he weighed his options. I guess the police still haven't done anything about these rogue magic users. While he was lost in thought, the two thugs started whispering to each other. Wait, is he the Dark Mage? Word on the street is the underground syndicates are looking for him. Minato overheard them, leaning down with a cold glare. Underground syndicates, you say? Terrified of getting another beating, the two scrambled to grovel. We don't know anything about the Black Rebellion. We swear. Please just let us go. We won't say a word about you to anyone, we promise. Minato squinted at them, his voice freezing cold. Just how much do you know? Talk. And I might actually let you walk out of here alive. One of them nodded frantically. The Black Rebellion is an underground magic syndicate. They always operate completely in the shadows, out of sight of normal people. They run all kinds of illegal operations and pull in insane amounts of cash, the other thug chimed in. Street gangs, the mafia, they control all of them from behind the scenes. They have the media and politicians in their pockets. They basically do whatever the hell they want. They told him that the Black Rebellion had a nearby branch in Kabukicho, a place they had once hoped to join. Having heard enough, Minato knocked both of them out cold and quickly slipped away. As he walked, he remembered Karin mentioning a sudden spike in illegal activity from the Black Rebellion. Yes, it all made sense now. Fascinating. Maybe dealing with disasters and monsters is a job for the Academy student Minato, while the Dark Mage cleans up the trash in the criminal underworld. Alright, time to wipe out that Kabukicho branch. With his mind made up, Minato dashed off toward his next destination. Over in Kabukicho, as darkness fell, the streets began to surge with life. Every kind of vice, both legal and illegal, was on full display, accompanied by the loud shouts of street touts trying to reel in customers. Minato blended silently into the bustling crowd, taking in the chaotic energy of the red light district. Modern entertainment districts sure are lively. It's almost blinding. He could sense magic lingering everywhere, but it was impossible to pinpoint which syndicate it belonged to. Maybe his best bet was to round up some of the lowlifes running shady deals in the alleys first. He made his way into a dim alleyway where a group of young, aimless thugs were loitering. The punks were busy admiring some contraband in their hands. Spotting Minato, one of them barked aggressively, "Hey, what the hell are you staring at, punk? You got a death wish or something?" Minato did not waste his breath. He lunged forward, knocking both of them out cold before they could even blink. Looks like these two are clueless. He pulled out his phone, called the police, and quickly reported the incident. When a few passers-by approached, Minato waved them away, signaling them to take a detour. After all, the contraband those two punks were carrying was an actual firearm. Just then, Minato noticed a specific name on one of the thugs' phones. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "Weston?" He tracked down some local street thugs to squeeze them for answers. "Is that where the syndicate members hang out?" The thug trembled, whimpering, You'll let me go if I tell you what you want, right?" Minato scoffed, grabbing the info before turning to leave. "For your sake, you better hope that information is accurate. If not, I'll be back." Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit bar called Weston, a short-haired girl quietly slipped through the entrance. The moment she stepped inside, all eyes locked onto her. Ignoring the stares, she walked straight to the counter and took a seat. Without even looking up, the bartender kept polishing a glass and asked in a cold, detached voice, "What can I get you?" Staring intently at him, she spoke softly. "Do you have any information?" She slid a stack of bills across the counter. The bartender swept the money off the counter, stuffing it into his pocket before asking, "What are you looking for?" Without hesitation, she replied, "The location of the Black Rebellion hideout." The bartender's eyes snapped open. He glared at her, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Wrong question, lady. You should ask something else." The girl looked at him in utter confusion, and before she could process his words, the bartender added coldly, "The question you should be asking is, what do you think is going to happen to you next?" It was only then that she noticed the patrons in the bar slowly surrounding her. Panic surged through her, and her mind went completely blank. Before she could even react, the thugs began channeling their magic, ready to tear her to pieces. She desperately fought back to defend herself, but she knew she stood absolutely no chance against so many of them. Her only option was to escape. She turned to run, but a blazing fireball blasted right into her, sending her crashing to the ground, badly burned. The thugs slowly closed in on her, wearing sadistic, disgusting grins on their faces. "We love a woman with some fight in her. Just imagine what a beauty like you could do for me." The girl grimaced, her eyes filled with complete despair. "I'm sorry, Kai. Your big sister failed you." Just as a hand reached out to grab her by the hair, the front door swung open, and Minato stepped inside. The entire room froze in an instant, the thugs staring at the intruder in complete shock. Minato completely ignored them, walking calmly toward the bar counter. "Are there any members of the underground magic syndicate here?" he asked coldly. The thugs stared at him, dumbfounded. Once they snapped out of it, one of them crept up behind Minato and spat. "Are you out of your mind, kid? Do you even realize what kind of situation you've gotten yourself into?" With that, he placed his hand on Minato's shoulder and whispered a warning. "Just beat it and run home to mommy, you loser." But the moment the words left his mouth, a fist slammed right into his face, sending him flying backward and crashing hard into the wall. The pain had him crying like a baby, leaving everyone else in the room absolutely speechless. The short-haired girl couldn't help but marvel, thinking that no ordinary person could send someone flying that far. He used magic, but she didn't hear him chant a single word. Who on earth was this guy? Minato couldn't care less what they thought. He spoke in a cold voice. Looks like my information was correct. Just a bunch of low-level mages hanging out here. Ganging up on a single woman is incredibly pathetic. Rebel thugs like you are rotten to the core. Seeing Minato's overwhelming presence, the thugs felt a wave of fear, but they tried to keep their composure and yelled out, "Get him, he's just an ordinary guy. If we work together, there's no way we'll lose." Instantly, a barrage of magic attacks flew toward Minato, but he dodged them all with ease. Watching from the side, the short-haired girl couldn't help but worry. No matter how strong Minato was, numbers always had the advantage. He didn't seem capable of casting high-level magic, meaning he stood no chance. Terrified, she screamed, "Run!" But Minato calmly dodged the incoming spells. With a cold smirk, he shrugged and said, "Too bad for you." The moment he finished speaking, Minato dashed forward like the wind, appearing in front of a thug in the blink of an eye. He threw a heavy punch, sending the thug flying. Not stopping there, Minato unleashed a flurry of punches, knocking down several more guys in an instant. Minato delivered a rapid series of punches at an unbelievable speed, and not a single thug could dodge them. The short-haired girl watching from the side was utterly shocked. She just stood there, dazed, unable to process what was happening. In no time, the entire gang of thugs was wiped out. The short-haired girl was amazed. Minato moved so fast that her eyes couldn't even keep up. What kind of magic did he use? As Minato slowly approached the last remaining thug, the man trembled and stammered. "What? What kind of monster are you? Who are you?" Minato narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "I'm the Dark Mage, the one who's going to destroy the Black Rebellion." With that, he knocked the guy unconscious. Immediately after, Minato walked over to the girl's side. The girl scanned the bodies scattered all over the floor, completely overwhelmed. Minato had taken them all down in the blink of an eye. He's incredible. Maybe he's a legendary mage. While she was still lost in thought, Minato leaned in close to her. His eyes were so clear that she figured he was only about school age. Minato then helped her to her feet. He whispered, "It looks like you aren't hurt." Only then did the girl snap out of it, nodding as she replied, "Huh? Oh, right." Minato nodded, then turned and walked over to the bar counter. Bending down to look underneath, he spoke coldly. "Tell me about that organization." The man was so terrified that he clutched his head, trembling as he refused. "I can't. They'll kill me if I do." But before the man could finish, Minato slammed his fist onto the counter. Narrowing his eyes, he warned the man in a cold tone. "This is your last chance. Tell me about that organization." Terrified by his chilling gaze, the man quickly cried out, I'll talk. Please, don't hurt me." He then spilled everything he knew about the organization's base in Tokyo. They had several branches extending beyond Kabukicho, and the head of the Kabukicho branch was a very dangerous guy to deal with. Word on the street was that the leader was a powerful mage with massive influence in the underworld, and some even rumored that he was pulling the strings of Japan from the shadows. After hearing this, Minato asked in a cold voice, "And where is this branch located?" The man frantically waved his hands and shook his head. "I swear I don't know. They don't tell low-level guys like us anything. They only give us grunt work." Minato frowned slightly. Since this guy didn't know the branch's location, he was back to square one. It seemed he would have to hunt down more illegal mages to get the info he needed. With that in mind, Minato turned to leave, but after taking only a few steps, the girl called out to him. "Wait!" Minato paused. The girl spoke with deep gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I can't even imagine what would have happened if you weren't here." Minato shrugged it off and said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. I was just passing by. But if you knew this was a dangerous place and still walked right into it, then you're the only one who can save yourself." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but chuckle. "You're pretty harsh on adults, aren't you?" She then asked, "Aren't you looking for the Black Rebellion's branch? What are you going to do once you find it?" "Destroy it," Minato replied coldly. It was a brief answer, but the girl could tell he meant every word. He was determined to wipe out the Black Rebellion. Minato was undoubtedly powerful, but there was no way he could pull off something like that completely on his own. And perhaps the same went for her. After a long, thoughtful silence, the girl made a proposal. "What do you say we team up?" Minato furrowed his brow, muttering to himself in suspicion. The girl nodded and introduced herself. I'm a detective. I can access a lot more information than you, and I have connections too. But I don't have your kind of power. The Dark Mage was even stronger than the rumors suggested. If she teamed up with Minato, she might actually achieve her goal. Hearing her proposal, Minato hesitated for a moment before coldly asking, "So, you want to trade your information for my strength?" She gave a slight nod. "Sounds like a fair trade, doesn't it? Let's join forces, Dark Mage." Minato stared intensely at the girl in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. He did need information, but could he really trust this girl? If things went sideways, he'd be the one facing the consequences. After a long silence, Minato finally spoke. "All right. It's a deal." Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. She introduced herself in a rush. "I'm Leona." Minato introduced himself too. "And I'm the Dark Mage." Leona frowned slightly, muttering, "That sounds a bit dramatic and wordy. Do you have a shorter name?" Minato shook his head. "No, that's just what everyone calls me." Seeing this, Leona eagerly started brainstorming a nickname for him. After a while, she hesitantly asked, "How about Chrono?" "Fine by me," Minato agreed without hesitation, before curiously asking, "But why were they attacking you in the first place?" Leona casually replied, "I was looking for the Black Rebellion's hideout." Hearing this, Minato sighed. That was incredibly reckless. Leona immediately fired back. "Weren't you doing the exact same thing?" Pouting, he replied, "I actually know how to defend myself." Admitting he had a point, Leona let out a helpless sigh. "I know I'm weak, but I didn't have a choice. No one else dares to stand up to them. Besides, the noble mages don't give a damn, and the police are too busy dealing with the disasters. That's why the Black Rebellion has been running wild here unchecked." Minato had already heard about this from Karin. But why was Leona trembling as she spoke? Narrowing his eyes at her, he finally asked, "You feel completely powerless, don't you?" Leona hung her head, biting her lip so hard it started to bleed. After a long silence, she burst out furiously. "My little brother was attacked by a mage." Since their parents had passed away a few years ago, Leona had been the one raising Kai. She had worked herself to the bone to provide for him. And despite being left alone most of the time, Kai never once complained. Until one day, someone broke into their house. Kai witnessed the whole thing, and then the intruders attacked the young boy with magic. Too young and helpless to fight back, Kai could only run, but he still couldn't escape. As she spoke, Leona's face twisted with pure rage. Noticing this, Minato asked in confusion, "So, was he badly hurt?" Leona shook her head weakly. "No physical injuries. But he won't wake up." Minato was shocked. "Can't he be cured with recovery magic?" At that, Leona cried out in deep frustration. "The doctors keep saying he'll wake up. He's only 9 years old. This is all their fault. Just locking them up is not enough." Leona's eyes burned with a mixture of hatred, fury, and utter helplessness. Sensing this, Minato asked, "So, do you want revenge?" "I want justice." Leona shouted fiercely, "I want to stop anyone else from suffering like he did. I don't have the power to do it. But you do, don't you?" Minato remained silent, weighing her words. She seemed to be telling the truth, quite a clever way to convince him to cooperate, but Minato didn't mind it. With that thought, he calmly replied, "If you can be of use to me, then we have a deal." Leona smirked confidently. "You want intel, right? I've dug up some leads, though it's not much yet. They're either Yakuza or Mafia, so I'm currently looking deeper into it." Brushing her caution aside, Minato demanded seriously, "Give me their hideout." Leona gasped in shock. "What are you planning to do?" Minato flatly answered, "Infiltrate it." Hearing this, Leona panicked and tried to reason with him. "That's way too dangerous. You might be strong, but you're not immortal." But Minato declared with absolute confidence, "I won't die. After all, I am the Dark Mage." Leona stared at him hesitantly, and after a long pause, she agreed. "Fine, I'm coming with you." Minato looked slightly taken aback. "You could easily get killed, you know." Leona shook her head resolutely. "I don't care." Minato narrowed his eyes, asking in a serious tone, "What about your little brother?" Biting her lip hard, Leona whispered, "If I die, he'll get my life insurance." Suddenly, Minato was reminded of the countless lives lost to natural disasters in his past life. He sighed helplessly and said, "Money is useless. That's just throwing your life away." But Leona yelled back with fierce determination, "How could someone strong like you ever understand what it feels like to be weak?" To live a life with meaning, you have to fight even if you're bound to lose. As the words left her mouth, tears began to stream down her face. Her body trembled as she choked out, "My brother and I, we made a promise." Leona wept uncontrollably, her tears flowing without end. Minato stood there in silence, quietly watching her. Just when Leona was starting to lose hope, believing he would turn her down, Minato suddenly spoke. "What are you waiting for? Take me there." Hearing this, Leona snapped her head up. Minato was already heading for the door. He looked back at her and said in a firm voice, "We're taking them down." Leona wiped the tears from her face with a faint smile, replying confidently, "Damn right we are." As they quickly left the bar, Leona began to complain. "Walking all the way is going to be exhausting." But Minato shook his head and said, "We won't be walking." After that, he walked straight towards Leona. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her, leaving Leona's eyes wide with sheer confusion. A little while later, in a room high up in a city skyscraper, a bunch of thugs were hanging out. Suddenly, the guy guarding the window let out a sharp gasp, making the others in the room ask in confusion, "What is it?" Before they could even process what was happening, the window shattered into pieces. Minato burst straight through, holding Leona, and casually landed a kick on the guy standing near the window. The sudden chaos left the whole room in a complete state of panic. Minato set Leona down, scanned the room, and asked, "Is this the Black Rebellion's hideout?" Leona did not answer. She was just panting heavily, utterly terrified. She seriously thought she was about to die. Right then, the thugs in the room pulled out their weapons, ranging from guns to swords. They pointed their weapons straight at Minato, warning him in a cold tone, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are?" Minato did not flinch. He calmly said, "So, this is all the Yakuza is capable of?" A guy wearing glasses stepped up to Minato and asked coldly, "Who do you think you are, kid?" Minato coolly replied, "A dark mage." Hearing this, the fat boss got furious and yelled, "Are you out of your mind? Kill them!" Instantly, the thugs surrounded the two of them. Minato whispered a warning, "Stay close to me." Leona nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." Right at that moment, a thug rushed them with a sword, but his strike hit an invisible barrier, snapping his blade clean in half. The guy immediately started shaking in fear, muttering, "What? What is this?" Seeing that the sword attack failed, the thugs quickly opened fire on the two. Unfortunately, the result was the exact same. The bullets merely hit some kind of invisible shield and vanished. This sight made the thugs feel like they were seeing a ghost. They screamed in disbelief. Swords and guns do absolutely nothing to him. Is he a monster? Minato completely ignored the small fry and walked straight up to the fat guy with glasses. He asked coldly, "Are you the leader? Is this gang affiliated with the Black Rebellion?" These words made the man freeze. After a long pause, his body suddenly started to tremble. He roared furiously, "You little brat, do you really think you are getting out of here alive? Do you have any idea what the Yakuza is?" As soon as he finished speaking, the leader and his men frantically fired a barrage of bullets at Minato. Unfortunately, it was still completely useless. Minato stood there calmly, whispering, "Right, they are just underlings." Leona, sweating bullets out of fear, asked with a shaky voice, "Are you not scared at all? And how are we completely unharmed?" Minato did not answer. He was sensing the magical energy in the room, and only spoke up after a while. "There is no magic here. That means they have no connection to them, so there is no point in staying." Right then, the leader shouted again, "You are dead meat, kid. Go to hell." Minato did not feel like wasting any more words. He swept his leg in a circle. With that, the whole crowd was slammed against the wall, collapsing on the spot. Minato did not even have to use offensive magic to take them down. What a bunch of weaklings. Leona stared at the scene in absolute shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Minato did not bother explaining much. He said coldly, "They do not know anything. Let us move to the next spot." Leona stared intently at Minato, thinking to herself, "You are incredibly strong. Is this the power of a dark mage? Taking down the Black Rebellion should be a piece of cake for you, right?" While she was lost in thought, Minato suddenly scooped her up. Leona whimpered, "What? Do not tell me." Minato calmly said, "Let us get out of here." Then, he leaped straight down from the high floor, making Leona scream at the top of her lungs. A little while later, using the exact same method, Minato crashed through another window with Leona, breaking into another gang's hideout, beating them up, and squeezing them for info. After hitting a few spots, Minato suddenly asked in confusion, "Why do they always attack us first? Is the Yakuza just full of idiots? Leona took a couple of deep breaths before complaining. They are not robots. Do you really think they would just listen to us? She then glared at Minato, demanding furiously. And can you please stop entering through the windows? It startles them every single time. Plus, I am terrified of heights. Minato ignored her, suddenly mumbling, I knew that if they are Yakuza, it would be fine. Leona stared at him, completely speechless. What kind of logic is that? Ignoring her reaction, Minato nodded with determination and said, It is fine, let us bet on this one. After that, the two walked up to an office and knocked on the door. A bald guy came out to answer it. Seeing the two of them, he frowned and asked, Who are you? Minato replied calmly, We want to know about the Black Rebellion. Immediately, the door slammed shut with an annoyed shout. Never heard of them, beat it! Leona was totally speechless at Minato's approach. She held her head in disbelief. Who on earth knocks politely on the front door to ask for info on an underground organization? Well, Minato does. Unfortunately, it did not work. So, he simply kicked the door open with brute force. The bald guy, seeing his door destroyed, yelled in anger, Hey, are you looking for trouble? Where did you come from? Minato repeated his words from earlier. I just want to ask about the Black Rebellion. His response made the bald guy completely lose his patience. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. Seeing this, Minato said with a sigh, At least listen to what I have to say first. Then, he delivered a punch that sent the guy flying. His head crashed straight into the back wall, throwing his companions into a state of sheer panic. Minato, completely unbothered, coldly, he casually asked, All right, where's your boss? Right then, a man in a suit walked out and spoke in a low voice. I'm Oshiro. What are you here for? Minato didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Is this place connected to Black Rebellion? Oshiro frowned in confusion. The lackey behind him shouted in annoyance. Who the hell are you to ask those kinds of questions? Damn it. He even tried to charge at Minato, but Oshiro held him back. Enough, Oshiro said. The lackey wanted to argue back, unsatisfied. But Oshiro spoke coldly. Don't do it. He's not someone you can handle. With that, he glanced at Minato and said uprightly, We have absolutely nothing to do with Black Rebellion. I swear it on the honor of our gang. Minato didn't really react. He just asked, Do you know where their hideout is then? Oshiro didn't answer right away but asked back, If I tell you, will you leave? Minato nodded without a second thought. And so, Minato and Leona were invited to sit at the table, while a thug brought them 2 cups of tea. Leona was completely bewildered, thinking, What on earth is going on? Just then, Oshiro spoke up again. Let me introduce myself again. I am Oshiro. Minato politely introduced himself. I'm Chrono, a dark mage. Leona quickly followed suit. And I'm Leona. With the introductions out of the way, Oshiro pulled out a map, pointed to a spot on it, and said, Black Rebellion's hideout is quite far from here. He said that was all he knew. Hearing this, Minato frowned. It matched what Leona had told him, so they could find it if they looked. Leona was actually pretty reliable, after all. Minato narrowed his eyes at Oshiro and asked coldly, But have you told me everything? Are you hiding anything from me? Oshiro shook his head slightly and replied, No, we are enemies, we just rarely fight each other. Minato smirked and said, We certainly hope so. Oshiro said firmly, I'm not lying. A man running a Yakuza office doesn't do that. The Yakuza have principles, so don't say that to me. Minato couldn't help but be surprised that someone like him actually existed. With that thought, Minato immediately stood up to leave. We've got what we came for, so we'll be on our way. Oshiro watched him walk away. Rumor has it they've connected with some highly influential figures. It won't be easy. Smiling softly, Minato pulled Leona close to him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, And what about opponents like us? I've faced countless people. As soon as the words left his mouth, he grabbed Leona and leaped out of the window, leaving Oshiro with a quick hope we never meet again. Oshiro looked down at Minato's receding figure and chuckled to himself. I never expected to meet someone like him. If he's the one taking action, he might actually wipe out Black Rebellion. Unaware of Oshiro's thoughts, Minato kept holding on to Leona as they headed toward their destination. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building somewhere in the city, 2 groups were in the middle of a deal. The 2 leaders were highly alert, scanning their surroundings. Meanwhile, their lackeys were checking the guns inside wooden crates. After a moment, one of them spoke up, confirming there were no issues with the quality. With everything verified, they began the exchange. A large briefcase stuffed with cash was handed over, making the leader in black smile with satisfaction. The red-haired man walked over to shake his hand, sealing the deal. The other man nodded slightly and replied, "A good deal. Japan is wonderful. No other country treats criminals so well." Hearing this, the red-haired guy smirked and said, "Everyone here is so peaceful. It's truly the best country ever." With that, both of them burst into laughter, but right at that moment, the window shattered. A figure landed right next to them. Instantly, both groups gasped in shock. What the hell? Who is this guy? The intruders were none other than Minato and Leona. Minato said coldly, "Finally found you, Black Rebellion." As he spoke, he scanned the crowd in front of him. He was wondering just how many mages were here. So everyone who looks like they're with Black Rebellion is a magic user, and about half of them look like mafia, huh? Leona wisely stepped aside. She knew better than to get involved in this fight. She didn't have that kind of power, so Leona quietly slipped away and opened her phone to record video evidence. Being interrupted made both groups absolutely furious. The red-haired man glared at Minato in annoyance and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing that familiar question, Minato couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Oh boy, why do villains always start with that exact line? His words left the man utterly baffled. Ignoring him, Minato calmly said, "I'm the Dark Mage, and I'm here to wipe out Black Rebellion." The mafia leader didn't recognize the name and muttered, "A Dark Mage?" The red-haired man stared at him in confusion, muttering, "Wipe out Black Rebellion?" But a second later, the entire crowd burst into laughter. The red-haired guy sneered, "A kid like you? What can you possibly do all by yourself?" But just as he finished his sentence, a blast of fire surged in from a distance. With a loud boom, the flames exploded, blowing the entire crowd away. Stepping outside, Minato scoffed coldly, "I'm going to take you all down." Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the two ringleaders instantly flew into a rage. They immediately barked out orders, "You've got some nerve. Kill him." In an instant, the entire mob unleashed their magic on Minato, but they couldn't even touch him, as all their magic was blocked by an invisible barrier. Inside this place, they could only use Tier 2 magic. Anything higher would blow up the warehouse. Minato could easily use combat magic, but their sheer numbers made them a pain to deal with. Seeing Minato completely unscathed, the mob instantly panicked, crying out, "Our attacks aren't working. The shots aren't even hitting him." The mafia boss was just as bewildered and immediately demanded, "Why the hell is he not hurt?" The red-haired thug felt incredibly frustrated. How was he supposed to know? He had never seen this kind of magic in his entire life. Minato couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't even magic, but their panic was honestly quite something to watch. Just then, the mafia boss screamed at the top of his lungs, "We still have that thing I brought with me, right?" The red-haired guy finally remembered what it was, and his confidence instantly returned. He sneered, "Enjoy that smug look on your face while you still can. A dark mage or something?" Minato was slightly taken aback. They seemed to have gotten their act together, huh? While he was processing this, a thug stepped forward carrying a canister of toxic gas. Catching sight of it, Minato shouted a warning. "Leona, get out of here right now." Leona, being very obedient, immediately turned around and bolted toward the exit. At almost the exact same moment, the thug hurled the poison gas canister. Not daring to let his guard down, Minato quickly used magic to pull it toward himself. In the blink of an eye, the toxic gas completely leaked out. The two ringleaders, who had already put on gas masks, smirked triumphantly at the sight. They laughed gloatingly. "Too late, idiot. Not even you can survive this poison gas. Game over. He's finally dead, right?" Muttering to themselves, they stepped forward, eager to see how Minato had perished. But when they took a closer look, their eyes bulged out in sheer terror. Standing tall amidst the swirling poison gas was Minato's figure, completely unharmed and untouched. The two of them stumbled backward in panic, screaming in disbelief. "Wait. He's still alive? How is that possible?" Minato kindly enlightened them. "Magic barriers and magic shields can't block poison gas, but gas is just gas after all. If I circulate the air with wind magic, it's no threat at all. An outstanding mage like him couldn't possibly be defeated by mere poison gas." The more they listened to Minato, the more terrified the mob became. The red-haired guy desperately screamed for backup. His lackey scrambled to pull out his phone and make the call, but absolutely no one picked up. Minato wasn't at all surprised, saying coldly, "Of course, no one is answering." After all, he had already taken down every single external base outside of Kabukicho. Minato smirked, pouting as he spoke. "You guys are the only ones left. Get ready." Hearing this, the two leaders' faces instantly paled. Minato didn't hold back in the slightest, effortlessly knocking out every single thug inside the abandoned warehouse. Minato thought to himself, "The Black Rebellion in Kabukicho is finally over. Now it's time to call Leona." But just then, a sudden sound echoed through the abandoned warehouse, making him frown in surprise. From outside, Leona was dragged in with a knife pressed tightly against her throat. A sinister voice echoed, "You did all of that on your own, didn't you? I must say, I'm quite impressed." The blade was only a few millimeters away from Leona's neck, a single nudge, and her carotid artery would be sliced wide open. The man holding her hostage was none other than Tsuji. He smirked and asked, "How about a little negotiation, Dark Mage?" Minato narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating his options. The distance between them was too great. He wouldn't be fast enough, even if he used his combat magic. Unless there was an opening, he would immediately activate his Tier 1 magic to force him to drop the knife. Seemingly reading Minato's mind, Tsuji sneered, "Whoa, don't even think about doing anything reckless. Unless, of course, you want to watch this woman die." Minato's frown deepened. That guy could actually sense his magic power. It seemed there were still mages in the modern era who possessed the ability to sense magic power. Tsuji's magic power was around 40,000 N, making him look like a high-level mage. Though, there was a chance he was holding back his true strength. Feeling guilty for dragging Minato into this, Leona said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have followed him so recklessly." Minato remained calm, reassuring her softly, "Don't worry about it. I'll get you out of this, I promise." Infuriated at being ignored, Tsuji barked, "Don't you dare ignore me. Do you even realize what kind of situation you're in right now? I'm the god of this place. If you try anything funny, I'll slit her throat." As soon as the words left his mouth, he pressed the blade even harder against Leona's neck. The pain made her wince. Seeing this, Minato immediately nodded. "I get it. I won't do anything." "Good boy." Seeing Minato cooperate so easily, Tsuji smiled in satisfaction. He then continued, "Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Kagatsuji, the head of the Kabukicho branch of the Black Rebellion." He then revealed the truth to Minato, explaining that his boss had given the order. The order was to investigate the Dark Mage. If possible, become friends with Minato, but if not, eliminate him. Tsuji also boasted that he had tortured everyone connected to the Dark Mage and was finally on the verge of getting the information. At this point, he suddenly gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment as he shrieked, "And yet, you wanted to destroy this branch?" As he spoke, Tsuji pressed his knife against Leona's neck, drawing fresh blood. Seeing this, Minato frowned. Noticing his glare, Tsuji feigned regret and teased, "Oh, my bad." With that, he pulled back the knife, his lips curling into a smirk. He said, "Please forgive my sudden outburst, though it's unlike me. After all, killing a hostage wouldn't make any sense, right?" The sight of Leona's blood on the tip of his knife sent a thrill through Tsuji. With a twisted smile, he muttered, "Besides, your blood smells incredibly sweet. It really does smell sweet, and watching it is just exquisite." Worried that he would actually hurt Leona, Minato quickly spoke up. "So, what are the terms of this negotiation?" Tsuji chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, I almost forgot. It's quite simple. Starting right now, I am going to torture you. And then, I will kill you." He told Minato he had every right to refuse and run away, but if he did, Leona would die. Pointing his knife at Minato, Tsuji burst into a triumphant laugh. "Now, what's it going to be, Dark Mage? Choose between your own life and this woman's." Without a moment's hesitation, Minato replied, "I accept the torture." Hearing this, both Leona and Tsuji were completely stunned. Tsuji couldn't help but marvel. "You actually have a martyr complex? How wonderful. Don't you think so, lady?" Minato wasn't particularly worried. Since no attack could ever pierce his defense, the torture would be completely meaningless anyway. However, Tsuji was no fool. He immediately ordered, "In that case, suppress that massive magic power of yours. There's no point if you just block everything with your magic barrier, after all." Leona panicked, realizing that Minato could normally block any attack using his magic barrier. But what if he suppressed it? Minato hadn't expected Tsuji to know about his magic barrier. He must have noticed it during the previous battle. He had been far too careless. But with no other choice, Minato had to suppress his magic power. Only then did he raise an eyebrow and ask, "Are you happy now?" Suji sneered, then unleashed his magic to strike Minato. Laughing triumphantly, he barked, "Don't you dare move." He didn't kill Minato, choosing instead to torture him, using Tier 1 magic. Seeing this, Leona shrieked in horror, "Stop it!" But of course, Suji was never going to listen to her. He laughed maniacally. "Why would I stop when I'm having this much fun?" In the blink of an eye, Minato was beaten to the ground. Seeing this, Leona cried out in panic, "Chrono!" Guilt washed over her. It was all her fault. She had been determined to destroy them even if it meant sacrificing herself, yet her own helplessness had dragged him into this. At this moment, Suji was absolutely certain of his victory. He screamed maniacally, "What a pity. But this is the end for you. Thanks for the entertaining show you put on. Goodbye, Dark Mage." Leona bit her lip hard. She couldn't let him kill Minato because he was her only hope. Determined, she began to struggle to break free while quietly channeling her magic into her hands. But Leona's clumsy movements didn't escape Suji's sharp eyes. With a cold sneer, he shoved her to the ground. He snorted in contempt. "I can see right through you, lady. If you hadn't been here, he wouldn't have lost. A great man like him is going to die, and it's a fitting end for a foolish woman like you." With those words, Suji lunged with his blade, aiming to stab Leona to death. But right at that moment, Minato finally moved. He slammed a fist right into Suji's face, sending him flying like a broken kite. Minato let out a cold snort, saying softly, "The pathetic one here is you." Seeing that Minato was completely unharmed, Leona gasped in shock. "How is this possible? Didn't you suppress your magic barrier?" Chuckling softly, Minato casually replied, "It's simple, really. Right before the magic struck his body, he had deployed a tiny magic barrier, keeping it subtle enough that Suji wouldn't notice." Hearing this, Leona felt as if she were listening to a miracle, and gasped, "That is not simple at all. Only you could pull off a stunt like that." Minato brushed it off, saying calmly, "Well, you're safe now, so there's no need to worry anymore." He then healed the wound on Leona's neck. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Leona whispered, "Thank goodness." Suji, on the other hand, was absolutely furious, roaring, "What do you mean, thank goodness?" Minato was slightly surprised. Even though he had used a speed-focused magic combat technique, the guy was surprisingly tough for not passing out. Suji glared at Minato, hissing in anger, "How dare you hurt me? Since torture didn't do a damn thing to you, I'll just burn you to ashes instead." The moment he finished speaking, his magical power began to erupt. Minato couldn't help but frown. Suji's magical power was surging. Just as he suspected, the guy had been holding back. At this moment, Suji's eyes were burning with pure rage. "Burn to ashes!" the crazed lunatic roared. In the blink of an eye, a blazing inferno erupted inside the abandoned house. Seeing the wild flames rushing toward them, Leona panicked and cried out, "4-star magic? There's no way we can block this." But Minato just stood there, completely calm, without making a single move. In a split second, the fire completely surrounded them. That was when Minato finally moved. With a casual wave of his hand, a barrier appeared, effortlessly blocking the blazing inferno. Leona stared in absolute disbelief. A Tier 1 spell completely blocked a Tier 4 spell. How is that even possible? Standing behind Minato, she gazed at his sturdy back. Why did she suddenly feel so safe and relieved? Was she subconsciously trusting that he would save them? Just who was this guy standing in front of her, and where did he get this kind of power? Even after seeing Minato block his attack, Suji didn't panic. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed before sneering. "Not bad. I knew you were strong. I figured a simple spell wouldn't work on you. But I've still got a trick up my sleeve." With those words, Suji reinforced his magic, making Leona gasp in shock. Why isn't his magic fading? His spell should have run out by now. "It is sustained magic," Minato explained calmly, while Leona looked on in utter confusion. "Normally, you can't cast multiple spells at once, and a spell will decay after a certain period, before eventually dispersing. However, if you recast the spell at the exact moment it starts to fade, you can keep it going continuously. That's the same principle you use to fly with wind magic. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to stay airborne." Hearing Minato bring up her flying, Leona yelled back in frustration, "Gee, thanks for the lecture, but we don't have time for a lesson right now. The barrier is about to." She cut herself off as she suddenly realized something. The barrier wasn't giving way. Her eyes widened in shock. Noticing her reaction, Minato spoke casually. If I can analyze it, it means I can use it too. So, obviously, I can cast sustained magic as well. And it is a total piece of cake. Meanwhile, Suji was furious and screamed in disbelief. No way, you can use sustained magic too? Now that her confidence was back, Leona declared boldly. Your magic is completely useless against him. I suggest you surrender while you still can. Hearing this, Suji lowered his head, his body trembling. But he quickly looked up again. A wicked smirk spread across his face as he muttered, "Just kidding." Leona froze when she saw his smile, wondering, what is he up to? Suji chuckled darkly and said coldly, "Yeah, that barrier of yours is tough. If we were playing fair, things would have been pretty rough for me. But like I said, I have an ace up my sleeve." With that, he began controlling the flames in front of him once more. All of a sudden, Leona felt a terrible weight on her body. Struggling to breathe, she gasped. "It's too hot. I can't breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy?" Suji grinned triumphantly. "Do you know what happens when you set up a barrier in an enclosed space while surrounded by fire? Naturally, the oxygen gets sucked out, and the temperature keeps rising. Now, Minato has two choices. Either suffocate to death inside that barrier like Leona, or drop it and face the blazing fire outside. That's how it would go for normal people, but Minato was different. Within seconds, Leona's suffocation vanished. She gasped in amazement. The air, it's not stuffy anymore. It's actually cool. Suji stared in utter disbelief. Minato snorted and said coldly, "It's quite clever how your fire magic can affect the atmosphere, but it seems you don't realize that magic itself also exists within the atmosphere." Suji trembled and muttered, "What the hell are you talking about?" Minato was kind enough to explain it to him. A magical barrier is a blend of the caster's magic and nature's energy. Magic exists in the atmosphere and carries its properties. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of energy surged around him. Within moments, it swirled around the barrier, pushing Suji's flames back. At the same time, the vent above opened up. Minato said calmly, "So, in other words, magic itself is both. It is both the air and the shield. Do you get it now?" Suji grew more panicked by the second. Grabbing his head, he screamed, "No way! How is this happening? My trick was flawless. It was supposed to be the ultimate magic to torture and destroy anyone." Minato let out a cold chuckle and spoke in a chilling voice. "You piece of trash. I haven't given you permission to pass out yet. You love torturing people, right? Then go ahead and feel the exact same pain your victims felt." With that, he placed his hand right on the center of Suji's forehead. In an instant, Suji's eyes lost their focus, and tears began streaming down his face. Minato smirked. He had just cast a spell called Dark Zone. Deep in Shuji's subconscious, he was falling into a dark, endless void. He had no idea where he was, couldn't make a sound, and couldn't hear a single thing. A wave of pure, absolute terror quickly washed over Shuji. He screamed for help in a panic, but no one answered. Before long, Shuji couldn't fight it anymore and collapsed onto the ground. Minato showed absolutely no mercy, his voice cold as ice. "Pay for your past sins in the depths of this darkness." Just then, a sudden noise echoed from outside. Leona flinched and furrowed her brows. It looked like someone had reported this place. Sensing they couldn't stay there much longer, Minato suggested, "Let's go." With that, he scooped Leona up, making her gasp in a panic. "Wait, don't tell me we're flying again." Too bad for her. No matter how much she protested, it was useless. Minato carried her and soared right out the window. Minato touched down on a nearby rooftop. Looking at the streets below, Leona spoke softly. "So, the Kabukicho branch of the Black Rebellion is officially wiped out." Minato gave a slight nod. "Looks like it's time to clean up the next area." Leona stared at him, hesitating for a long moment before speaking up. "Chrono, I have a favor to ask. Could you take me on as an ally?" She admitted she didn't have any powers and might only drag him down, but she had information and connections that he desperately needed. Leona's voice carried a hint of desperation, almost begging him. Minato locked eyes with her for a long moment before letting out a sigh. "I'm just realizing this now, but I guess I'm a real softie when people ask me for help." Leona looked at him with hope in her eyes, and he gave her a calm nod. Minato said casually, "I look forward to working with you from now on." A spark of pure joy flashed in Leona's eyes, and she replied firmly, "Of course, I look forward to working with you too." I'll handle the public relations, and you can leave gathering allies to me." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but feel completely bewildered. What on earth is public relations? The next morning, the media was already broadcasting the news that the Kabukicho branch of the underground organization, Black Rebellion, had been destroyed. Reports claimed that an individual known as the Black Mage was involved in the raid. The incident was currently under investigation. Meanwhile, a female news anchor at a major TV station suddenly received some absolutely shocking news. A formal declaration from the anti-illegal mage organization, led by none other than the Black Mage himself. Almost instantly, a video broadcast began to play. The silhouette of a young boy draped in a black cloak quickly appeared on screen, followed by his powerful declaration. "I, the Black Mage, have stood up to eradicate every single illegal mage associated with the Black Rebellion. Any injustice committed by these illegal mages will not be tolerated. No matter who you are, mark my words." This bold declaration was broadcasted all across Japan. Naturally, Akudo was watching the video as well. He was so furious, he slammed his hands on the table, fiercely cursing out that bastard of a Black Mage. Right then, a man walked over and advised him, "There's no need to get so worked up. The Black Mage is nothing but a nobody." Hearing this, Akudo finally calmed down and nodded. "You're right. Besides, I've got you by my side." The man was none other than the head of the Fuyuka clan, Jin Fuyuka. He smirked and said, "Exactly, a noble of my stature. But why on earth was a noble like Jin here in the first place?" Well, just before this, he had been watching Cry, where citizens were heavily criticizing noble mages. Major TV networks were bashing the noble mages, pointing out that they were supposed to protect the public, yet their behavior, shown in the footage and press conferences, was downright terrifying. The more Jin watched, the uglier his expression became. The news anchors even went as far as saying that Minato's special unit was far more effective. They raised a massive question. Do we even need noble mages anymore? Jin's face contorted with rage as the media's criticisms kept pouring in. Sensing the danger, the butler stood silently by his side, not daring to utter a single word. Sure enough, Jin's anger quickly boiled over. With a blast of magic, he blew the TV in front of him to pieces. Gritting his teeth, Jin barked an order, "Bring Shuji to me." Without a second thought, the butler bowed and left to carry out his task. Even so, Jin's rage didn't subside. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he muttered, "I'll show them exactly what happens when they dare to cross a noble mage." Meanwhile, New York was in absolute chaos, with terrified citizens fleeing in every direction. A sudden calamity had struck the city. Demon soldiers were wreaking havoc on the main streets, and the American police were quick to arrive on the scene. They immediately engaged the monsters in battle, but there were just too many of them. The officers couldn't hold out much longer. One confused officer shouted, "Where the hell is the FMT unit?" The officer next to him replied frantically, "The threat is everywhere. They can't get here that fast." Hearing this, the other officer spat in frustration. "Damn it, those useless bastards." While they were talking, a massive explosion erupted, sending fire and smoke billowing into the sky and incinerating countless bystanders, and a demon general emerged right there on the streets of New York. The sight of it sent the police into an instant panic. How could they possibly defeat a monstrous creature like that? What were they supposed to do? But right at that moment, a series of magic circles suddenly materialized around the demon general. In an instant, a brilliant pillar of fire erupted like a massive column holding up the heavens, and it wanted to swallow everything in sight. This sudden, bizarre mutation sent the police outside into a complete panic. But that wasn't all. Just as the flames surged, a massive sphere of water materialized and instantly merged with the fire without a second thought. The police watched in utter shock, trembling as they muttered, What just happened?" Just then, a voice crackled through their earpieces. The dispatcher informed them that a disaster specialist had just arrived on site. They were ordered to assist him in securing the area. The specialist was Toshiro Mizuha, a noble mage from Japan. Standing on a nearby rooftop, Toshiro didn't hesitate for a second before leaping straight off the edge. Toshiro began channeling his magic mid-air. Recognizing the threat, the demon general didn't dare let its guard down and quickly made its move. Fire and water clashed violently in an instant. They fought fiercely for dominance at first, but it didn't take long before they began to fuse together. In the end, the flames were completely extinguished, but the crushing wave of water didn't stop there, surging straight toward the demon general. In an instant, the beast was torn to shreds. Toshiro touched down on the ground, looking incredibly majestic. The police outside were completely dumbfounded by this effortless instant kill. But they quickly snapped out of it, bursting into wild cheers. They crowded around Toshiro, showering him with praise. The next morning at the international airport, a swarm of reporters was already waiting to snap pictures of him the moment he arrived. A middle-aged man shook his hand and praised him, saying, "Thanks to you, the damage was kept to a minimum. We are truly grateful." Toshiro calmly shook his head and replied, "I was only doing my job. There is no need for thanks." Meanwhile, the two bodyguards standing next to the man were quietly gossiping about Toshiro. They were basically talking about how Toshiro had fallen from grace. They muttered that aside from his noble title, his actual magic level was embarrassingly low. Toshiro seemed to hear and understand exactly what they were saying, but he didn't even bother to react. Toshiro quickly departed with his entourage. Behind him, the middle-aged man waved goodbye. With everything happening in Japan, from the declining state of the magic nobility to his daughters joining the special magic unit, he had to return and deal with it all. He couldn't let things continue like this. Back in Japan, Ruka's group was training with Minato as usual. During their break, Ryuji couldn't help but complain. "Kusanagi is way too strong. It makes no sense. He might actually be the strongest person in Japan." Yuika nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and it seems like he hasn't even shown his full power yet." Hearing them complain, Shogo chimed in to reassure them, "We definitely stand a chance if we all attack him at once. No matter how strong he is, we can't lose." These words seemed to fire up Ruka and her two friends. Determination burned in their eyes. Minato happened to walk by and overheard their plan, smirking as he asked, "Do you guys want to try it right now?" The three of them froze in shock, looking at him in a panic. Yuika quickly shook her head and denied it. "No, we were just chatting." Minato let out a soft chuckle. "Really? Are you trying to run away? Am I really that scary?" His words irritated Ruka and her friends, but Minato didn't care, calmly saying, "Break time is over. Your next training objective is to try and defeat me. Any method goes, so give it everything you have." Hearing this, Ruka and her two friends immediately got excited, their eyes burning with determination. All three shared the same goal, to take down Minato. Right after that, the three of them began channeling their magic. Even Shogo and Karin joined in. Minato didn't panic at all, calmly raising a barrier. Seeing the barrier, Yuika smirked confidently and said, "That barrier won't be enough to protect you." But this time, Minato created another high-level magic barrier. Watching this, Ryuji panicked. He added another layer. Ruka frowned slightly and warned, "Focus. Use all your power to break through them." In just an instant, a barrage of powerful spells shot straight toward Minato. But the moment they touched the barrier, they completely vanished, unable to scratch Minato at all. This left the entire group absolutely speechless. Minato smirked and deactivated the barrier in front of him. Yuika ran up to him, shouting in disbelief, "But we threw level 6 magic at you. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect it to be on this level." Ryuji also complained, "Seriously, what is wrong with him?" Seeing their reactions, Minato couldn't help but smile. "I guess it is my turn now, right?" He then began channeling magic in his hand. Seeing this, everyone's expressions stiffened. They knew they were in for a world of hurt. Sure enough, it didn't take long before every single one of them was wiped out. They grumbled to themselves, thinking Minato was a complete monster. Just then, the phones in the pockets of the Mizuha sisters rang unexpectedly. This caught the sisters off guard. They quickly pulled out their phones to look, and their expressions instantly froze. Seeing this, Minato asked in confusion, "Is something wrong, you two?" Yuika looked at him hesitantly, whispering, "Our father. He is coming back home." A little later, back at the Mizuha family mansion, Yuika and her sister returned. Sitting right in front of them was Toshiro. Facing their father after such a long time, the two sisters felt a bit awkward. Toshiro did not say a word, letting a heavy silence fill the room. After a moment, Toshiro slowly spoke up. "I heard that you two have joined the Magic Special Task Force." The sisters were stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, father." Toshiro narrowed his eyes, staring at his two daughters. Finally, he requested, "Tell me more." Hearing this, the sisters' expressions instantly changed, their eyes lighting up with joy. Yuika was the first to speak. "The Magic Special Task Force is making a huge contribution to society. They have resolved countless natural disasters. And everyone there is amazing," Ruka chimed in. "We have grown so much more mature than before. Our mana has more than doubled, and we can even use high-level spells now." They told Toshiro that most of this was thanks to Minato, with both of them taking the opportunity to praise him endlessly. Hearing this, Toshiro frowned and said in a deep voice, "This Kusanagi kid seems to be quite an outstanding individual, huh?" But out of sight, his gaze turned dark, while the two sisters kept rambling on and on about Minato's strength. Toshiro calmly took a sip of tea. He then slowly set the teacup down and coldly ordered, "Leave the Magic Special Task Force." The sisters, who had been so happy just a moment ago, froze in disbelief. They asked in confusion, "Why? Why would we do that?" Toshiro coldly replied, "I am sure you two have noticed that right now, the reputation of magic nobles is plummeting. This is having a terrible impact on Japan. It is the magic nobles who actually support this country." He claimed that the Magic Special Task Force was not only of no help, but was actually making things worse. His words caused their faces to fall, their eyes flashing with defiance. But Toshiro did not care and continued to lecture them sternly. "Especially that Kusanagi Minato boy you mentioned. From now on, I forbid you two from associating with him." The sisters instantly flared up in protest, fiercely arguing back, "That is so unfair. You are only doing what you want, father." Toshiro narrowed his eyes at his daughters and said coldly, "You two have always obeyed me, and you will continue to do so." Yuika bit her lip hard. She had always listened to her father, never once daring to talk back, but this time was different. Immediately after, she fiercely declared, "No." Yuika stated that she would not leave the Magic Special Task Force, nor would she cut ties with Minato. He was the one who saved the entire world, and besides, they had been training tirelessly all this time. The Magic Special Task Force is doing what the Magic Nobles should have been doing. "We would be glad to cooperate if you wished, father." But to force them to give up was impossible. Before she could even finish, Toshiro coldly cut her off. "Then we are cutting ties. Never call yourself a magic noble again." "I understand," Yuika replied coldly, refusing to back down. With that, she turned to leave. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly looked back and said with a sincere smile, "I will be active as a member of the Magic Special Task Force, not as the magic noble Yuika Mizuha." Having said her piece, she walked away. Watching Yuika's retreating figure, Toshiro could not help but mutter, "I never thought Yuika would go this far." Ruka spoke flatly, "Yuika has changed, father, and so have I." Right after that, Ruka also walked toward the door to make her stand. Toshiro narrowed his eyes at her and said coldly, "If you go with Yuika, you will no longer be allowed to use the name Ruka Mizuha." Without a moment of hesitation, Ruka replied, "I know. If we are cutting ties, then so be it." With that, she bowed to Toshiro. "Thank you for everything, father. Goodbye." Toshiro sighed in frustration. They just do not understand the importance of magic nobles. He felt completely powerless, his eyes filled with distress. Meanwhile, Yuika and her sister were dragging their suitcases, leaving the estate behind. Yuika grumbled in frustration, "Father is so close-minded. We and Minato are working so hard." Ruka nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We should be the ones deciding our own lives." However, not long after, Yuika suddenly spoke up hesitantly. "But are you sure about this, sister? About us running away from home?" Ruka gently shook her head and smiled. "Do not worry, I am with you on this. Besides, I could never let my little sister go out there all alone. I am your big sister, after all." Hearing this, Yuika was deeply touched. She quickly rushed over, hugging Ruka's arm affectionately. Next, they tried to find a hotel to stay at, but every single place refused to take them in. After a series of useless attempts, Yuika lamented helplessly. "Every hotel, motel, and even internet cafe. We are going to end up homeless." Sitting across from her, Ruka also sighed. They all reject minors right off the bat. She could have lied about her age to get into a hotel, but Yuika probably would not dare to do that. Yuika took a sip of her milk tea and muttered in frustration, "This is so ridiculous. We have money from our work in the Magic Task Force, but we can't even spend it." Just then, two guys walked in from outside. Seeing them, they smirked and teased. "Well, aren't you two adorable? Are you guys celebrities or something? Come hang out with us." Before they could even reply, these two shameless creeps slid right into their booth. Ruka's face instantly went cold. She glared at them and gave a chilling warning, "Hey, get the hell away from my sister, or I will end you." Terrified by her murderous glare, the two creeps scrambled and ran for their lives. Watching them run away like scared little dogs, Ruka scoffed in disgust. What a bunch of losers. Seeing her sister get so worked up, Yuika couldn't help but chuckle. She grabbed Ruka's arm and excitedly suggested, "Hey, since we're already out, let's just go have some fun," Ruka asked, totally confused. "But what about a place to stay?" Yuika casually waved it off, saying, "Oh, we can figure that out later." With that, the two headed straight to the mall, threw their suitcases into a coin locker, and happily went on a shopping spree. It was a rare moment where the two sisters could finally let loose and just act their age. They even hit up a karaoke room to sing their hearts out. By late afternoon, they finally left. Yuika beamed with a huge smile and said, "Today was so much fun. We practically did everything." Ruka nodded in agreement. Honestly, she had never had this much fun in her entire life. Just then, Yuika suddenly hopped in front of Ruka, flashing a warm, bright smile as she said, "I'm so glad we have each other, sis." Ruka looked at her with a gentle, loving smile. "Oh, really? But we still haven't figured out where we're going to sleep tonight." Yuika's shoulders immediately slumped. She let out a heavy sigh. Man, if only someone would take us in. Right on cue, Yuika's phone buzzed with a message from Minato. The two sisters locked eyes, and a light bulb went off. And just like that, Minato found himself reluctantly opening his door to two very uninvited guests. He asked, completely caught off guard, "Wait, what are you two doing here so suddenly?" Yuika looked up at Minato with big, pleading puppy dog eyes and whimpered, "Is it okay if we stay at your place?" Of course, Minato couldn't just throw them out. He let them inside so they could explain everything. But after hearing about the massive blowout with their father, he gasped in shock. "Wait, so you two actually ran away from home?" Thinking Minato was going to turn them down, both sisters let out a defeated sigh. "You think we're crazy too, don't you?" "Yeah, we figured." Minato narrowed his eyes at them. They had both really changed. They seemed much more honest with themselves now, and their bond as sisters was stronger than ever. While Minato was lost in thought, Ruka spoke up again. "I know it's a lot to ask, but could we crash here for a while?" Yuika chimed in, pleading alongside her sister. "Please? We really have nowhere else to go." Minato didn't answer right away. Instead, he fell into a deep, quiet thought. He knew they were girls, but it wasn't like anything weird was going to happen between them anyway, so it shouldn't really be a problem, right? Finally, he gave a slow nod. "All right. You two can stay here for a bit." Hearing this, the sisters' faces instantly lit up with joy. Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but give them a fair warning. "Just so you know, my place is super cramped." The sisters quickly shook their heads. "We don't care at all. Actually, we really like it here." Minato let out an exasperated sigh. "You two are seriously a handful." But just then, the reality of the situation finally started to sink in for the sisters. Yuika felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Suddenly, looking at Minato felt completely different than it usually did. They were going to be living together under the same roof. It felt absolutely crazy. Ruka wasn't doing any better either. Her heart was pounding wildly against her chest, and she had absolutely no idea what these feelings meant. While their minds were racing, Minato suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you guys want to take a bath first?" The word bath immediately sent a jolt of panic through both sisters, making them jump in shock. Minato stared at them, totally confused. What? You guys don't want to?" Yuika snapped out of it and quickly shook her head. No, we'll take a bath." And with that, she bolted into the bathroom to go first. After spending the entire day running around outside, the cool water felt absolutely amazing to her. Meanwhile, out in the living room, Minato looked over at Ruka. "You know, what you two did was really brave. I never would have expected you to actually run away from home." Letting out a soft, helpless chuckle, Ruka murmured, "Honestly, I'm just as surprised as you are. This is the first time Yuika and I have ever stood up to our father. He's always been incredibly strict, and he never tolerates anyone acting on their own." Hearing this, Minato frowned and said hesitantly, "Still, his impression of the Special Mage Squad seems pretty terrible. Who knows what he might do to stop us?" While they were talking, Yuika stepped out of the bathroom. "Ah, that felt so good. Sis, you're up?" Ruka nodded gently. "Thanks." And with that, she headed into the bathroom. As the warm shower water washed over her, Ruka let out a sigh of pure relief. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yuika happily chatted with Minato. "Hey, you know what? It feels so strange being in your room like this." Minato nodded slightly. "Well, this is the first time I've ever had anyone stay over." Looking at him with a warm smile, Yuika said gratefully, "Thanks, Minato. Seriously, if it weren't for you, we'd probably be sleeping on the streets tonight." Shrugging casually, Minato brushed it off. Don't sweat it. It's really no big deal. Hearing that, Yuika couldn't help but burst out laughing. Minato looked at her, completely puzzled. What's so funny? Yuika shook her head slightly, then nodded. No, it's just, you always say things like that, you know? Minato didn't see anything wrong with it and casually replied. The Special Sorcerer Squad is my unit. You're both a teammate and a friend. No matter what happens, I'll never abandon you. Minato's words made Yuika's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her heart started pounding so hard it felt like it was going to leap out of her chest. Just then, Ruka pushed the bathroom door open and stepped out, startling Yuika and making her instantly forget her blushing. Completely oblivious to what had just happened, Ruka calmly said, I'm done. Seeing that the two girls were finished, Minato stood up and headed for the bathroom. He said, All right, I'm going to take a shower. Ruka watched him walk in, then glanced over at Yuika sitting on the other side. The air instantly grew quiet, as if Ruka was deep in thought about something. The next day, in the police department's meeting room, Sugo handed Minato a folder and said, Here is our training schedule. Minato glanced through it and nodded with satisfaction. Looks good. Seeing that he had no objections, Sugo continued, Well then, that concludes our regular meeting. With that, he stood up to leave. But Minato called him back and said, By the way, I have a quick report to make. Yuika and Ruka have moved in with me. Hearing this, Sugo's brain completely short-circuited. He gasped in shock. Wait, so the three of you are living together? Minato casually admitted. Yes, that is correct. Sugo was utterly speechless. You're living with not just one, but two girls, and you're this calm about it? Is this normal for kids nowadays? This wasn't good. Minato was a total oddball, and Sugo realized he had to teach him some basic life lessons. With that thought, Sugo suddenly took on a serious tone. Kusanagi. Polygamy is not a thing in Japan, you know. Hearing this, Minato was confused, wondering to himself if that was some kind of new trend. Afterward, Minato left the meeting room, but realistically thinking, sharing that apartment with three people did seem a bit cramped. Should he move to a bigger place? As he walked down the hallway, Minato spotted Karin training down in the courtyard. Since she had been training for so long, sweat was dripping from her forehead. Minato walked over slowly and asked with a smile, Still training, Sergeant? Hearing his voice, Karin looked up in surprise. When she saw him, she gave an embarrassed smile and said, I've been falling behind, so I've been pushing myself to finally reach the level where I can use offensive spells. Then she suddenly realized something and quickly added, Actually, Kusanagi, you're our leader, you know, so you don't have to be so formal with me. I'm your subordinate, so please speak casually to me from now on. Seeing her so serious, Minato nodded in agreement. Karin finally smiled with relief, but then Minato said coldly, Show me your offensive spell. Karin was taken aback, but ignoring her reaction, he calmly said, I'll give you some advice. Hurry up. Karin then began to cast her magic. Minato stood by, watching closely. After a long moment, he offered some praise. You've improved quite a bit. Keep this up, and you'll get much stronger. Karin was thrilled to be praised, but her expression quickly darkened as she mumbled, But compared to the others, I'm still so weak. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and gently reassured her, Don't put yourself down. I can see how hard you've been working. Karin smiled at him and sighed. The reason I joined the police force is because they said holy mages are extremely rare. How could someone like me ever keep up with everyone else? She knew she was the weakest in the unit, and she hated herself for feeling this way. Feeling like she was being too pessimistic and worrying she might make Minato uncomfortable, she waved her hands dismissively. Sorry, I didn't mean to make things awkward. Minato didn't mind at all, calmly asking, Why did you want to become a police officer in the first place? Karin hesitated, furrowing her brow before murmuring, My grandmother was a holy mage. She saved so many lives during the disaster back then. She wanted to be just like her grandmother, which was why she joined the force. But now, her grandmother was gone. As she spoke, Karin turned her head away to hide her emotions. A pretty silly reason, right? I don't have any grand ambition or goals like everyone else. She had always felt she wasn't good enough, that she hadn't accomplished anything. Minato stared at her and asked flatly, Is that really what you think? Karin didn't answer. Minato stepped closer to her and said with a smile, Sanada, you have your own unique strengths. You can heal people, and you're even learning offensive spells now. That's incredible. It didn't matter why Karin chose this path. What mattered was what she actually did. She worked hard and poured her heart into it, Minato placed a hand on her shoulder and praised her sincerely. You've made so much progress already. And it really shows. Hearing those words, Karen was moved to tears. Afterward, the two of them walked over to the steps to sit and talk. Looking at Minato apologetically, Karen said, Sorry about that. I must look like a pretty pathetic adult to you. Minato remained neutral, replying, I don't think age really matters. Karen let out a soft chuckle. You're right, but whenever I look at you, I can't help but feel that way. Thank you, Kusanagi. Minato had saved her time and time again. To her, he was nothing short of a hero. Another long day finally came to an end as darkness fell over the city. Minato threw on his signature hoodie and headed out. Standing on a rooftop, he looked at the figure in the distance and asked, Why the sudden call? The one who had summoned him there was none other than Leona. She raised her eyebrow at Minato, smiling. I've got some intel that I bet you'll find pretty interesting. It's about the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobility. Hearing this, Minato's brow furrowed deep in thought. A moment later, he smirked. Impressive, let's hear it. Leona was in no rush, though. Pointing at him, she pouted and said, Put your dark mage uniform on first. Annoyed, Minato retorted. Do you seriously think I'm going to wear that thing every single day? Letting out a soft huff, Leona got straight to the point. I've been digging into rogue mages and underground magic syndicates through my connections, and I picked up some dark rumors about the magic nobility. Money laundering, collusion, embezzlement. It's an endless laundry list of crimes, especially when it comes to the Fuka family. They seem to be linked to the Black Rebellion. Minato frowned and asked, Who's leading the Black Rebellion? Leona casually replied, Word on the street is it's Kuroi Akuto, a former noble mage. Apparently, he was pretty out of control back then, and ended up getting kicked out. It even made the news for a while. Hearing this, Minato nodded as the pieces fell into place, which pretty much confirms their shady ties to the magic nobility, doesn't it? Leona replied casually. Exactly. There's plenty of suspicion, but zero concrete evidence. Nobody talks, and no files can be found. They probably use intimidation, so watch your back if you're planning to dig any deeper. But Minato didn't care about whatever threats they posed. He calmly requested, Send all the files to my phone. Leona looked at him suspiciously. What are you up to? Just serving some justice, Minato chuckled before using magic to leap off the building. He had countless ways to deal with his enemies, and showing mercy was never an option. Minato quickly made it back home, where Yuika and Ruka were both doing their own thing, completely ignoring each other. Ruka was sitting on her bed, deep in meditation, while Yuika was busy reading and doing homework. As for Minato, he was just messing around on his phone. He knew he needed to investigate Ichikami Minato, the disasters, and the history of the past 50 years. Thankfully, he had already figured out how to use a smartphone. Next, Minato started digging for info on Ichikami Minato online, and it didn't take long for the search results to pop up. Scrolling down, he read through the records. The history of Ichikami Minato up until his death was practically the same, but modern mages were described as being on a much lower level. There were even wild rumors about the ancestors of the magic nobility being active. Most of the information on the noble mages was incredibly vague. The secrets behind high-level magic and their training methods were still shrouded in mystery. If his grimoire hadn't been lost, mages would have never fallen this far. But according to Yuika, there wasn't a single book or piece of data left on it. It was almost as if someone had intentionally plotted to weaken mages. Perhaps the previous generation of the Mizuha family knew something, but getting to meet them right now would be close to impossible. There was also barely any information on the disasters. The more Minato thought about it, the less he understood why they kept recurring, why they happened in the first place, or even what these disasters actually were. Minato just sat there, completely spaced out, which left Yuika looking at him with a bit of confusion. The next day, at the police department's training grounds, Minato was leading the training session as usual. Right then, an emergency alert suddenly blared through his wireless earpiece. Attention all units, a disaster has been detected. All squads, deploy to the coordinates immediately. Getting the alert, Minato quickly ordered, Let's move, and their team immediately set out. But when Minato arrived, he looked down and saw none other than Fuka Sho. Stepping on a demon soldier, he mocked, Oh, look who decided to show up late. Walking right up to Minato, he pointed and laughed. I've already wiped out all the boss's minions. What exactly has the magic task force been doing? Seeing that Minato remained silent, Sho got even smugger. Hey, relax, no civilians got hurt. With that, He turned to leave with his men, not forgetting to look back and mockingly sneer. You guys are always talking about protecting the public, but where would they be without us? Better stay focused next time, got it? Hearing this, Yuika angrily cursed. Damn it, what a piece of work. Minato nodded in agreement. My thoughts, exactly. Yet, on another day, the exact same scenario played out. By the time Minato's squad got the alert and arrived on the scene, Sho's crew had already handled everything. They didn't miss the chance to mock them again. Too slow, late again, you losers. Are you guys even useful for anything? Ruka and the others were absolutely furious, desperately wanting to throw hands, but Sho and his crew had already turned and walked away. Seriously, what's the point of having a magic task force anyway? Clearly, the world still needs us magic nobles. Yuika was highly frustrated, snapping, That's the 5th time now. This is too weird. There's no way he isn't pulling some shady tricks behind our backs. Shogo let out a helpless sigh. Maybe someone is jamming us, causing our dispatch intel to be delayed. Minato agreed. He could sense a disaster nearby, but the further away they got, the slower his sensing ability became. What should he do? While Minato was racking his brain, Ruka just wouldn't stop ranting. To think he just ignored a high-level demon boss, it is so frustrating. Right then, Karin suddenly gasped. It looks like the Fuka clan is getting a ton of support from the public. Sugo found this bizarre and mumbled hesitantly, This is so fishy. Just a second ago, they were getting absolutely trashed. Karin scrolled through her phone for a bit before finally speaking up. There is a press conference starting soon. Minato frowned slightly and asked, What is it about? Karin shook her head and replied, I have no clue. Fuuka is gathering reporters. Soon after, the Fuuka clan's press conference began. Sitting at the podium, Jin spoke confidently. Thank you all for coming. Today, this meeting was called for one reason. It is about the mistakes and disappointments that the magic nobility has shown recently, especially from his beloved son. Expressing deep regret, he said, We have faced endless criticism for his actions and the way he treated others. Hearing this, the reporters in the crowd began whispering and muttering in criticism. Jin listened in silence. Waiting until everyone finished their questioning, he bowed 90 degrees and said, I sincerely apologize. Jin's gesture left the reporters stunned, completely speechless for a long moment. Ignoring their reaction, Jin kept his head bowed low and continued, This is undoubtedly a reflection of my own failures as a parent. However, I assure everyone that Su is working hard to redeem himself and is actively helping to resolve the recent disaster. Instantly, the reporters changed their tune, and their critical tone softened significantly. Seeing this, Jin smirked triumphantly while still bowing, but when he raised his head, he put on a solemn face and spoke. It is true that there has been a lot of talk about how Fuka's son handled the recent disasters. The sudden overseas expeditions of other magic nobles contributed to a shortage of manpower, making the situation much worse. We will implement comprehensive measures. Meanwhile, Ruka's group was watching this press conference unfold. They were extremely frustrated, as the Fuka press conference was gaining massive traction. More than half of the comments are highly supportive of the Fuka clan. The more Ruka watched, the more she complained in frustration. They are completely twisting the truth. Did we work this hard just to get something this ridiculous in return? Minato patted her head, gently reassuring her. Calm down. It doesn't matter what people say, our mission won't change. Trust me, I will handle this. With that, he flashed a confident smile. After the Fuka clan's broadcast that day, Sugo was called to the chief's office. Upon hearing his orders, Sugo gasped in shock. Excuse me? What did you just say, sir? The chief calmly replied. I said, at this rate, the very existence of your squad is in serious jeopardy. Complaints about the magic special forces are piling up. Opposing the magic nobility is an extremely dangerous move. The chief suggested that the current tense situation was partly due to Sugo's own actions. Hearing this, Sugo's expression froze. He protested defiantly. But sir, the main issue is Sufuka's behavior. But before he could even finish, the chief snapped angrily. Regardless, you shouldn't have been so confrontational. You proposed forming this squad and made enemies out of the magic nobility. You brought this on yourself. Biting his lip in frustration, Sugo asked suspiciously, Our missions have been getting delayed. Do you know anything about that, sir? The chief scoffed. Are you accusing me now? How shameful. He demanded that Sugo improve the police department's image in the eyes of the public and patch things up with the magic nobility. If you can't do that, then disband the squad. These words shook Sugo to his core. Meanwhile, back at his private mansion, Jin was laughing triumphantly. Everything is going exactly as planned. The butler standing beside him flattered, "Your foresight is extraordinary, sir. No one would ever dare question your judgment." Jin clicked his tongue and laughed arrogantly. The public is so easily swayed. With just a little acting, those fools will believe anything. With the public on our side, I will crush that Magic Special Forces squad in no time. With that, he threw his head back and laughed out loud, confident that victory was already in his hands. Meanwhile, Sugo left the police station, his heart filled with resentment. What does the future hold for Minato's squad? For a whole week after that, the entire special unit didn't receive a single disaster response mission, making Ruka extremely frustrated. It is really weird that we haven't been called out all week. Ruka nodded in agreement. Yeah, the Fuuka clan has been handling almost all the recent disasters. Ryuji scoffed angrily. Even the police department's insiders are actively sabotaging our magic squad. Minato spoke while eating. There might be someone within the police force who is colluding with the magic nobility. To them, our squad is a thorn in their side. Still refusing to accept this, Ruka yelled, "This is so unfair. Do you understand why we're such an eyesore to them?" Minato slowly explained that their actions had severely tarnished the reputation of the noble mages. Not to mention, many of those nobles seemed to be in league with the Black Rebellion, so having Minato's group gain any real influence would be highly inconvenient for them. The more Yuika listened, the more furious she became. She aggressively snapped, "It's not our fault. It's those useless noble mages who are to blame. If they didn't want their precious reputations ruined, they should have worked harder in the first place." Caught off guard by her sudden outburst, Minato could only sigh helplessly and say, "Hey, don't yell at me. Go tell them that." Yuika pouted, completely ignoring him, and turned her gaze to Ruka. "Do you think our father is involved in this too?" Ruka sighed heavily before replying, "I'm starting to suspect him too." Seeing how downcast they were, Minato stood up and energetically suggested, "Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's go dig up some answers." Ryuji nodded in agreement. "That's right, sitting around, hesitating isn't going to get us anywhere." Yuika hesitated, mumbling under her breath, "But my relationship with him isn't exactly great right now." Minato shrugged it off, casually replying, "If you really don't want to go, you can just sit this one out." Hearing this, the Mizuha sisters locked eyes, hesitating for a brief moment. Before they spoke in unison, "No, we're coming. After all, we are still his daughters." A short while later, the group arrived at the grand estate of the Mizuha family. However, the guard at the gate flat out refused to let them in. Yuika quickly pleaded, "Come on, we just want to talk to him." Ruka chimed in, her voice firm, "Can't you make an exception just this once?" But the guard shook his head without a second thought. The master made his orders very clear. His daughters are strictly banned from entering. We cannot allow anyone who has been cast out of this family to cross this threshold. Hearing those harsh words, Ruka and Yuika froze, completely speechless. That was when Minato stepped forward and interjected, "I'm Kusanagi Minato, the leader of the Mage Special Task Force. I have a few questions for Lord Mizuha." The guard remained completely unfazed, treating it like any other press inquiry. "Please schedule an appointment in advance." Minato shook his head with a sigh. "No, this isn't an interview. I just have a few quick questions." But no matter what he said, they simply wouldn't let them in. Getting the exact same robotic response over and over was starting to test Minato's patience. He was honestly about to just barge in by force. Luckily, right at that moment, Toshiro walked out from the mansion. He narrowed his eyes at Minato and asked coldly, "What's going on here?" The guard quickly bowed and reported, "Sir, these people are demanding to speak with you." Toshiro frowned instantly, silently sizing Minato up. At the same time, Minato stared right back at him. After a long, tense silence, Toshiro finally gestured and ordered, "Let them in." Minato's group was finally escorted inside the mansion. As they walked, Minato leaned over and whispered to Ruka, "I didn't know you had an older brother." Ruka let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. "That is our father. He's actually quite old, but he somehow looks like he's only in his 20s. Toshiro glanced back at the three of them whispering and huddling together, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. A moment later, they were escorted into the drawing room. Toshiro sat directly across from them, keeping his eyes narrowed at Minato. Since the older man wasn't speaking, Minato stayed quiet too, sitting there with absolute composure. After a long silence, Toshiro finally spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "So, you're the one who led my daughters astray." Minato couldn't help but crack a smile. He calmly replied, "Blaming others for your own children finding their independence is a pretty bad habit that parents tend to have. Aren't you happy to see them grow up?" In an instant, the tension between them flared, the air practically thick with hostility. While Toshiro looked visibly annoyed, Minato remained completely unbothered, keeping a polite, perfectly composed smile on his face. Since he didn't care for beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. "Why are you putting pressure on the Mage Special Task Force?" Toshiro answered casually, "I never gave such an order, and I have nothing to do with it. We noble mages rarely work together anyway. Fuka is simply acting on her own accord." Minato was slightly taken aback. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so blunt about it. I thought I'd have to drag the truth out of you." Toshiro replied with an air of dignity, "I respect those who actually possess true ability. I've heard all about you. A mere student with the power of a noble mage, hailed as a hero for stopping multiple disasters. But I also have my doubts." Minato narrowed his eyes at the man, asking coldly, "Would you like to put it to the test?" The moment the words left his mouth, Toshiro unleashed a massive wave of his own magic power. Not backing down for a second, Minato released his own, meeting him head-on. Standing behind them, Yuika and the other two were completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the energy. What kind of magic is this? Crap, are these two even human, or are they monsters? The magical pressure they were generating was absolutely terrifying. Two overwhelming forces of nature clashing in a silent, violent struggle. After a tense standoff, both of them finally reined in their power. Toshiro narrowed his eyes, offering a rare word of praise. "Impressive. Very few people can stand their ground against my magic." But Minato didn't let the compliment get to his head. He calmly replied, "Sensing and controlling your magic is just basic spellcraft. Besides, it's not like you were pushing yourself all that hard anyway." Hearing this, Toshiro raised an eyebrow and let out a laugh. "Well said, kid." Minato narrowed his eyes. Toshiro's precise control over his magic, combined with his sheer reserves, was on a completely different level compared to any other mage he'd met. It was obvious that this man was leagues ahead of everyone else in this era. There was no way raw talent and natural genius alone could explain this kind of terrifying power. There is definitely more to Toshiro Mizuha than meets the eye. With that thought, Minato calmly spoke up. "One last question. Why have mages become so much weaker compared to the past?" Toshiro did not answer, instead asking coldly, "What makes you say that?" Minato casually replied, "Because I know what happened 50 years ago." Toshiro hesitated for a moment, and only after a long silence did he finally speak. "It is used for restriction and control." Confused, Minato asked, "What do you mean by that?" But Toshiro did not answer. He mysteriously said, "You will understand when the time comes. But let me tell you this, noble mages are necessary." Minato did not buy it. He raised an eyebrow and shot back. "Even the Fuyuka clan?" Toshiro could not answer that question. Minato did not press him. He stood up from his seat and calmly said, "It is time for us to leave. Thank you for answering my questions." He could stand up, but Ruka and her team could not. Ruka quickly cried out, "Wait up! We cannot move because of the backlash from earlier." So, Minato had to help them up. Before leaving, he left them with one final thought. "Honestly, I might have hesitated if the Mizuha clan was involved. I am relieved to know you are not like that. After all, Ruka and the others are important friends of mine." Toshiro narrowed his eyes at Minato, asking suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and said, "Who knows?" A few days later, at the police headquarters, they were delivered a bunch of cardboard boxes. Everyone in the office immediately cheered. "Our uniforms are finally here. This is anti-monster gear, and it can even resist magic." Sugo nodded with a smile and said, "With this, we can finally take real action." Minato, however, could not care less about any of it. He was looking at his phone and murmured, "Looks like all my preparations are complete." Overhearing him, Sugo asked curiously, "Preparations on your end?" Nodding casually, Minato smiled mysteriously. "Let us begin. We still have a debt to settle." Meanwhile, over at the Fuyuka clan estate, Jin was laughing triumphantly. "The end of the special task force is near. I, Jin Fuyuka, will We'll control Japan with the help of Black Rebellion." He laughed along in agreement. "Money and fame will belong to the Fuyuka clan. Those foolish commoners will have to bow to us." But their celebration was short-lived, as the front door was suddenly kicked open. It was the police. The captain barked fiercely. "Police, nobody move." This sudden intrusion threw Jin into a panic. He demanded in confusion, "What is going on here? Do you even know whose house you are barging into?" At the same time, a helicopter appeared overhead. A female reporter began broadcasting the scene live. "Police have raided the residence of the suspect, Jin Fuyuka. This marks the first time a noble mage has ever faced criminal charges." Inside the house, the police captain presented an arrest warrant and said coldly, "You are under arrest for bribery, as well as extortion and abuse of power. We are launching a full investigation." Hearing this, Jin flew into a rage and screamed, "Are you kidding me? How dare you treat a noble like a common criminal? You had better have proof." Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice echoed from the doorway. "Are you daring us?" Everyone from the Fuyuka clan whipped their heads around. The newcomers were none other than Minato's group. Holding up a phone, Minato smirked and said, "Right here." Shu, of course, recognized him immediately. He snapped in frustration. "Minato Kusanagi from the Magic Task Force. What are you doing here? There is no way you have any proof." Minato calmly replied, "This is the proof of your corruption," and then played a video for everyone to see. The footage clearly showed the head of the Fuyuka clan accepting money from an underground syndicate linked to rogue mages. On top of that was evidence of blackmail and intimidation. Seeing the video, Jin's face turned pale, but he still refused to confess. "That is a fabrication. In this day and age, anything can be edited." Minato did not bother arguing with the old man. He slowly walked up to show him a closer look, pouting as he asked, "Do you really dare to call this fake?" Instantly, another video played. This time, it was a recorded conversation between Jin and his butler. The dialogue was about handling a natural disaster, which Jin had intentionally chosen to ignore. With the evidence being so overwhelming, Jin's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, while even Shu was completely lost in panic. Jin glared at his staff, demanding furiously, "Who is the mole? Only a few people even have access to my private room." Right then, the butler stepped forward and admitted, "It was me, sir." Widening his eyes in shock, Jin lunged forward and grabbed the butler by his collar. He roared in fury, "How dare you? You are just a butler. How dare you betray me?" The butler looked helpless. He felt he had no other choice. Flashback to a few nights ago, Minato, disguised as the Dark Mage, had approached the butler. He sought out the butler, wanting his cooperation to expose Fuyuka's crimes. At first, the butler refused, saying, "I cannot betray my master." Minato scoffed and said with a pout, "How loyal of you. But is that loyalty genuine? Is it really your duty to just watch the family you serve rot away?" These words left the butler in deep thought. Silence fell. Sensing the hesitation in his eyes, Minato pressed on. "Will you let the Fuka family continue to rot, or will you take the hit to save the magical nobility? Make your choice." And in the end, you chose to frame Jin, which is exactly why you are in this mess today. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "You do not deserve to be a magical noble. You deserve to be wiped out." As he spoke, there was not a single shred of respect left in the butler's eyes. Humiliated, Jin's face instantly twisted in anger. Pushed past his limit, he flew into a blind rage and screamed, "I will kill every last one of you." He immediately began channeling his mana to launch an attack. But right then, Jin's pupils suddenly shrunk in terror. Out of nowhere, a blast of magical energy surged forward, blasting the table in half. Jin reacted just in time, tossing the butler aside to dodge the deadly blow. The attack came from none other than Minato. He scoffed coldly, "You have nowhere left to run, you pathetic excuse for a noble." Trembling with pure rage, Jin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, "How dare you look down on everything I have worked for all these years? All my wealth and status, gone just like that." Minato smirked with pure contempt. "Oh, did you actually earn any of that yourself?" But Jin just threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. He shrieked like a maniac, "This is just a minor setback. I have already set up bases overseas specifically for a situation like this. Once I get out of here, nobody will ever catch me. But first, I am going to slaughter every single one of you." The moment those words left his mouth, he and Shu's gang launched a coordinated assault. But before they could hit the police, a massive barrier manifested, completely blocking all the incoming spells. Minato waved his hand dismissively and ordered, The magical task force will handle this. Everyone else, fall back. Outside, the on-scene reporter noticed the intense mana filling the air and quickly began her broadcast. They are unleashing magic. It appears the Fuka family is resisting arrest. Are the magical nobles really behind these heinous crimes? In this era of chaos, with natural disasters and monsters running wild, they care about nothing but their own greed. At that very moment, the live broadcast was being aired all across the nation. People all over Japan were glued to their screens, desperately hoping the magical task force would bring down those corrupt nobles once and for all. Right now, the task force was facing off against Shu. But of course, the strongest fighter on the field was Minato. He had a much bigger target to deal with, the head of the Fuka family himself. Jin glared at Minato, his eyes burning with hatred, while Shu summoned his personal guards to his side. A group of wind magic users instantly hovered in the air. Shu looked down at the squad and sneered. "Did you really think you could beat us with such a pathetic force?" Ruka scoffed and snapped back. "Unlike you lazy nobles, we actually train instead of sitting on our asses all day. Our other members are currently out there fighting monsters and disasters." Furious at her words, Shu bellowed. "You annoying pests, why do you always have to get in my way? I am done holding back. I will tear you all to pieces." Ruka did not back down for a second, her voice cold as ice. "You are a complete disgrace to the lineage of magical nobility." Up on the villa balcony, Jin stared down at Minato with a smirk. "Do you honestly believe a commoner like you can defeat a noble mage?" Minato replied casually. "I see no reason why I would ever lose to annoying pests like you. Let us see how well this works then." Jin scoffed and blasted a beam of magic high into the air, aiming directly at the news helicopter. But before it could even touch the chopper, a barrier suddenly materialized, completely neutralizing his attack. Minato sneered. "Can you possibly sink any lower?" Shrugging casually, Jin smirked. "As long as I have money, playing dirty is just part of the job." While the two traded words, a brutal battle broke out down below. But of course, the magical task force was not to be underestimated. It did not take long before the enemy started dropping. Seeing his subordinates get wiped out one by one, Shu's face grew incredibly pale. His jaw dropped. "This is impossible. We are magical nobles, so how are we being completely overwhelmed?" Shu could not accept that a high and mighty noble like him was losing to Ruka and her squad. Losing his mind, Shu shrieked, "Kill them by any means necessary. Unleash every bit of magic you have." His remaining two men nodded and joined him, and all three unleashed their ultimate spells at the exact same time. But the task force did not even flinch. The two sisters locked eyes and immediately nodded in perfect sync. Working together, they conjured a massive wave of water that swept forward, swallowing everything in its path in a split second. Slammed by the roaring wave, Shu and his men were left drenched and utterly defeated on the ground. As he looked up to see the Mizuha sisters calmly walking toward them, absolute terror filled his soul. But Ruka and her sister didn't feel a shred of pity, looking down at them with cold indifference. Seeing the tables turn, Jun and his lackeys fell to their knees, groveling for mercy. It was just a momentary lapse in judgment. "I'll change, I swear, please, spare our lives." Yuika hesitated for a long moment before nodding. "I understand. If you truly intend to change, then I guess we have no choice but to forgive you." With that, she turned to walk away. But right at that moment, Shu sneered. "What an idiot. Watch this." With that, the three of them lunged forward for a cheap shot. But before they could even make a move, the entire Special Forces squad summoned their magic, aiming it straight at them. Zu's legs immediately buckled. He collapsed to the ground, trembling and whimpering. "But, you said you'd spare me." Letting out a cold scoff, Yuika said. "Did you really think we'd forgive someone who has absolutely no desire to change?" Hearing this, Shu and his men broke down in tears. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, Minato seemed to sense that his allies had won. Wearing a satisfied smirk, he mumbled, "Looks like they've wrapped things up over there. It seems your pride and joy, your only son, has finally met his match in my teammates." Jin bit his lip in sheer frustration, his eyes burning with rage as he screamed, "You little bastard!" Minato didn't show a single ounce of fear, standing there completely unfazed. His effortless composure only drove Jin further over the edge. Unable to hold back any longer, he launched an attack at Minato. But Minato effortlessly dodged his Tier 1 magic. When that failed, Jin immediately escalated to Tier 2 magic. But the result was exactly the same. Minato was just too fast, easily outrunning even wind attribute magic. Refusing to give up, Jin poured more mana into his next attack, unleashing a tier 3 spell. Minato took his time, calmly dodging every single spell thrown his way. Every second of this clash was caught on camera by a news reporter hovering overhead in a helicopter. The female reporter couldn't help but gasp at the sight. What incredible magic, and Minato is handling it like it's nothing. Frustrated after his barrage of attacks completely missed, Jin channeled even more mana, turning things up to tier 4 magic. Yet, Minato stood his ground, his face completely expressionless, as if he were simply taking a casual stroll in the middle of a war zone. Jin gritted his teeth, summoning a massive cluster of magic circles in his hands. Suddenly, a violent tornado materialized in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it completely engulfed Minato, looking ready to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Yuika cried out in panic. Ryuji could only mutter in worry. That looks incredibly dangerous. But despite everyone's panic, Minato remained dead calm, hovering in midair and letting the tornado rage right toward him. But to everyone's shock, the moment the tornado reached him, it vanished into thin air. As the dust settled, Minato was still standing there, completely unharmed behind several layers of barriers. It was clear that Jin's tier 5 magic couldn't even scratch him. Watching this play out, Ruka couldn't help but marvel. Did he seriously just block that terrifying attack with a simple defense barrier? That's our Kusanagi for you. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were losing their minds. Some were blown away by Jin's raw power, but most were in awe of Minato's overwhelming strength. On the ground, the reporter continued her live broadcast. Neither side is backing down even an inch. I've never seen a battle of this scale before. Minato floated back down to the ground. Furrowing his brows, he thought to himself, this magic is pretty weak. Is he just buying time? He must be planning to retreat. Right then, Jin smirked and taunted him. What's the matter? Frozen in place, are we? Minato narrowed his eyes, his voice icy cold. I could end you in a second, but where's the fun in that? Show me everything you've got. A heavy wave of provocation filled his eyes as he added, I'll take it all head on, then tear you to pieces. This completely set Jin off. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, You arrogant little sewer rat, I'll gladly give you what you want. But right before unleashing his power, he let out a smug chuckle. But first, a quick word of advice, try not to wet yourself. Jin boasted that his magic power was at 200,000. This mind-boggling number left Ruka and the others completely stunned, unable to believe such a level of power was even real. Ruka scoffed. He's just trying to bluff. We need to back Minato up, even if it's just a little. Ryuji nodded in agreement. Right. Standing on the sidelines isn't really my style. With that, the group rushed toward the balcony. Sensing their approach, Minato turned his head, only to see that they had already been intercepted. The one blocking them was none other than the old bastard Jin. He scoffed. You should thank your lucky stars. If you had taken one more step, I would have obliterated you. The faces of the three went pale. Right then, Jin threw his head back and roared, releasing a massive surge of magic power from his body. The magic force of the attack was compressing so much that his entire body began to glow. This was absolutely terrifying. Such destructive force could easily take down even a legend like Kusanagi. This sent a wave of panic through Ruka's group, but Minato just let out a disdainful smirk. Mistaking his smirk for fear, Jin sneered triumphantly, My magical power is way beyond anything you could ever imagine, isn't it? So, let me show you what real, overwhelming power looks like. Even an idiot like you should be able to get that. The moment those words left his mouth, a massive wave of magic circles erupted all around him. In the blink of an eye, a rift in space ripped open right in midair. But instead of being terrified, Minato was absolutely thrilled. He had never seen this kind of magic before. Right then, that gaping rift began violently sucking in everything around it. In a split second, the entire balcony corridor was reduced to rubble. Jin smirked with pure arrogance. This was spatial magic. The ultimate spell capable of crushing everything in its path, designed to completely flatten any human in an instant. Minato narrowed his eyes, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he mocked, Oh, I'd love to see you try. This completely pushed Jin over the edge. He screamed like a maniac, crushed to death under this pressure. Take this. Instantly,